Welcome to Global Warehousing and Transportation Excellence Summit, Edition 5, virtual edition, and it's free for everyone. So thank you very much for joining the session today across the globe. I would like to give a quick introduction on the show. Then I will do the introduction for our guest speaker to start the session today. So, so global warehousing and transportation summit. So it evolved from global supply chain excellence summit. So we had four sessions earlier on global supply chain excellence. So this time what we are doing is we are trying to do more focus on particular domain of supply chain. So warehousing and transportation. Next week on 6th December, we have manufacturing excellence. Likewise, we keep doing it so that the audience could be more focused. So those who need help, especially mid-size, small, or even larger organizations who are transforming their business operations, they can get the benefit of it. That's the whole idea. And why we do is we would like to create a platform so that not everybody in warehousing and logistics will be able to go to all face-to-face sessions, on-prem sessions, and attend and listen to the speakers. And it's not easy to go to a virtual summit and attend it, spend time, talk to the people. It's not easy. So that's the reason we stick to virtual editions where we bring experts across the globe who are like-minded people who want to share knowledge, and we would like to connect to industry companies so that if they have any clarifications required, any help required, and they can also listen to the best practices. So that's the whole idea, and it is very. We are doing it very successful way. And this session also, we have around 700 registrations for this topic. You can imagine that. Okay. So I take this as an opportunity to start the session. So welcome on board everyone across the globe. So thank you very much, and good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all. Okay, so I would like to start the session with first of all, my introduction is I'm Sheikh Abdul Khader, CEO of Data Labs India. I am solution architect for fruiSCE, Fruition of Supply Chain Excellence Solutions, and also frustrategy, which is a business growth solution. We talk about in the coming presentations more about it. Okay, so I would like to introduce Mr. Sunil Bharadwaj. So thank you, Mr. Sunil, for joining the session today. Welcome to Global Warehousing and Transportation Summit. So let me give a quick round of introduction. Sunil ji is a senior supply chain executive with over 22 plus years of global experience driving end-to-end supply chain strategy, transformation, and operational excellence. He is expert in sales and operations planning, logistics optimizations, ERP systems, and continuous improvement. He is a speaker, writer, and mentor, contributing to leading forums, journals, and academic institutions. So, welcome, Sunilji, and we would be pleased to hear you. This is a first session. You can take few minutes to introduce yourself, okay? Because there will be a couple of minutes we spend time to give the time to people to join, and then you can. I would like to hear about your topic. The topic is key trends and developments in logistics. I think that's the best session we can hear to start the session. Okay, to start the summit. So thank you, Sunilji. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Abdul, and thank you, Praveen, for getting in touch with me. And I have been following your previous posts and sessions that you have been doing. So very happy to be starting proceedings on a Saturday on such a vast, deep topic, which is pretty complex. But I'll try to contextualize it and try to touch upon a few areas over the next 40-45 minutes. And I will also like to leave some time for the audience, the extremely knowledgeable, experienced audience, to ask any questions or queries, which I'm sure they can post on the chat window or route it through either you or through Praveen. I'll be very happy to take any questions and try my best to respond. And very happy to be here. As I told you, on a Saturday morning, I think there's no better way to start than by discussing a topic that's so close to my heart and that I'm so passionate about. And I believe we have audiences not only from India, but you're targeting audiences from the Middle East, Africa, as well, and other countries. So, like Abdul just said, yeah, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are, and thank you for joining in such large numbers. And I think you have already given a wonderful introduction about me. So there's nothing much for me to add except the fact that I keep posting logistics news and articles every month. And in fact, I've started doing it every fortnight now. I do it on LinkedIn for a wider audience to engage in more meaningful discussions. Point number one. Point number two, I've been a passionate professional for over 2 decades. I've worked in India, I've worked overseas. And presently, I'm an independent consultant and a managing partner with Impact is a consulting. And we do all sorts of consulting work and support related to people, process, and systems to do with all aspects of logistics and supply chain. Okay. So right from product design to plan, source, make, deliver, return, enable. Okay. The entire spectrum of functions and activities within logistics and supply chain is where we would like to help our clients. And we are also thickly into learning development, training, mentoring, coaching, etc. That's something that I'm very passionate about. I visit a lot of business schools in India. I've spoken overseas. I've been a part of so many conferences in India and overseas as well, as a keynote speaker and as a panelist and a panel moderator. So that pretty much tells you my passion for this subject. And I'm once again extremely grateful to Abdulji for having invited me. Okay, although it was a very short notice that I got, but I'm very happy to be here and to start proceedings today. And as I speak, I also went through the wonderful note that the team had put together, and I could see that there are a lot of interesting discussion themes around warehouse and transportation excellence. Okay, related to sustainability, visibility, collaboration. Okay, green logistics, risk management, role of AI, role of IoT. So I think it's an ocean actually. Okay, one can keep discussing through the day. Okay, but since I have time constraints, I'll just try and summarize and focus on only certain areas. And after I finish, I think we have a stellar lineup of speakers following me. So just to set the tone, I want to tell you that following me would be Sachin Bajaj, who would be talking on supply chain strategy and best practices. Okay. After Sachin, we have Shankaran, who will be speaking on role of warehousing in driving business excellence, followed by Mr. Alexander Borg, who will be speaking on managing logistics and disruptions in a very volatile environment. Okay, because we live in a VUCA world, which is very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. I think that's going to become the rule going forward. We have to live with it and do the best that we can as logisticians. Okay, so I think after Alexander, we will have Suresh, who will be speaking on AI-driven logistics and focus more on the predictive, autonomous, and self-optimizing part of supply chains and logistics systems. After him, we have Mr. Krishnan CN, who will speak on railway logistics. A very, very important and relevant topic, I thought, for the day, because I think pre-independence, the contribution of railway was the highest. Okay, now it is all road freight. Okay, the contribution of rail has come down, but I'm sure he will throw a lot of light and educate us on that. After that, we have Mr. Rajesh, who will be speaking on excellence in 3PL and contract logistics. And we have Miss Anita, who will be speaking on warehousing and transportation digitization. So hopefully on TMS and WMS, etc. Okay. And then we will have Bhanu Prakash, who will speak about freight forwarding, end-to-end freight forwarding. So you can just see the spectrum of topics, okay, the gamut of topics and the excellent lineup of speakers that we have after me. And finally, we have Mr. Abdul, who will close the proceedings with focus on balance scorecard for 3PL companies. Right, sir? Correct? So that is pretty much the flow. So I just wanted to give you a flow of what's coming up, and which is why I thought instead of deep diving on a specific subject or an area, I will try to keep it like the horizontal part of the letter T, where I will focus more on the breadth rather, okay, and the umbrella of issues that have been surfacing in this area. And the vertical part is the depth actually, okay, where you specialize in a particular area, which will follow in the subsequent sessions, okay, in line with the different topics listed under the summit today. So welcome once again to the Global Warehousing and Transportation Excellence Summit, Edition 5. Very happy to be here again. And before I start, I just wanted to focus on three V's actually of logistics and supply chain, which is visibility, variability, and velocity. Now, across my talks, both in India and overseas, and whenever I visit postgraduate schools, etc., also, I always start with this because we should understand that any inherent logistics and supply chain system as we speak. Okay, so be it warehouse operations, transportation, packaging, value addition, reverse logistics, etc., will always have an inherent variability. Okay, which we can control. It cannot become zero. Okay, that is a wrong notion that people have. Oh, I have zero variability. Okay, my order accuracy is 100%. My forecast accuracy is 100%. No, we can't reach that level. Okay, we can try. We can try, but we can't reach that level. That is point number one. Point number two is in the subject that I'll be focusing on today, which is specific to warehousing and transportation. There is an increasing focus on velocity and throughput. Everybody wants speed today. Okay, gone are the days when 2.5 decades ago I could wait for a parcel to reach me after 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. I thought that was fast. Okay, no, today 10 minutes is fast. Okay, that's the new equation of customer service and speed. Okay, we live in the world of quick commerce, right, where we want everything within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, etc. Okay, so that's about velocity, throughput, and speed, which again becomes very important. But one has to again balance it with other competing priorities. Okay, how is the team? What is their psychology? What is the impact on lot of to and fro transportation movements? What is the impact on sustainability, on the type of fuel that we use? What is the impact on the two-wheeler rider who's actually wading to the traffic in different cities to come to your doorstep? Okay, so that's a discussion that can go on, but yeah, that is something for the very erudite and knowledgeable audience here and experienced audience to ponder. Okay, the third is visibility. Now, increasingly post COVID, I think the supply chains and logistics teams that survived focused more on bringing about system-wide visibility and transparency. Okay, because they knew what was happening to every shipment that came in. Okay, every product that was transformed, manufactured, and everything that moved out of their facilities till the end consumer. Okay, which is where risk and resiliency gained a lot of prominence. Okay, and people started using metrics like time to survive, okay, time to recover in terms of days, weeks, months. Okay, impact of operational decisions on financial outcomes. Okay, how is it going to hit my top line, my bottom line, my cost, etc. Okay, and in logistics and supply chain, the cost versus service conundrum is always going to exist. Okay, I think that is what we have been grappling with for all these decades. And talking about the subject, I think Mr. Johannes Varmorel, who is the founder of a company called Locad. It's a quantitative supply chain company based in France. I think he just wrote a textbook recently, and his definition of supply chain is mastery of optionality when we manage the physical flow of goods from upstream to downstream. He's talking about mastery of optionality. Okay, that means we have multiple options. How can we master and utilize the best available option to us? Okay, so whether it is taking decisions around warehousing or around transportation, around forward movement, around reverse movement. Okay, whether we talk about upstream, midstream, downstream. Okay, or first mile, mid mile, and last mile. Every time we are faced with a plethora of options. Now, how do we master optionality and make sure we take the most optimal decision, given that everything around us today is complex? It is non-linear. Okay, most of the decision variables don't follow normal curves anymore. Okay, they follow different distributions. Okay, data has exploded. Okay, there is a role of AI, etc. around us. So, in this light, how are we going to make sense of all this chaos and take suitable decisions? So, I guess that those words, in the fundamental definition of logistics and supply chain, mastery of optionality. Okay, whenever we manage the flow of physical goods, because warehousing transportation deals more with the physical flow of goods, okay, from upstream to downstream. Now, in that light, I want to also touch upon few more macro areas before I will take my talk forward and discussion forward. I think we all know that warehousing and logistics sector and the industry at large has been very severely impacted by geopolitics. And that's something even a country like India cannot ignore. And I'm sure as exporters, importers, as shippers, whenever you have worked with different 3PLs, 4PLs, service providers, etc., okay, you would have faced a lot of hassles with regard to ingoing, incoming, and outgoing movement of materials. Okay, because of tariff policies, because of tariff barriers, because of so many other input costs, okay, that a material has to actually account for. And that has pretty much confused everyone, because the policies and announcements globally are so dynamic that we as shippers sometimes wonder, no, when is all this going to stop? Okay, spot rates will suddenly go up, your contract rates will fluctuate. Okay, suddenly you will have some congestion along the ocean route. Okay, the air market will open up all of a sudden. Okay, and then it's very very uncertain and unpredictable. Okay, which is why I think now, needless to say, I think all conversations today and every conference that I've been to, I think there is enough discussion and debate around the role of intelligent solution systems and visibility platforms, which will actually help us to wade through all these complexities, okay, that we face. That is one. Second is trade shocks. Okay, now whether it is India, China, India's equation with the US, or US, China, or our other trading partners in various continents. Okay, this is also going to pose a lot of challenge for supply chain and logistics practitioners across different industries. Okay, right. So that is something that we need to be aware of. We need to be very clear about all policy announcements, budgetary announcements, and all the decisions that are taking place. Okay, the other big domestic announcement is in terms of the GST rates. So how are rationalization of GST rates actually going to impact trade? What is going to be the impact on our overall warehousing, storage, and transportation cost? Okay, how are we going to service our customers, etc. So we need to be very cognizant and aware of all these developments with regard to the GST announcements as well. Okay, and demand, of course, is a big driver. And the good news is that I was reading this morning, India has turned in a GDP growth of 8.2% in quarter two, which is much higher than what I expected. Okay, and only yesterday IMF also said that we are very skeptical about the calculations and the lag data, so they gave us a C grade or something. So I guess we'll have to look at both sides of the coin and possibly take this with a pinch of salt, maybe dig deeper and analyze whether we're actually growing at 8.2% or is it lower, etc. I mean, I leave it to the audience to think and read more and debate on that. Secondly, I would also like to talk to you more about the role of climate and weather patterns. Okay, external disasters, local disasters, climatic challenges, that have grappled and that supply chain and logistics professionals grapple with. Now, this is another area that we need to be aware of. Okay, can our forecasting models now incorporate more variables? Okay, can we see the impact of price fluctuations, of macroeconomic activities, of trade wars, of geopolitics, of external weather and climate shocks, etc.? Is that going to have some impact on my supply line, okay, on my production, on my distribution, etc.? So I guess today increasingly there is a lot of focus on supply chain and logistics risk and resiliency management. That is another trend that I have seen over the last few years. And I also taught this course at one of the leading business schools in India. Okay, it was a full credit course, so that only tells you the importance of supply chain and logistics risk and resiliency management. Okay, we need to understand, if things go wrong, what is the fallback option? How do we measure and monitor risk? Okay, what are our response options? Do we have a risk register? Are we seeing a heat map? Can we do a geospatial mapping of all our physical supply and distribution sites? If something is going to go wrong, say in China or Russia or Europe or South Africa, is my supply of the future going to get affected? And therefore, what is going to be the impact on downstream logistics operations? I think today there are enough tools, systems, intelligence, and softwares which are available. Okay, companies of all sizes, be they startups or established companies or mid-sized companies, they have enough tools and intelligence to provide you so that you can take adequate decisions. Okay, that is number one. Number two, we also need to understand that we need to use these tools very carefully, properly, and sensibly. Okay, so that we don't end up using the wrong tool for the wrong application. Now that is another big debate. How do we choose the right partner? How do we onboard the right person? Okay, have they understood our pain points? Do they understand our problem statement? And therefore we need to work around it. But needless to say, I think the jury is out on this. I think without any form of intelligence tool or technology, nothing is going to really work. Okay, right? So I think all of you in some way would have invested in some tool, software, some sort of intelligence. Okay, some sort of, I would say, some sort of a control tower. I think that is also part of the current scheme of things. That is number two. The third is, what is going to be the impact of ESG and sustainability initiatives in warehousing? Now, whether it is sustainable fuel, or the use of sustainable aviation turbine fuel, or the use of the different fuels that will go into actually powering all our ships along the sea or along the air, or or the use of electric vehicles on road. Okay, now all these things we need to be very cognizant of, and keep in mind that this will have a profound impact on the way we serve our customers, the total cost of operations. Okay, and the cost versus service equation is always going to be like a pendulum. Okay, they're like counterbalancing forces. Okay, I don't have any magic wand or any correct answer. All I'm trying to tell you is that given the macroeconomic and global scenario, we need to incorporate all the recent trends, developments. So whether it is geopolitics, trade wars, macroeconomics, okay, or the fact that we live in a world where everyone's talking about generative AI, use of agentic AI, etc. Okay, and there are increasing investments that are happening in this space. I think we need to just be aware of how these tools and applications work, and whether there is a strong business case for me as a logistician, or as a warehousing head, a transportation head, or a reverse logistics head. Okay. Now, when I studied logistics and supply chain several years ago, it was all about only forward flow. Okay. Now, increasingly with the advent of Q-commerce and quick commerce, there is a lot of focus on the materials that are returned to the origin or returned to source, the reverse flows of materials. Okay, that itself has now metamorphosed into an art and science. And in many colleges and many seminars, I see that considerable amount of time is given to only discussing reverse flow of material. Okay, reverse logistics, reverse supply chain. What are the KPIs? How do you design a facility? How do you design the processes? Okay, how do you develop your reverse organization structure and team? How do you have the right people at the right place? And as consumers, do I know what is happening after the end of use of a product? And how do I link the use of that product to the product life cycle? Can I go to a center and keep the product there with the team? What do they do after that? Okay, do they repack? Do they refurbish? Do they remanufacture? Do they reuse, etc., etc.? So increasingly there is a lot of literature and a lot of discussion and debate around reverse logistics, so that we try to enhance the life cycle of a product. And likewise, you can apply the same principles to warehousing also. So when I say reverse logistics, it is applicable to warehousing, it is applicable to transportation, because you have reverse transportation flows. Okay. Then I also spoke about sustainability and ESG with regard to logistics and supply chain, because increasingly ESG is not only left to finance. Okay. Today there are a lot of ESG related trade finance options available. Okay. There are a lot of factoring tools available. Okay. And there are a lot of green financing options available to logisticians, which can be used, so that we work towards that journey of reducing scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. Okay, we move more towards sustainable reusable packaging, reusable pallets. We use vehicles that emit less CO2. Okay, we are part of warehouses and fulfillment centers and distribution centers that use smart lighting, solar panels. Okay, smart infrastructure. Okay, smart energy meters, etc. So everywhere there is a compounded effort today for companies which have targets. And increasingly today, if you read the annual report of any listed company, be it an Indian company or a global company, or any 3PL, 4PL player, or any logistics service provider, you will see that their reporting structure has a separate section on sustainability, circular and green practices. Okay, what they have done, what is their baseline, what initiatives they have taken, what are their CO2 emission levels. Okay, what sort of targets they need to fix. Now all these things are very clearly documented, discussed in boardrooms, etc. And therefore today when I speak, okay, to the line of CXOs, today we have the addition of two more positions. We have the chief risk officer and we have the chief sustainability officer. Now these are two positions that have grown in the last 4 to 5 years, and they are all part of boardrooms. And some of them are drawn from logistics, supply chain, and materials management field in area. Okay, they become chief risk officers and chief sustainability officers, and they have a full-time role to play. Okay, in terms of educating, training, building a culture, and building that awareness of how risk and sustainability have a role to play within warehousing and transportation. So that becomes very important. Okay, the other area that I want to touch upon is the role of increasing investments in the transportation and warehousing space, and the fact that now this industry has gained infrastructure status, and increasingly there is a lot of investment in grade A warehousing. Okay, in addition to, of course, grade B and grade C. And I believe the overall demand in the next 3 to 4 years is going to shoot up to 1 billion square feet of warehouse space. And as I speak, the total warehouse capacity, when we talk about grade A warehousing, is around 300 to 330 million square feet, which is expected to almost double to more than 500 to 550 million square feet in the next 4 to 5 years. Okay, so increasingly companies are treating warehouse infrastructure as a very strategic asset. So whether you are part of a dark warehouse, or a retail store, or a back end store, or a warehouse, or a distribution center, or a fulfillment center, irrespective of which sector you come from, I think the whole focus on treating the warehousing function as a strategic lever for business growth is gaining prominence now. Okay, gone are the days when people used to just call them go downs, and they used to ask me after COVID, Sunil, what do you do for a living? Do you just load items and send them from point A to point B? I said no, it's a science. It is much more complex. Okay, there are tools, processes, and systems around it. Okay, you have things like warehouse management systems, warehouse control systems, you have TMSs, etc. Okay, which integrate very well with company systems and ERPs through middleware. I said it's a very complex, evolving and interesting science and art. Okay, so it is not about just going to a go down, and I don't like the use of the word go down, of course. The bare minimum that we can all say is, yeah, I'm part of a warehouse, I'm part of a distribution center, a fulfillment center, okay, or a dark warehouse, now that we are in the quick commerce area, right? So the expansion of grade A warehousing is increasing, and the government has come out with a lot of enabling schemes during the budget, which is encouraging investments in this space. Okay, a lot of private and public sector lending has happened in this particular space. Now, in this light, I also want to tell you that we must also keep keep an eye on the PM Gati Shakti and the National Logistics Policy that was announced 3 years back in September 2022, and all the enabling areas around it. Okay, so today there are a lot of states, districts, and cities which have their own logistics policies, infrastructure. Okay, and there are a lot of rules and guidelines around it, and they have their own specific ratings also. Okay, and we also have what is called as a ULIP. Okay, the Unified Logistics Interface Portal that has come up in the last few years. Okay, which has multiple levels. It's a very open-ended, user-friendly system. Okay, where a lot of developers can create their own applications. Okay, and embed it over all the existing layers. Okay, and they can be used by different players. Okay, so whether you're an exporter, an importer, you're a producer, manufacturer, a shipper, a 3PL, a consigner, a consignee, depending on which part of the spectrum you are across the chain, you can make use of all the excellent tools, okay, that are publicly available, that are being developed by ULIP. And of course, the idea of the logistics policy was also to make India a very, very competitive exporter and a competitive manufacturing hub, so that we don't end up spending time on project leakages, scope creep, project waste. The idea is to bring in all the ministries together, okay, and have a lot of detailed discussions so that we speed up project execution and focus more on execution excellence. Okay, and we're able to make sure that infrastructure is put up and comes up very quickly, okay, without all these bureaucratic delays, etc., and the additional paperwork. I'm sure it still exists. I'm not saying it's all gone away, but now we are, we live in the era of, electronic bills of lading, okay, electronic airway bills, okay, most documents are digitized these days, okay, and there are a lot of portals that you can see on so many government websites, etc., right? So my sense is that we are moving towards a digital uh, arena, okay, in the light of all these policy announcements, PM Gati Shakti, Sagar Mala, Bharat Mala, okay, basically to bring and enhance port infrastructure to connect all the different ports and the waterways and the seaports, okay, to make them more competitive, okay, to focus more on decongesting our districts and cities and lanes and other areas, where road transportation gets delayed, etc. Okay, so the focus of all these projects is to speed up project management, bring about execution excellence, okay, and focus more on value added outcomes. It is not about the money that you invest, but how quickly are you able to put it to good use? What is the return on equity? What is the return on investments of all these projects and investments? I think the focus is more now towards making sure that even as practitioners, we also understand that, because we are all into core operations. Okay, now warehousing, logistics, transportation by itself are hardcore physical roles, operational roles, physical functions. But the idea is also to understand, what do these announcements, policies, okay, PLIs, government schemes, and all the other macro pictures that I gave you, how do they correlate to my particular area of work? And what is the correlation with my specific industry, my competitor, my sector, my function, my business? I think that correlation has to be established, and increasingly it is happening today, because we can't live in a world where we say, no, we are unaffected by an announcement, we are unaffected by a trade war, we are unaffected by geopolitics, we are unaffected by currency fluctuations, or we are affected by what the Houthis do, on the Suez Canal and the Red Sea, etc. I think all these will have ramifications for shippers and various other stakeholders. Now, coming to the ecosystem players, I think we have the government, we have private sector players, okay, we have freight forwarders, we have customs brokers, 3PL, 4PL, 5PL players, okay, we have transportation service providers, okay, we have people who manage our documentation for us and our clearance, etc. We have global freight forwarders, okay, and I'm sure in the subsequent sessions all these aspects will be touched upon in greater detail. But having said that, the simple point I'm trying to make is that we need to understand that as an ecosystem we need to collaborate more, okay, communicate more. And increasingly that trend is happening now, because one person obviously cannot do everything. okay, on his or her own. Okay, we need expertise, we need external help. So I think that ecosystem is growing. And talking more about logistics service providers, I think in the last 5 to 7, 8 years or 10 years, I have seen the growth, okay, real growth of lot of logistics technology startups, okay, and they are offering very tailor-made specific solutions, okay, to address your inbound transportation flow, to address warehouse operations, to address your last mile delivery, okay. So different companies I have seen enter into different contracts at various stages of their life cycle with different service providers. You don't have to go to an established player today. There are many boutique small logistics service providers and tech companies who are doing a fantastic job to manage your operations. Okay, so the idea is, like I told you earlier, I think we all need to keep in mind that we have to have a strategy to make sure that we interact with the right player who understands our pain point and our problem statement, and who's able to provide a tailor-made, customized, specific solution to address our problem. Okay, we need not jump to the solution. I think more time needs to be spent on focusing on the problem, and it applies to me as well. I'm still a student of logistics and supply chain. Okay, I keep learning as I do all these talks and sessions. But the idea is that yes, when I speak for all of us. I speak for myself as well. Okay, I'm not a separate person here. But the idea is that we need to make sure that we're able to connect all these dots. Okay, because today there are so many internal, external variables at play. Okay, everything around us is very uncertain, very complex, very volatile, and that is going to stay. We need to live with it. Okay, we can't say that variability will come to zero, accuracy will be 100%, customer service will be 100% all the time. Okay, each and every shipment and delivery package of mine is going to reach on time. No, no, no. We have to look at the practical aspects around it. And here is where I would also like to speak about the role of the dedicated freight corridors in our country. Now, that has been a mammoth transformational step as far as our country is concerned. Okay, and given our topography and complex geography, okay, in terms of moving materials, say from Bhiwandi in Western India to say Guwahati or Kolkata in far away in the east and northeast, it's still a challenge today. Okay, now what these corridors will do possibly is we'll try to reduce the lead time. We'll try to decongest. Okay, we'll make transportation operations more efficient. Okay, that is number one. Number two, I also want to touch upon the role of inland waterways and the role of railways. Of course, one of the expert speakers is going to talk about railway logistics in the subsequent sessions today as the day goes on. But I just want to tell you that pre-independence, the contribution of railways in freight movement was over 75 to 80%. That has today come down to just barely over 30%. And most of the materials that we move today are by road, through surface transport, more than 65 to 67%. I'm not saying that's bad, but is that an option that we can live with in the future? Answer is no. Okay, because our cities are not going to get decongested anytime soon. We will have operational bottlenecks, we will have delays, we will have hartals, we will have some sort of traffic jam along the way. These things are going to continue. But the idea is that we need to understand and have this global perspective where we have to try to see what is going to be my optimal modal mix. Now, can I use inland waterways to connect two states? Okay, is a water body there which is lying which can be used, okay, seamlessly? Okay, can I increase the proportion of freight that can be transferred or moved through rail? It is possible, and increasingly today companies are doing it. They are trying to alter their modal mix without impacting their cost and customer service, because too much reliance on only one mode in the long term from a strategic perspective and a design perspective will have its own negative ramifications on your business. So increasingly, I'm sure all these questions are constantly being thought of, grappled, discussed, debated, okay, and addressed. Okay, and now I want to throw your light on a few articles and snippets that I came across, and I thought that will be relevant to today's discussion, just to set the ball rolling. Number one, I came across this news yesterday in the Economic Times. Decathlon, which is a famous sports good company from France, it's a multinational. It has a big setup in India also. Okay, the company's name is Decathlon. So Decathlon launches 2-hour quick commerce service across top cities. Okay, they are starting from Bangalore now, and they want to deliver online orders in just 2 hours. Now, this is something that I'm unheard of. Okay, getting your footwear so quickly, you would rather go to a shop and buy your footwear. Now, imagine the implications for logistics design, for service, for transportation design, inventory management, replenishment, etc. Now, this is a very different business model. Okay, it's a global multinational, and they're going to invest big time in India, more than 600, $700 million actually over the next few years. India is a big market for Decathlon, apart from Europe, of course. So Decathlon launches a 2-hour quick commerce service across top cities. So a lot of implications for logisticians, for the warehousing and transportation practice. Number two, one more interesting news item which I came across last month when I was compiling the news. Sustainable warehousing to drive India's green future. So increasingly now sustainability has become mainstream. So whether it is folks and the joining from Africa or Middle East or Europe or any other part of the globe, I think sustainability is no longer a bookish term. It is part of mainstream logistics management, mainstream warehousing and transportation management. It is being discussed increasingly. Okay. Third and interesting news which I saw recently, you just see how the logistics landscape in India is evolving. The first auto train reaches Kashmir. It is set to streamline vehicle supply. Now, Maruti Udyog Limited, instead of sending their vehicles by road, they covered a distance of more than 800 kilometers in less than 45 hours, and about 800 vehicles of different models were shipped through rail. Okay, purely through rail. It was a roll on, roll off sort of a model. And if this increases in the future, you can just imagine how it is going to positively impact their service, lower their logistic cost, transportation cost, okay, and how they are going to increase the use of rail. Because in winters how the road infrastructure is in that part of JNK, okay, most of the highways are closed, you have snowfall, okay, most vehicles have to wait, okay, right, endlessly. Now just imagine this auto train that has reached Kashmir, okay, and where it was very seamlessly unloaded, okay, and sent to the local dealers, okay, very smoothly. Actually, I think this is going to be the future now. Okay, people are going to use multimodal, intermodal, combination of different modes of transport. Okay, and my sense is I think it is going to be all about your ability to become more resilient, more flexible. Okay, more responsive. Gone are the days when we focused only on pure efficiency and cost control. No, today I think we have to look at other levers as well, because we are all in the business of serving our customers, okay, upstream, midstream, downstream, and moving physical material, and storing them, and moving them in both directions. So I guess the focus will increasingly be on initiatives such as these, where we are able to use a combination of different modes of transport very efficiently and cut down on lead time and therefore cut down on cost, and make sure that so many models of all these inventories of different vehicles are made available to the dealer network in JNK. Now, this is a small example. Now, imagine if this is actually extrapolated and basically scaled up. Imagine now this can be a very classic case for other companies to use and adopt. This is a very classic example from the automotive sector. Okay. Now, one more interesting development in the GST space that I want to draw your attention to, another trend which I have seen. Earlier, I wasn't aware of this, but I came across this news item, which is related to the fact that separate GST registrations would be required for importers storing goods in warehouses located in other states. That means if you have got multiple warehouses in multiple states, okay, but you're receiving item in state A and moving it to then state B and state C, now it is imperative for the warehouse and distribution center in each of these states to also apply for GST registration. Earlier, I believe it used to be with only one central facility. Now, all these other facilities will also have to separately apply for GST registration. That is what this specific article tells us. Separate, quote unquote, separate GST registration required for importers storing goods in warehouses located in other states. So you may have a hub and spoke model, you may have a regional state level distribution model. Okay, maybe you have a very big central warehouse, but if you have other warehouses which are closer to the markets, then those warehouses need to be cognizant of the fact that they need to have a separate GST registration. Okay. Now, before I close in the next 5 to 10 minutes and leave it to the audience for any questions that they may have, I just want to touch upon some aspects related to my own experience on people management and skilling. Now, increasingly, all of you will be doing this. I have been a part of many projects that dealt with a lot of change management. Okay, and my sense is simple. Two senses that you will all agree on this. It starts with the last person on the floor, on the shop floor. Who is the person who is doing receiving? Who is putting away the item? Who is handling the order? Who is doing the inventory count? Those are the people who are impacted by any technological or any new system tool that is brought into a company or a firm, irrespective of the size and complexity, irrespective of the sector. Okay, I still try to do this. Okay, there is no shortcut to Gemba and to training people on the floor and trying to tell them what is going to change in your life from tomorrow after this implementation. Okay, how are you going to grow as a person, as a professional? How is life going to become easier for you, more efficient for you? So more than the presentations that start from the boardrooms and lot of slides lie in the regional offices and other areas, the real activity is happening on the floor of the warehouse or the distribution center, where daily receiving, importing, exporting, inventory counting, okay, inspection, okay, put away, etc. is happening. So okay, and I'm sure you all agree with this. I mean, there's no debating this. This is just a humble point that I wanted to reiterate and make again, is that the last person in the delivery chain downstream is the person who is going to be impacted most by any digital or any software or any tool based intervention, and therefore he needs to be kept at the center of every discussion. Which is why in some other forums I've also told, when we talk about sales and operations planning and sales and operations execution that I've been a part of over these years, generally you have manufacturing, you have commercial, you have operations, you have the demand and supply planners in the room with finance and HR. Where is the logistics team? Where is the warehouse head? Where is the transportation head? They should be a part of S&OP meetings as well, and S&OE meetings as well, because they will be impacted by the throughput of inventory that is coming in and leaving their warehouse. At times they run out of space because something else has gone wrong somewhere. A wrong demand signal, a wrong supply, excess inventory, shortage of inventory will have an impact on space. They also need to plan. And therefore, when we talk about end-to-end supply chain planning and orchestration across the plan, source, make, deliver, return, enable scheme of things, the logistics team, the warehouse and transportation team should be a part of these meetings, because they should know in advance in the planning cycle what is going to come in, what is going to go out, so that he can do his resource planning, manpower planning, space planning, infrastructure planning, system planning. Okay, he can't do things out of thin air. And I have been a part of this throughout my life. I'm still grappling with this. Okay, as a consultant today, invariably in most industries, 20 to 25% of the sale will happen in the last 4 to 5 days. Now, this is something every industry is grappling with. Can we even it out? Can we put less pressure on our logistics and infrastructure team, okay, and our warehousing team in the last 3 4 days of the month? Heavy pressure on billing. Imagine the pressure on the resources, the team, the infrastructure, the vehicles, etc. Just imagine they are played 30th, 31st, oh, continuous billing. I respect it. Okay, sales has to grow, top line has to grow. We are here to support business. Okay, we are strategic contributors. We are no longer seen as a cost center. We are a profit center. I agree. But at the end of the day, please think that there has to be some sort of leveling of the load, whereby there is a consistent flow of orders, and in the last 3 to 4 days, the logistics team is able to handle operations smoothly. Okay, now this is again an open question, open debate to the audience. I'm sure you all have wonderful solutions for this, but the idea is, increasingly I see this as a huge problem and pain point even today across sectors. Okay, I worked and tried to help clients from different industries over these years, but the idea is that increasingly this becomes a topic. Sunil, first 15 20 days we do about 65 70 75%. The last 25 30% is typically channeled in the last 3 to 4 days. Now, how do we address this? This is another area where we need to look at the whole equation holistically, okay, from a people, process, system, infrastructure standpoint. Okay, now coming to infrastructure, I just told you earlier that increasing focus on world-class warehousing, on grade A warehousing, okay, increasing focus on using world-class material handling equipment, processes, infrastructure, and needless to say, world-class TMSs and WMSs also, which integrate very well with your existing systems. And there is some level of intelligence, visibility, and transparency which is required today. Now, you may be a startup, you may be a mid-sized company, but I think in the age that we live in the hyper-competitive, hyper-personalized customer service age that we live in, I think without having a decision support system or a tool, I think supply chain and logistics organization teams are going to find it extremely difficult to survive in this market. Okay, because your competitors are already a step ahead. They have invested in these tools, and these tools are enablers always, of course. And if your process is badly designed, you can't blame the tool. If you don't have a proper inventory policy, you can't blame the tool. If you don't have adequately trained staff, you can't blame the tool. The tool at best is going to work on the intelligence that we feed into it, right? So whether it is an IoT or IIoT, or you're going to go for an RPA, okay, or you're going to go for robotics, etc., it all depends on the intelligent application, okay, of these tools. Okay, so having said that, I just want to close by saying that at the end of the day, no matter what we do or any of the global trends developments which I shared with you, I think it all starts with the fact that we need to collaborate and we need to understand that we can't do everything on our own. Okay? There are experts out there. We need to collaborate and work with them, and we need to spend more time on the problem statement. What is the operational issue we are trying to solve? Tools are available. I'm telling you again and again. Plethora of tools are available. Okay, including through SCE, WMS, TMS, etc. Spend more time on focusing on the problem. Try to look at people, process, system, infrastructure aspects. What is special political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental. As logisticians, we are focus on the person who is doing the actual operating the truck or the driver. Now, India is talking about having AC cabins for all the truck and benefits, etc. We leave the discussion to a different day. But our honorable transport minister has told all in weights and dimensions to have air-conditioned cabins so that their life becomes easy. Imagine the life of, once again, like to close here. And my idea was order of the day, and I just hope that I could give you a broad flavor, okay, in terms of what Abdulji
Yeah.
and Praveen from the fruiSCE wonderful audience here. So over to you with this.
Yeah. So thank you. Very, very insightful
I
discussion.
will close my talk and thank you once again.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
are some questions popping up
Yeah.
because our team is the collecting some questions posted.
Sure.
Posted. So just I'll just take one by one.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So let me go. Uh, the question number one is, what is the advice for 3PL operators in India who would like to operate both warehousing and transportation together, especially how to close gaps in skills and technology? So, what is your advice?
I think there was a little
Voice break. Can I repeat? So, what is the advice? Can you hear me?
disturbance here in the audio. Could hear you, sir, but I think the network was a little patchy.
From my side, I think. Okay. Yeah.
May I kindly request you to repeat the question, sir? So could you please
Yeah. What is the advice for 3PL operators in
read
India?
the question again quickly, sir?
Yeah, yeah. The question is popped up. You can also see it. Mhm. Is it from my side? I don't know.
Oh, can I see it? There's some issue. I think I'm not able to see it. Messages from audience will display. I've opened the chat box. Is there any other
Yeah, I can. Yeah, can I read it? Can you hear me?
box that I need to open?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, sir. Yes, can you please
Okay. So what is the advice for 3PL operators in India
repeat the question? Yeah.
who would like to operate both warehousing and transportation together, especially how to close gaps in skills and technology?
Focus both on warehousing
Transportation.
as well as transportation. Yeah, I think in PL and 5PL operations. So most 3PLs are actually more towards offering the whole bouquet of services. Okay, so just like Amazon is doing, it's more like your delivery, transportation, storage, etc. is entirely being managed by Amazon services. So absolutely going in for this strategy, and you can definitely do that because I guess you will be able to rope in more clients. See, typically, strategically, they don't want to deal with multiple players. Now, if you can add that additional function, I think they'll be very happy and intrinsically, if you ask me, when I have worked with 3PL services, okay, right from order inflow to stock take to inventory management, to that strategy can be thought about, and definitely when we think of warehousing to transportation to packaging to reverse logistics, why not manage the RTO also? And there are clients and customers of all sizes who are waiting for these services. So I'm think of, and it is possible today because increasingly I have seen a lot of startups and other companies, and I possibly spread out the horizon and the umbrella. So to my mind, definitely it is something which is practical and
Yeah, can you hear me, sir, now? Can you pop up?
yes, sir, I can hear you. I just switched off my camera.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah. So in India, still multimodal logistics is not very popular. Can you explain how it will help to improve costs? How can the portals of government can help? This is a question one of the audience is asking.
Able to hear you.
Can you see the message on the screen?
So could you please repeat the question? Repeat on the chat.
Did you switch off video by any chance? Because we cannot see.
Because there is a why that is happening because my
Is it from Praveen? Is it from our side or from your side? Or?
local, this is fine. I think that maybe I'll take it up.
Okay. No problem. Yeah, no problem. Are you able to hear us?
Or offline, yeah, because
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll just try and yeah.
So it's a question about multimodal logistics. Okay, so how can multimodal logistics can help?
Okay. So today the simple point I was trying to make is if you have a very global, many companies today are not restricting themselves only to one mode of transport, different modes. That means now think of global players like or DHL, etc. Now today these are forwarders who are experts in multiple modes. Okay, so they can last mile. Now the idea is that suppose now, for example, now you work in the healthcare industry, where you're highly sensitive. You can't afford to go wrong.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, there's a patient waiting for an organ. There's a patient waiting that you have to focus more on the cold logistics, which I didn't touch upon, of course, but I'm glad you brought this question. Okay, sub-zero temperatures. And where we are talking about vaccines, injectables, you are going to use a combination of road, air, and road. But there are companies who are trying to look at the focus should be on saving time. On saving back 2 more modes, is it going to increase my cost? No, we'll have to analyze. The idea is the cost versus service conundrum will always exist. But I gave you a classic example. Increasingly, you have to always focus on having a very reliable air transportation service, which is multimodal. So therefore, try to think practical use cases where there is a necessity, because there are delays, you're exceeding your planned lead time. That is when you will look at multimodal to offer excellent services, not only in one particular mode, but across to discuss the scope and to see what is exactly going to be the impact on your cost and service. But again, the idea is it's a function of your volume of your throughput, okay, of your service lead times, of where your customer have a pilot. See, unless we try and burn our fingers, we'll never know. I have burnt my fingers. Yes, sir. Over to you. We have 5 minutes.
Perfect. So, yep. So there is one question. So about the technology, how AI and IoT technology can help warehousing and transportation companies. Okay. So what are the prerequisites for them to follow?
Yes. Now today are being used.
Yeah. How AI and IoT technology
Now,
can.
to give you specific examples, so these applications are interspersed and embedded in today the way you used to do your route planning or load optimization, or the now increasingly if you go for any top class, top of the line, you will notice that there are embedded algorithms and intelligence. But what is happening at the back end is that there are intelligent systems which are taking into account. Today there are smart pricing engines. To give you an example, now today you want, I would say, freight forwarding companies and so many sea freight transporters. Now the thing is, today for a particular lane, say for example, you want to connect Asia, okay, from the port of discharge or port of loading to the port of delivery. What are the options that are available to you? What is the best? Today there are systems which are available which will help you to do the decision making. Is fed and variables are fed into these systems. These systems are capable to give you a. I'm not saying you follow the system output in toto. The idea is we should. I can tell you all your decisions with regard to incoming transportation planning, load planning, route planning, last mile distributions, okay, okay, and visual intelligence, okay, and all these, okay, you need to discuss and see, okay, what is happening to that algorithm, how does it work, what is the logic, how do I interpret that output. I think that is a sort of discussion that we as business logisticians actually translated into business goals and benefits. So that is how I will look at it. What is your pain point today? It is our ability to see that what is the tool that will, okay, the technology vendor or the software vendor. Okay, so that will be my.
Great. So any more questions? We have a couple of more minutes. Okay, it's about technology. Okay. So any final key takeaways, Sunilji, would you like to give like a top three key takeaways for logistics and warehousing companies or the practitioners? So,
Yeah, the
key
top
takeaways
three
from your side.
takeaways would be: first,
So,
focus on the
can you
person who
repeat? I think the voice got break. Okay.
voice. Okay, okay. So I'm saying we okay when it comes to loading, unloading, customer service, etc. And any tool cycle, there have to be lot of discussions and deliberations around this. Person in the chain has to be first trained, educated, and convinced. The shortcut today to communication and collaboration. We can't do it on our own. With a competitor or an external provider, the rest of it, if it has to be outsourced, please do it. There are plenty of experts out there with whom you can collaborate. Okay, so that you can focus more on your core. Certain parts of your logistics and warehouse operational streams.
Yeah. Sir, thank you very much, Sunil ji. I really like your advice that you cannot do everything on your own and you cannot do it everything alone. So there are plenty of experts available in the market. You collaborate with them to make sure that you add value to the client. Thereby, you can grow your business. And I really like what you said. I think that's fantastic thing. With that, we conclude the session. We had some audio issue from your side, Sunilji. I'm not sure it is from my side. But I request all the participants share your questions to Sunilji. Okay, so you can share directly to Sunilji or share to our team. Uh, yeah,
Yes, yes,
we'll
later on,
coordinate.
sir. I'll be very happy to
Yeah,
connect.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So we'll answer all the questions. We'll make sure that everything is your
This
answers get
knowledgeable audience. Thank you very much.
questions. Okay.
Thanks to Abdul ji, and thanks a lot to
Yeah. So thank you very much, Sunilji. We take a
Praveen
big
for
round of
coordinating.
applause.
I hope I said thank you.
Thank you, and have a good time. Take care. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Sunilji for a very insightful lecture. I think we had a great session. So there was some technical issue. So post your questions. We make sure that your questions get answered. So with that, let us move forward. Uh, so our next topic is actually we supposed to have a session from Sachin Bajaj, but he is very sick, so he could not join us. So we just reschedule our program, digitization of warehousing and transportation. Okay, so I will do talk about that. So brief introduction. Those who are joining for this session, I'm Sheikh Abdul Khader, CEO of Data Labs India. So I give like a high-level briefing on digitization of warehousing and the transportation for the next 40 minutes, and we also take up some questions. So I'll just share my screen. So let me share my screen to give some. mm, I'll just share maybe entire screen. Okay. And Praveen, if there is any questions, please let me know. So if you are able to see my screen, okay. Uh, so how can I? So is that okay? The screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It's now
Anybody
good.
can. Okay, thank you very much. So let me. We have one more 1 hour session now. So we talk about digitization of warehousing and transportation operations. So fruiSCE is a sponsor, the fruition of supply chain excellence, both warehouse management system and transportation management system. A quick introduction from my side is we have the fruition and fruit strategy solutions. We also help manufacturing, supply chain, and logistic companies for both strategy and operational excellence. Okay. So let us quickly do. So basically, this is what we do. We have a business growth theme where we help them to help organizations to formulate and execute strategies. And we have a manufacturing excellence team where we would like to help manufacturing organizations to achieve excellence and as a complete end-to-end manufacturing excellence, along with the IT and OT integrations. So we have a warehousing and logistics team where we can automate complete end-to-end operations of warehousing, transportation, fleet management, global trade management, and also a control tower. So we do a handful of services to support implement these tools, along with our some EPM services what we have. Okay. So let us talk about warehouse management first, which is which is very important part of supply chain. So warehouse management, just for some audience who are very new to warehousing kind of thing, I will give a very quick briefing about this. Is so there are set of processes for warehouse management, which includes your purchase order process, your receiving through the goods receipt note kind of thing. So put away process means the received material you can keep it in appropriate locations. Okay. Then you have internal warehouse processes like moving from inventory from one location to another location internally or from the warehouse to warehouse. Okay. So picking process. So against sales order or any other things. So you can pick the material, pack it, and deliver it. So pick, packing, and delivery. So these are some core processes of warehousing, and some enabling processes like repacking, value-added services, okay, and some technology enablers are there. So this will give you an idea about how the warehouse look like and how what are the core processes. Okay. There's some. This is a process flow. Just to give you an introduction about this. So when you do the inbound of a particular warehouse against a purchase order, so you make goods receipt note, so you do the goods receiving. Okay. Then if there is a cross docking, directly it will go to the delivery. Or you do the quality and then put away to the appropriate locations. And then picking for the particular delivery, scanning, and then quality again if there is something, and advance shipment notification to your customers, and then printing invoices kind of thing. So this is a classical flow of any warehouse. There could be some special flows inside the warehouse, but this is the classical flow. And there could be integrations to make warehouse operations seamless. There could be integrations with ERP, transportation, manufacturing, execution, and etc. Okay. So I take it will be easy for me to explain digitization using our tool so that you get the big picture. Okay. So here the fruiSCE warehouse management system has three themes. One is the inbound part, so where we talk about all the receiving part, which is the material coming for a warehouse, whether it could be a manufacturing receiving or it could be a internal warehouse to warehouse receiving, or it is from the purchase receiving against from the supplier, whatever. Okay, or it could be sometimes you receive rejections or maybe returns also. Okay, so all those things will come. There are tools which can be enabled for this, like advanced shipment notifications, electronic data interchange kind of thing. So this is the inbound process, and we have outbound process like delivery to the customers, picking the material from the right locations and then delivering to them, kind of thing. So, and then if you are a 3PL operators, the billing of your warehouse and operations is one of the very important process. It will be based on your space. It will be space utilization or volumetric or maybe allocated space or items or whatever. Okay. Then one of the most important process is inventory management. So how you manage inventory in our warehouse? So you need to move inventory from one location to another location within the warehouse, or maybe one warehouse to another warehouse. So this is one of the critical area for this process to optimize. So we have like internal inventory the transactions. Okay. So there will be value-added services also, and then dock and ad management, ABC analysis, cycle counting, all those things, whatever required to optimize your inventory is here. Okay. Okay. And then there are some special requirements like using the technology like IoT, barcoding, your IoT and barcoding to speed up your process, especially in the distribution centers or in retail. We can use RFID tags to read complete GRN or delivery note. Okay, and then of course, uh, whatever we talk now, technology, without talking AI, it is not complete. So AI models help warehousing and transportation operations very heavily. And then I'll just try to cover up this little. So when you do this, I'll just take up through you a demo. Let me see if I can log in. Okay, so I'll stop screen share for a while, and then I'll just open. How can I see that? Okay, so let me open a warehouse management system. So that let me just I will share the screen. Give me 1 minute. Okay. So let me share my screen again. Uh, I hope you are able to see. Please confirm if you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Actually, if any problem with the screen, please just let me know. Okay. Okay. So here we are talking about warehouse management system. So when you log in into a warehouse management system, usually any warehouse management system. Currently, I'm giving an example of fruiSCE warehouse management system. Okay. You see here, when you see what is happening inside the organization, you can see in the warehouse, you can see the notifications, you can see you can see the location wise, zone wise, the scenario, what is happening, how many completed or not something. So earlier I talked about three themes. What one is inbound, outbound, and inventory. You see the same thing here: inbound, outbound, and inventory. Okay, so let me start with one or two dashboards. Okay, so let me start with one or two dashboards. Uh, so the dashboards will tell you. I think you are able to see the dashboards, right, Praveen? Just stay with me. Okay. Okay. Uh, so these dashboards will tell you about what is happening without looking into your records or paper or something, Excel or something. You can see everything going on in the company online at any time. You can see it. You can also you can see whatever happening inside the warehouse. Okay. So there are plenty of dashboards like inventory dashboards, space utilization, so inbound operations, outbound, blah blah. Okay. So this is, for example, if you would like to see, you have a 57 sales orders due. So you can just put a completed on how many likewise. Okay. So I will come back to dashboards later. Okay. So let me explain about the overall warehouse processes. Like when you talk about warehouse inbound process, so we have a purchase order, the goods receipt note, so goods receiving process, the put away process. Just to give you, put away process means you receive material and then you keep this material appropriately in the right location. So this is where AI plays a key role. Based on the put away strategies, system will recommend you where to keep. You don't have to fix them even the locations. Okay. The system will recommend you, and you just follow the system. You will be able to optimize your warehouse volume, space, and also speed. Okay. So likewise, inward checklist, a purchase request in case if you are making a purchase order based on a purchase request, you can do, and then cross docking and sales returns. Okay. So there is a damage stock also. You can manage it. I'll just take one by one. Okay, very quickly. So when you do the inbound process, okay, so it all starts with the purchase order. Okay, so I'll just take step by step very quickly. So you have purchase orders. Okay, so for example, if you want to have a purchase order, okay, so you can have very clearly can manually create purchase order, or you can import it, or you can integrate it with any ERP or any other system. So you create purchase orders, and it is very user friendly and it's very easy to use it. Okay, and you can have a different type of units, different type of storage units like packs of different units. Okay, bulk, break, liquids, everything. Okay. So this is how the inbound process purchase order can be done. And then you do the goods receipt. In the goods receipt, primarily, you here it's a challenge is you also have a gate entry. So in the gate entry, the system help you to integrate with even CC camera. So what happens is, in the gate, the user, the security guard will be there. Our CC camera will record the vehicle, record the number, and then make sure that his Aadhaar or any other identity card can be screened, even including the bill of lading. So those will be registered, okay, in the system, and then this will help us to help the gatekeeper or the security to leave the vehicle inside, and then further goods receipt. So those all processes are already automated. Okay, then you can do the goods receiving part. So in the goods receiving part, you make sure that everything is done properly, and here the technology plays a key role. So the barcoding and other things, you can just scan it, okay, and then make receiving. In case if you have a partnership with your if he is giving the complete like a license plate number, you can scan it and completely do it, or you can import it also from Excel, or you can, in case of e-commerce, it can be integrated directly to the portal. Okay, likewise. So what you do here is you do the inbound goods receipt part. The put away is very important. Okay, so in the put away process, what happens is, okay, so put away process, if you do it properly, okay, so you can take and do the put away. One second, let me take one order which is as interest. So let me see if I can show some data. Yeah, one second. Okay, so I'm just trying to show one or two orders, which is maybe it is completed and data we already done. Okay. Anyways, it's not coming. So in this put away process, what is happening is, so you get the material, and then you allocate appropriate time, space to go to the locations. You can do this from scratch, and it's very easy. You can just start and complete kind of thing. Okay, and you can do the inward checklists, and then you can also do the purchase request. So inward checklist means you can just make sure that you have all the products received properly, and then sign it in case if it is a digital signature or whatever. So you can do that, like verified by supervisor. You can do that the moment you select invoice date kind of thing, so you can write it properly, and then you can do the verification. You can just, so if you give an order or something, so you can just filter it out. Okay, so you can filter out if they have something here. So likewise, we can just do it and then make a signature of this. Okay. So this is how the inbound process will, and even the cross docking. Cross docking means basically when you have a warehouse and you have incoming shipments, and then you have outgoing shipments. You can just cross dock. So instead of taking the material to your warehouse, you can directly pull them to sub vendor, and then but it will happen without receiving the material within the warehouse. But what happens is it will directly send it, but the records purpose it will be recorded so that you can always do the you can always do that. If there is any data orders available for cross docking, it will pop up here. Okay, and then for them against that you can map. Okay, that's how the inbound process works. Okay, so please post any questions if there is something. Like what we have seen, you can also see the outbound process, which is very very important. The outbound process includes like a sales order or a manufacturing order or whatever. So this is very, very important that we know the delivery orders basically. Okay. So if you have a delivery order, okay, so there are sequence of steps which I will not be covering it in this session, but you can just you can also scan it. You don't have to enter it anything. You can scan it. Everything is both manual and scanning optimized. So you can just scan it and look into it. So you have a sales order you can deliver against that. So you created a sales order, then you have a picking. So one of the most important process in warehousing is the picking process. This is where you have a lot of time it takes. Okay, it takes a lot of time, especially if you have the picking of a lot of materials against one goods delivery note or kind of thing. It's very very important process where you lose a lot of time. Okay, so in the picking process, the system will help you to scan it properly and then scan both product and also location, so the user is not allowed to make any mistakes. Okay, this is how the system will support, and then you do the picking part. Okay, and the system will do picking by picking strategy. Okay, so picking means system will recommend you the list. So, like, it will recommend you what to pick. Like you see here in this case, you know, you have a product ID, you see the sales order, picking list number, kind of thing. So it will give you the complete list. See here from where you need to pick. Okay, so you hear zone 5, rack 1. This is the column name. So exactly, it will pick, and then you just all you need to do is you just click on it, include it, and then just start and end. So the picking process will be very handy. And how the user will do, I will show you in the workforce. Okay, but the end user, how it will do. So that's how the outbound process picking works. Then once you do the all picking process, you do the shipments. You collect all the shipments. You collect all the shipments together, and then you can combine them, pack it, and then you attach any document to that, and then deliver it. So likewise, the next step is the sales invoicing. Now here there are two invoicing: the product sales and the 3PL operations invoice. Both are possible in the system. You can do that. So the product sales is whatever you are doing sales. So you can create it. You can do the complete sales. You can add any additional charges. By default, the rates will be picked from the order or from any contract kind of thing. It will be like it will be printed. The invoice will be printed automatically. Everything in a proper format. The taxable invoice. So you can get that. Okay, and then you can also check whatever the terms and conditions if you want to include. So you can close the invoice, and it is also integrated with the portal. Okay, so that's how the invoicing and the gate out. So again, this is the gate out process is integrated to the CC camera, and make sure that the moment your truck go outside or as any vehicle go outside, it can be integrated. It can be recorded as a cross reference, the number plates and all, and then how much time the truck is staying inside. Also, one KPI you can always measure. Okay, so likewise you do the outbound process, and replenishment order means see basically in the warehouses what happens is it's a bulk storage in the form of pallets, and then there is a loose storage like by piece. Okay, piece wise storage where you open that packet and then keep it as a single pieces. Okay, Especially it is useful for each pick. So when your 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 storage unit consists like 100 pieces, and you have an order for 110, so 100 you take the bulk pick, okay, then you take the 10 from the loose pick. So to convert them from bulk to loose, it's a replenishment process. And then if you have a returns from purchasing, okay, from purchasing, I mean like so they're coming back, okay, so you have to send it back to the vendor supplier. So you can use this purchase returns also. Replacement order. Sometimes there is a mistake or whatever. So you send a replacement order. So you all this process automatically happens in the system. Okay, nothing manual. Okay, it's a paperless inventory operations. So the before that, okay, so I'll talk about the configuring the warehouse in a while. So outward checklist and then purchase returns. All those things will can take up. Now, I before I talk the inventory, so there is how you do the masters. So that is wonderful. So you create master data. I just I'll go here. There are plenty of masters available. Okay, so you create zones. Okay, there are plenty of master data available. Okay, so you can create like there are plenty of masters available. So there are plenty of like classifications, organization, a transporter, linking, bill of you name it. So based on the need, the configuration will take place. So the third theme is inventory. So in the inventory, it's very important that you manage your warehousing operations properly, completely, and successfully. Okay, and it is very important for every warehousing operator or warehousing manager. So transfer, so internal transfer from one location to another location within the transfer, and you don't have to enter it manually. All you need to do is you need to just take it and you scan it, and then you from which warehouse to which location, scan the product, scan the from location, scan to location, it will transfer automatically, kind of thing. So you have a cycle counting, it's a physical inventory. So you can conduct physical inventory periodically by zone, by product group, or maybe by customer, especially if the 3PL is there. So it all depends on the customer. Okay, so you can do the cycle counting based on the customer. Okay, and you have like a inventory adjustments, like especially when you are doing stock quoting, there is a discrepancy. You want to adjust it or whatever, and you want to do some kind of inventory adjustments with a reason code properly, that can be done. ABC analysis is there. This is very important that in any of the warehousing. So you do, for example, let me do it for you. Okay. Uh, Okay, so let me do it for you. Let us see. I generate ABC analysis. This is fantastic, smart system where you can do ABC analysis by product group, or and also by product category. So you know exactly what are the products you have by day, and then you can see how the things are going on. So you can see all the products, the usage by usage, and then you can see what products belongs to what category. And then it's not only one level ABC analysis. You can also do XYZ analysis, like based on XYZ as another. You can just embed another categorization over ABC, like vital, critical, and desired kind of thing. Those you can combine these two and do the ABC classification. ABC classification is very important. And aging almost always is aging report is one of the most important report. So in the aging, you do what you do is basically how long is your inventory staying in your warehouse without moving. It's very very important. So you can do the aging report. Everything is done automatically. That's the beauty of it. So uh, for example, if you have, um, then you can. I don't know whether you have something. So you can purchase. So you can just generate it. You can see it like aging. So this is the product. Okay, so you can see the classification, and also it is more than 20 days. All those things will be done. Very nice, very important for the, especially when you are talking about the food sector kind of thing. So warehouse transfer. So within the warehouse transfer, from you can transfer it, and then from one warehouse to another warehouse is one of the very important. If you see here, uh, so it's very important that it's a two warehouse and destination warehouse. You select it by default. The solution supports the multi warehouse. You can select it, and then you also have a organization, multi organization. So it's a multi organization, multi warehouse warehouse management. So you can see the destination. So you can select it, and then you can create an order. So okay, so then you can create definite the orders for the any multi transfer orders. So you can create it, and also uh, so you can see whatever is, you can see it here. This is the destination warehouse. Okay, so if you have a super admin, you can see it. Let me see if it is approved. Okay, maybe I can see this. I can show this. Likewise, so this is how the full cycle is shown. Okay, likewise. So this is like a, you have a warehouse transfers, inventory issues for production basically. So when you have a warehouse management system is used in combination with manufacturing execution system or ERP. So the issue inventory will do it for you. So it will completely even it can be used a regular production issue, or it can be black flush, or it can be combination of those two. Okay, so that's how the inventory. So now we talk about inbound, we talk about outbound, and we talk about inventory. So the complete core process. Now, here there are something just to make sure that your system supports all your operations. The planning part, the inbound planning and outbound planning. That means, see, if you know, if you have the visibility of inbound for 1 week, 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever. So what are the resources you need? What are the manpower you need? What are how many forklifts you need? How many shifts you need? All those things can be planned very nicely. It is very, very important that you have a complete visibility of your inbound shipments. Then accordingly you can make it. So likewise, you can do the planning for inbound. Okay, and then you also can do the outbound planning. So you have that orders scheduled for the next 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. You don't have to do it on a ad hoc basis, in a firefighting basis. You can always do a planning for that, and then you select the right people and put the right people in the shifts based on the urgency, what are the resources required, equipments, kind of thing. So this is how you do the planning. Okay. Now you have a workforce which is very important. Now, when you one of the most important is when especially for 3PL operators mid-size, managing the people on time is one of the most important part. So what you do is you allocate them, you measure their tasks. When they log in from their user, so they only see what is remaining. Like if you see employee tasks, so like this is the screen they see it. Now in this, when they log in, you can see how many putaways are pending for me. You can see that I have something here on loading and unloading. If I click here, I can see the list here. Okay, now this is my list. If I am in a user, this is the list. So what I do, if there is a product picture, you can see the picture here. All I will do is I will just start and complete it. That means loading and unloading, I just start, and this will be done in the tool. Okay, and also in the tablet, whatever you are doing, you can do that. Okay, likewise, loading, unloading. There are, so all these employee processes with that exact timestamps of people is recorded automatically. So this tells you where you have inefficiency, where you have a problem, where the overall process is slowing down. So you can do some study, and then you can also plan for improvements. So that's how it happens in the warehouse. Okay, and it's one of the most important. And then you can see the employee performance periodically by selecting any particular employee kind of thing. I don't know whether if it is give me something, assign something. Okay, so let me see if there is something. Okay, so you can select the dates. Okay, now I'm selecting which today's date. Maybe there is no operation today. Okay, so I'll just filter it out. Something will come. Okay, now this person does not have. Okay, so let me go back one more time and try to do it. Okay, so if there is something, okay, likewise, you see, thank you. So it comes like that. So this is a complete performance management of individual. Okay, everything timestamps are recorded. So time and motion study is embedded in the warehousing operations. Okay. So now we talk about inbound, outbound inventory planning and workforce billing. So billing is very important. Billing is very important process where, sorry, I'm not able to get it here. Something space utilization. Okay. So billing is especially important for 3PL operators. 3PL billing is done here. Billing can be done through storage space, daily consumption, volumetric, or space allocated, whatever you talk about. So there is a complete billing process. Any 3PL operator can do it. And also this is directly linked to our transportation condition. I'll talk you about that topic in a while. Okay, so building can be done. Space utilization, you can see what is the space, how it is used, how it can be, its complete calculation can be automated. Like space utilization building. So if you want to do the building by only space utilization, that also can be done. And then you have a value-added services like packing, repacking, co-packing, labeling. So this could be part of your warehouse operations, especially when you're talking about 3PL. So it's very important process which all are done properly. Now, when in advanced, the quality inspections can be done for incoming and outgoing asset management, the barcoding, IoT integrations. Okay, barcoding is a part of every operation. You can do that. So when you talk about the integration, okay, when you talk about the integration, and the system can be integrated seamlessly from your manufacturing, from your fleet and transportation, maybe an SAP or another strategy tool or whatever. So you can do that complete integration for your warehouse management, and then you do. Now I'll just come back to one important part. So I am showing you visually a layout. Okay. So visual layout is one of the most important part in the warehousing in the layout. See, now this is the top view of your warehouse. You can manage actually everything from this screen. Okay, so you have a screen like this. You can see the zones, you can see, and then you can see this blue is the inventory is present. Now, if you want to search by any product, okay, for example, see if this product I want to search, where is it? Okay, it will tell you which locations present. You don't have to ask anybody. Directly, you can go there and pick this material. Now, I'll tell you in this, I'll just click on it. Okay, you see here, so there are other items also present, but you can see this item. And let me check this. Okay, see here. So there are different items are present, and for this, how much is present, how much is the total, everything. Likewise, in this screen, you can select by customer, you can select by packing, you can do the inventory adjustments, you can also complete inbound and outbound processes from here. Everything. This is one screen is enough for you as a manager to manage your entire warehouse operations and supervise from wherever location you are. Okay, so this is one of the very important thing, and then you can also configure your warehouse from here. So this is warehouse management system concepts. Okay, so there are plenty of dashboards available, and it is a multilingual, so it supports multi-language, and all these color combinations are self-driven. So you can choose your own color combinations and other things and save it. The user will be created based on that. So I think this is one of the most important session for as far as the warehousing is concerned. Let me stop screen sharing. Okay, so let me go back to since I stop it. Uh, so I also would like to open. Uh, I'll keep good. warehouse management, fleet management system also. Now let me just go back to where is it? Where I am now. Okay, so where is the history? Okay, I'm here. Okay, so I'm just share my screen once again. I'll share entire screen at this moment. Okay. So if I are able to see this, now let me talk about. I will just skip some of them and talk about warehouse management system. If you are able to see the full screen of transportation and fleet management, just let me know. Okay, so we have key industry challenges. Praveen, if you are able to see the,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are
thank
visible.
you. So there are, say, transportation is again very not well organized industry segment. So this is very important, and also it's very challenging. Okay, so what we do here is the transportation and fleet complete end-to-end fleet and transportation management is covered in fruiSCE. Everything what you need it. Okay, so right from load, let me select an highlighter. So load and order management, the trip management, vehicle, driver, fuel, tenders and rates, maintenance. Okay, the inventory management, and then the statutory, the billing part, the incidents and claims, the performance, the IoT integrations, and the process mining to optimize your processes, the integrations, and also some ERP integrations. So complete thing is done. So now I would like to take up. Let me know if I am able to show my screen. Okay. Yeah, if you are able to see my screen, please let me know. Are you able to see fleet management screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So now here it's very important that I'll just take you through fleet operations in next maybe 10 minutes. So fleet management is basically, what after you configure the load management, you can manage all your loads. Okay, so all your loads you can see, you can create loads. Basically, you can see any material which you want to transfer from A to B is your load. Okay, so one truck can carry one load or multiple loads based on your type of transportation requirement. So you create loads, and then there is a flexible way to create loads. Just to go back again, back to summary, you can see the stepper. Okay, so if I see the stepper, what happens is, so you can see the load creation. You create all the requirements. Okay, if you have a contract, you can select the contract. You can create directly load, and then you can have a LR and CA LR. Okay, numbers you can attach it. So, and then you can also do shipper instructions, driver instructions, and customer instructions, and signatures also, digital signatures you can do. You can invoice documents. But here one of the most important point is you create all the loads, okay, based on the need, and then you allocate the vehicle. You do the vehicle planning. Okay, so you allocate all the vehicles to create a trip. So that's how the process happens. So when you create a trip, okay, so then the trip management is one of the most important part. So it could be a milk run, it could be a complete A to B, or whatever kind of transportation you do it, you can do it from here. Okay, so there are multiple steps. Most of the steps are automatic. Okay, and these steps you are optional. You can keep them based on your need. Okay, so trip summary. If you see the trip summary, it will tell you, okay, from which location it will go, which, and then you can allocate the resources, the equipments, kind of thing, the people, driver. You can manually allocate it also. So what is the occupancy kind of thing? So you can do that in allocation. The route. So you have a route management. So automatically by default the route will be selected, and in case you want to drag and change it for another route, all you need to do is you need to change that and then save it. Then it will go to the appropriate manager to approve it. Then this will be going. It will be shared to a driver, for the confirmation. So the moment he confirms from his interface, user interface, it will be confirmed, and then he can do the job. Okay, he can take it up. Likewise, the confirmations. Okay, so the confirmation will take up. So whoever is handling this final. Okay, and then if you want to pay some advance money to a driver, in case he want to carry cash or something, so you can do that all through here. Okay, and then trip sheet. This is important, for the drivers. There is a trip sheet. So what happens in this drivers in this, I don't see any order here, but the trip sheets will be there. You can operate it. Okay, so you can consolidate all your expenses in this. Whoever is doing it, so you can do that. Settlement, you can settle advance versus actual consumption, actual expenses. You can settle the bills. This is one of the pain area where you have to. There will be a lot of interactions from the users. All documents is very important. So all the documents required, you can scan it and upload it here. Okay, by the trip ID number, you can scan it. All these things will be happening in the mobile application as well. Shipments execution means finally when you do that, okay, when you complete the transactions, you can hand it over vehicle, okay, properly by taking pictures, okay, and then you have completed the job. So make sure that everything is done. So these are all the optional steps which you can have. So this is a part of trip management. Now in the vehicle, so if you have a phone fleet or a third party, you can handle both. So if you have a vehicle management, so if you have a own fleet, one of the most important part is which vehicle is available. Is it statutorily okay or not, or something is going for maintenance? Okay, what is it? Do you have any accident claims or insurance claims? So is it trip? So you can see here. So there is a stepper for vehicle. So vehicle status can be seen seamlessly online. So it is very important that you have a good visibility of your assets. Okay. So likewise, you can see vehicle availability. You can at any given point of time, you can select, and then you can also buy a owner. So even if you have a leased vehicles, open market, or your own vehicles, you can see what is your vehicle availability in this. Okay, likewise, you have this is very important. At any given time, you don't need to call somebody and ask. Based on if somebody is there on the trip, it will be recorded, so you know exactly what are the vehicles available, kind of thing. Vehicle planning, I just said. Okay, odometer, this will be integrated with the odometer, and also fuel sensors and GPS. So based on the your investment in the hardware, so it can be integrated directly. The data will come to the fruiSCE transportation and fleet management, and you can manage and you can also do alerts here. So in case you have some constraints or conditions you want to put an odometer or GPS or a fuel sensors, you can do that. Okay, so you can add a GPS driver. Driver management is very important. So you can have all the resources. You can see when you see the drivers, you can see their list. Okay, from where he has a license number, you can have a statutory, so valid license, everything. Okay, behavior when he is driving, you can have a toll free number on the back side of your vehicle. If somebody call, our AI engine will answer it, record it properly, and then update the behavior. Okay, and if the driver is in the trip, so automatically he can see his status in the trip, kind of thing. Okay, so likewise, so co-drivers we call sometimes cleaners or something, so we can do that. Okay, so okay. So you have a fuel. So in the fuel, basically, it's very important. It's very expensive. You can have a fuel sensors connected to it, and then you can have the history of the fuel details. Fuel slips can be generated. Okay, you can also uh, assign vehicles to the fuels. Very very detailed fuel management. Okay, fuel monitoring. You can have a fuel monitoring, and this is integration. The moment we have into the real-time integration, you get into the fuel management. Maintenance, asset management, like you have tires, you have vehicles, you have everything. So it's two ways. One is the predictive maintenance, another is the regular maintenance of work orders. So you can create a maintenance order process, okay, and then you can create. There is a step-by-step process for the maintenance. You give them again. It will go to the workshop, create a work order completion, test drive. So all those things can be completed for a particular vehicle. So you can do that. Okay. And then once the complete maintenance part is there, you can also there is an inventory part for this for the spare parts and other things. So you can schedule, you can plan. Okay, so you can do the work order closure, the step by step. You can see what is going on your work orders. Okay. So inventory management here, this is where your spare parts primarily. You can directly take. You can have a purchase orders, the goods receipt, complete inventory management of your uh, the spare parts. So this is you manage all your spare parts. You can see including cycle counting everything. I send it a brief in the warehouse management. You know, so almost all the processes are there. So you can do the cycle counting processes also in this. Okay, so complete inventory processes like goods receipt, inventory transactions history, inventory transfers, adjustments. Even you can do the cycle counting, okay, purchase request. All the processes which are required to complete your inventory processes as part of the fleet and transportation is here. Incidents and claims, basically, you talk about the any accident or any incident or any breakdown, you record it, and then you can claim insurance or maybe replacement vehicles kind of thing. You can always maintain that. Okay, even the system will do the automatic follow up also based on the need. Okay, so this is a very detailed way to maintain incidents and claims. Then we have a financials and statutory where this is a very important the financials. So before financials, when I talk about statutory here, so you put up all your statutory requirements here in this. So what you do is you can create like for vehicle statutory, or driver, cleaner, or co-driver, any other statutory you can keep it. So you can monitor it automatically. Okay. So in case, okay, if you have any problem in this, you can also import export kind of thing in the statutory. You can also do that. So when it comes to finance, so you see both if you have your own fleet, you can do that. If you have a third party, you can hire from the market. So you can buy or lease the services from the third party vehicle providers, and then you can just put it. And then you can also have a profitability. You can have a P&L by vehicle. So you can do that. So likewise, you can create a customer order, you can create invoicing of all types, for example. So invoicing is very, very robust. So you can do the invoicing part very nicely. And then you can also payments. So you can integrate the payment gateways also in case if you want to do that. Okay. So as a receipt of payments can be recorded, kind of thing. Okay, so vendor also vendor orders, you can create that and then invoicing it. So both your customers and then vendors. And then these you can also do the profitability. There are plenty of reports available to do that profitability kind of thing. Okay, so there are plenty of reports which can be which can be done, and it is integrated to your warehousing and other things. So there are plenty of reports available. So you can see inventory consumption kind of thing. So you can do that vehicle availability kind of thing. So you have a dashboards, plenty of dashboards. You can by vehicle analytics, trips. Okay, so you name it, everything is available. And there is a one fantastic way to manage this is the quick access. Quick access is a process where you can do everything from one location. Okay, if you are an operations manager, you can create purchase order, you can create load, you can create trucks, trips, and then you can create invoice, maintenance. Everything can be completed in one scale. You don't have to look. So this is if you are very familiar with the processes. So from one screen, you can do everything. Okay, so that's how the process will be happening. Okay, and then it's a quick access today's tasks, so you can assign what are the tasks pending, and then it's a multi-language, so it support all the languages whatever you name it, and there are plenty of help files available. So in each screen there are plenty of available. For example, if you are going to the driver, I hope you have here. Okay, so there is a help file, and then there are portals, and then you have a user profiles kind of thing. And this is there are other things enablers like AI, like container optimization, route optimization, inventory optimization, all are like enablers for this. So so I think this is the of presentation for, and there are some benefits of fleet and transportation management. Okay, so I would like to all these businesses, in case if you have a very good warehousing and transportation business, this can be completely done also through a solution called fruiSCE. The fruiSCE will help you to grow business. Basically, you can do the you can. I will be talking more about this in the evening one time. So plan and goal setting. You can have an organizational alignment and execution. So this is how you do that. So I think this is primarily. I'll just stop screen sharing and then come back to where I am here. Okay. So so this is a session for a second session today. We have 4 or 5 minutes. So one of the most important thing what a warehousing and third party logistic providers or any other company who operates warehousing and transportation, one of the most important thing is, if you want to really use artificial intelligence to empower your organizations, you need to first of all establish a system of operations. So that is, your ERP is not enough. ERP will do some part of it. In case we also have ERP, but ERP will do. But having a vertical solution like for warehouse operations and transportation management will help you to get ready for next generation operations, to use AI and also IoT heavily to maximize your profitabilities and get ready for next generation. If you want to really compete globally with especially like China or any other countries, establishing robust processes in warehousing and transportation is not an option; it's a mandate. Okay. So I take this as an opportunity to conclude the session. If you have any questions, please post it. Okay, and I will be available throughout the session and also post the session. Let me know. You can write it to me. I'm anyway moderating the show, so I will be available to support you to answer any of your questions. So thank you very much. We have 2 more minutes. Uh, I would like to say that all these warehousing and transportation systems will have a mobile applications or tablets, so they are very well integrated with any other technology, and also it will help you to identify your KPIs and report your KPIs properly to manage your processes. Okay, so that's how the thing will happen, and I hope I have covered everything. As per the people, it's a user friendly. The technology is the new technology, uh, very advanced technology. So and this technology is going to stay for next 10, 15 years. So it's easy. So it's not an obsolete technology or kind of thing. It's a new technology. So where you can rely on. So with that, I try to conclude the session. Um, and then please post your questions. We have 1 or 2 minutes left now. I will be happy to take up questions, and we would like to do the next. So just to give you a summary of what happened so far about this workshop, we have few more sessions to go today. Like we have 6 more sessions. This next session is from Shankaran, role of warehousing in driving business excellence. Then followed by Alexander Borg, So managing logistics and disruptions in a volatile environment. Then afternoon 2 o'clock we talk about AI driven logistics by Suresh Kavali, and we have railway logistics from Distance. Then Rajesh Selvan will talk about 3PL and contract logistics. Excellent. And then we have a concluding session at the end. If one Prakash ji can manage, we talk about end-to-end freight management, and then we will talk about once again the strategy management, which is the business growth, the solution. Okay. So Praveen, if Shankaran ji is available, can we bring onto the stage?
Yes, sir. Just 2 minutes. He will join.
Okay, no problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the session, and stay tuned for a very interesting insights. Uh, Post your questions here into this, and all sessions will be videos will be shared in the LinkedIn for all the users. So you can share it with any of your colleagues and also your contacts. Okay. So yeah, just to keep you engaged. Uh, uh, so we had some glitch in the live streaming. So you can just go to the LinkedIn page and see the comments. You can see the YouTube live link, which is connected to this stream. Our streaming platform, what we are using it for today's session. Okay. So I'm just waiting for Shankaranji to join. So so if it's taking time, then I have to talk something about just to give you some glimpse what the Flu strategy, what the Supply Chain Excellence Summit is doing. It we have around 250 or 300 videos. When you see our channel, subscribe to our channel, Data Labs India channel, YouTube link, where you will find all the lectures given by experts. You have everything. Okay, you can filter it through summits wise, and then look into it. So fantastic opportunity to anyone who would like to listen to their favorite speaker and also and favorite topic. Okay. I just wait for a minute to join. Shankaran is joining, right?
Yes, sir. It is on.
So maybe we talk about Data Labs channel. So since it is taking a minute or two, so I would like to show you about our channel. So I'll just let me share my screen again. I'll share the entire screen. Okay. So here in the Data Labs India channel, we have videos. Okay, it's a fantastic type of videos, around 250 videos. All are our ex-speakers on a different topics. You can just look into it. So there are so many topics covered so far for last 2 years. Okay, so there are so many videos. You talk about business strategy, you talk about supply chain, manufacturing. So those who would like to understand more, so they can just look into it and select their favorite topic You can have your playlists also here. It's classified, categorized by strategy and warehousing, manufacturing. So you can do that. So you can also go to the live session where we talk about whatever is going on in this. Okay. So just you can subscribe and you can use this is to support you. Okay. So let's wait for Shankaran to join. Maybe I'll play a video of our warehouse management system. Maybe.
Hi, Mr. Abdul. Good afternoon. Hello,
Yeah.
can you hear
Good.
me?
Yeah. I can hear you. Since you're joining, I just was playing a video. Okay.
No. My bad. I thought it is 12 UAE time. I didn't realize it's India time.
Okay. I think there is some confusion. Okay. Sorry. Is it okay for you now? Yeah. Mhm.
I'm fine. I managed.
Okay. Thank you, Shankaranji. Uh, make sure, Praveen, you you at least
Yesterday, I tried to share the PowerPoint. It was not going through. So,
no problem. You can share now. Okay. So let me do the quick introduction. So we had a couple of sessions today in the morning. We just
okay.
completed the second session. So I would like to introduce Mr. Shankaran Padipurakal. Shankaran is a supply chain leader with more than 2 decades of experience in managing large end-to-end operations in UAE and other rest of the world. Expert in forecasting, procurement, warehousing, logistics, inventory optimization, and handling network of over 375 staff, 2,300 SKUs, and major freight volumes. So he is known for driving cost savings, process excellence, and high-performing teams with very strong expertise in ERP, S&OP, and strategic supply chain management. So now Shankaranji is talking about role of warehouse in driving business excellence. Thank you, Shankaranji, for joining the session today. Nice to see you again. So welcome to the show. Over to you.
All right. Uh, Thank you, Mr. Abdul, for the introduction. And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here this morning. And the topic being a very vast topic, I will restrict it to key areas with the limited time that we have. And I hope I'll be able to add value to you this morning. And let me share the file with you. Thank you. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see the screen.
All right. Great. So, as Mr. Abdullah introduced, the topic for this morning is role of warehouse in driving business excellence. See, I come from a school where I strongly believe uh, warehouse is the mirror of the organization. If you want to evaluate any business, you just step into the warehouse and see how the inventory is managed. If you look at the inventory accuracy, that is a simple, what do you call, reflection of the entire business. And the, what do you call, the role of warehouse has drastically changed. Now it has adapted a proactive approach. It's no longer a cost center. It is the warehouse that drives competitive advantage to any business. The contribution the warehouse makes for the businesses is across all the lines. It not only drives sales, it instills confidence in the sales team. When the sales team is assured of a certain service level, when they go and make a commitment to the customer and they know that the goods or services will be delivered to the customer on time in right quantity and quality, the confidence and the motivation level of the sales team goes to a different level, and they take pride in presenting the company to others. And this can come only when you have a strong process, and of course a foundation is the warehouse. If the warehouse is efficiently managed, it could be an in-house warehouse or a third party warehouse, but all that matters is how efficiently the warehouse is managed, how data is captured, how reliable the data is, and all this put together, it, what you call, contributes to the overall efficiency. Even the back end ERPs, if they have to function efficiently, you need to make sure the data that is coming from the warehouse is precise. And then your entire supply chain, whether it is the onward supply chain or the inward supply chain, if we capture the data in the warehouse precisely, it, the amount of what you call gains and benefits, the contribution you get from the warehouse is uh, um, exemplary. It certainly puts the business in a different class. For a simple illustration purpose, if, what you call, all the items in the warehouse, if the CBM is properly captured, you get to know exactly what is the volume for your outbound orders, and based on that you can, what you call, plan the distribution. If you are into distribution, you can utilize your fleet efficiently. You can also make sure the what you call, the routes are optimized, and you don't have dry runs or counterproductive. Even your returns will come down drastically. And we have cases where even the fuel consumption has dropped by 20%. So the benefits that you derive by planning and managing the warehouse efficiently are humongous, if I can say so. I'll eventually I will share some of the statistics also for you to understand what I'm trying to drive across. And again, the warehouse is foundation of supply chain reliability. For you to do your forecast planning, you need to have precise data coming from the warehouse. Only if your inventory is precise, you know what exactly is your current stock holding and what is required. And you can adapt proactive approach. You can eliminate surprises in your supply chain. And it also drives in reducing the cost. When I say cost, it's not necessarily the working capital. Even your opex will be controlled, because if you're managing efficiently, there's a lot of what you call counterproductive or unproductive work that is eliminated, which will eventually drive cost efficiencies. It will also improve the speed of operations, and you whatever information or efforts that you're putting will be accurate. Then finally, customer promise. So when you operate your warehouses properly, obviously your customers will have a wonderful experience. And I mean, company where I used to work earlier, they used to only showcase the warehouse to the customers or and principals, and that was more than enough for them to go and what you call pitch the business. They don't have to do any powerpoints or any other outdoor meetings or dinner sessions or lunch sessions. Just a visit to the warehouse was more than enough. And then once they come on board, the kind of support they get from the business ensures that the customer doesn't go anywhere. And not only that, they remain with the company and they refer the company to the third party. And when your customer refers you to a third party, that has a better credibility than your salesperson going and pitching on behalf of you. So these are some of the benefits that what you call warehouses drive. It's I mean, as I rightly mentioned earlier, it is no longer a liability. It is an asset for the business. It drives the business. So even when it comes to sustainability, if you are managing your warehouse efficiently, sustainability is a value addition. It is not a CSR. I mean, to illustrate things in a simple manner, I'll tell you what we have done in our previous stint. We had there are multiple areas where warehouses can contribute for sustainability. First, to start with, we had natural light inside the warehouse, so that eliminated electricity consumption during the daytime. And then also we had fully LED lights. So LED lights consume less energy compared to your regular other lights now, which is a norm everywhere. And then on top of it, we also had these sensors, so that if there is no activity, the lights turn off. And these are something normal which everybody does. But beyond that, we also have to look into the process. If you set up your process properly, then it eliminates a lot of unproductive work inside the warehouse, like the utilization of MHEs. When you operate in a VNA environment, when the machine goes into the aisles, we'll have to make sure it is utilized productively. So in the return trip, often I find most of the warehouses, the machines come back empty. But if you have an outbound, you can assign that job to the machine so that the return trip is also utilized. And likewise, if you monitor the battery performance and if you recharge your batteries regularly, your batteries also will last long. Your battery is a major cost when it comes to MHEs, and if you utilize them properly, they can stretch even beyond 7 years. Usually, the industry average is 4 years, but if you manage it properly, it can stretch beyond 7 years. Also, we have incidents where even after 8 years, the batteries are still in good condition. That's because they have been managed properly. That is one thing. Then again, how you set up your warehouse. See, warehouse is much beyond four walls and a roof on the top. We need to think beyond that. Most important is before you set up a warehouse, you need to have your rack layout first. Often people set up the civil structure and then do the racking later. Then you notice there's a lot of conflict between the racking and the civil infrastructure. ideally what we should be doing is, first you should know what is the right kind of storage solution for your business. And once, especially if you're going into a VNA, very narrow aisle arrangement, you have to make sure the floor is properly designed. You should avoid having joints in the aisles. All the joints should go under the racks so that you have clear aisles. Otherwise what happens is, in a VNA environment, if there is uh, what you call joint in the ale, over a period of time these joints given they deteriorate and they hamper the movement of the machine. Then your warehouse comes to a standstill. To avoid these kind of scenarios, what you're supposed to do is, you have to do your planning properly before setting up constructing the warehouse. If you're going for a VNA storage solution, please make sure your rack layout is finalized and then do the floor layout. The floor is the most important element when it comes to a VNA warehouse. So there you have to ensure the floor is properly designed, you don't have any joints in the aisles, and it's a smooth surface. Then comes your racks. They have to be properly engineered. If your racks are properly engineered, you can play with the weight, you can place the items as per your requirement. Otherwise, you will have to always focus on the CG, which is not the right center of gravity, which is not the right approach. If the racks are properly engineered, you can place the weight as per your requirement. And another thing is, when you're having a multi-storage warehouse, please make sure it's a gradual transition. We move from a dry environment to an ambient environment. Your dry environment could be anywhere above 30 to 40, 50 degrees Celsius. And then you move to an ambient where the temperature is in the range of 20. Then you move to 10 degrees where you do the loading, unloading for your cold stores. And from that, you move into the chiller. And from the chiller, you move into the freezer. Chiller temperature is 4 degrees, freezer is minus 20 degrees. So what happens is, it is a gradual transition. These are simple things which are often overlooked, and it leads to a lot of compromises. When you have this kind of arrangement, what happens is, it drives thermal efficiencies, your power consumption comes down drastically, and not only that, it is good for the people who work inside the warehouse because the body is not subjected to extreme transitions. It's a gradual transition. And then on top of it, we've also gone for solutions where we have high speed doors which are driven by sensors, and these sensors are sensitive only for machines. When a machine passes by, the door opens and then it closes instantly. That ensures that there is thermal efficiency and also energy efficiency inside the warehouse. And for people, you have these manual entry doors, so those are relatively small doors, and there's less thermal loss for the cold stores. And similarly, one more area where we should be looking at is the refrigeration plants. Now, it's almost everybody is slowly transitioning from the freon based refrigeration plants to ammonia. Ammonia is considered to be more eco-friendly and thermal efficient as well as energy efficient. And these are some of the what do you call developments that happen. And the most important element in driving efficiencies inside the warehouse is the process. And here, often I have noticed people go wrong. People think that if you approach an IT company, they do wonders for you, which is fundamentally a wrong approach. The business should take up ownership of the business. They should have a well defined process and then identify partners who have solutions that can replicate the process. And this is where often people go wrong. They expect the IT vendor to come with a magic wand and perform some kind of miracle. And this is where people usually end up burning their fingers and incurring huge financial losses. So, to eliminate all these things, it is most important that we, as a business owner, have clarity on the business process, and there's no harm in getting the process audited to make sure it is as per the industry standard and does make logic sense. and then replicate it into online. Once you have a well-defined process, when you say well-defined process, it has to fulfill the objectives of the business, and it should also be user friendly. You have to understand these what you call strength and weakness of your team, and set up processes they are comfortable with. This is again another, you may be having the best of processes, but if your team is not comfortable in what implementing the process, you will face challenges. Having said that, you also have to evaluate the quality of the team. If the team is good and it's just that they are what you call a little bit of fine tuning is required in their abilities, that you can certainly work on it. But if the team has genuine limitations, then you need to look at alternate solutions, because at the end of the day, it is the company what you call interests that is prime, and rest all are secondary. So we can't afford to have anything that is conflicting with new objectives or the business objectives. And then if you feel that your team is good enough and they're aligned with the business objectives and they can do justice to it, then you can work on the process and see how we can make it user friendly, and then roll it online. And when you have this and people have clarity on their roles and functions, it will be a easy walk. You will not have any problems. But if you don't have this right kind of skill set and process, then your what you call the so-called software solutions are only meant for glorifying purpose. They don't really solve your purpose or the business objectives. Any questions, please? Now we'll move on to the key roles of a modern warehouse. As I rightly mentioned, it's inventory accuracy and control. This is very important. So this ensures your working capital is properly managed. You maintain it at optimum levels. You don't overstock. When you overstock, you're not only burning your working capital, you're also ending up using more storage space, which is again added cost. And on the other hand, if you understock, you could be losing out on opportunities. So when you maintain the right kind of when you have precise data on the inventory, then what happens is your demand planning team will have a better control, and they can ensure the inventory levels are maintained at optimum levels and your working capital is used in the right manner. Next is your order fulfillment speed. Especially now we are moving into this quick commerce where deliveries happen under 10 minutes. So when you are going to those kind of scenarios, it is all the more important that you have to have your warehouses or stores managed in the most efficient manner. Only then you will be able to fulfill the orders within the standards SLAs that have been set for the business. Like now I am into quick commerce and we deliver within 10 minutes. And when we say 10 minutes, the time we have at a store level is just about 1 minute to 3 minutes based on the number of lines assigned to an order. If we do not fulfill the order within 60 seconds, if it takes 61 seconds, people are held accountable. That is the kind of what you call environment in which businesses are operating now. And when you have those kind of SLAs, you need to make sure you have the best process and best teams and the best infrastructure in place. And this is the direction in which industries are moving forward. And it makes it all the more important for the businesses to understand and appreciate the importance of a warehouse or a store in the business. And your space and resource optimization, this is what again I mentioned earlier also. Like if you have the right process in place, it will ensure you're holding the right amount of stock, and you also invest in the right resource, so you don't have to end up utilizing more space if it is in-house warehouse, or even if it is a third party warehouse. You when you what you call maintain your inventory at the optimum levels, you won't have to what do you call, incur additional cost. And similarly, your resource optimization. When I say resource, it could be space, it could be material handling equipment, as well as people. So all these things are driven by the efficiencies of the warehouse. Reverse logistics enablement also. See, when the orders are proper, when your warehouse is properly managed, your customer experience goes to a different level. And when the customers are happy, your reverse logistics also comes down drastically. Leave alone managing reverse logistics, the when the volume comes down drastically, that itself makes a big difference. And then managing it is not a big deal because you have the right system and process in place. And customer retention is what I've again told. So when the customer is given the right kind of service, they will always remain loyal to you. And strongly believe businesses always look at business interests rather than emotions. So if you are fulfilling the requirements of your client's business, regardless of your personal relationship, they will remain with you because that is the larger interest for both the parties. And it's not only that, they could also become your referrals. And when your customer become your referrals, it has more credibility than your salesperson going and talking on behalf of the company. Likewise, principal attraction. So when you manage your warehouse properly, you your other suppliers or vendors would be keen on partnering with you because you have robust systems and resources in place. And that will only help the business scale up and move forward. And sales increase, this eventually contributes to sales increase, because when you are having a very good service level with your customers, you would be referred and other customers also would prefer you. And the benefits that come out of it are there for everyone to see. How warehouses drive business KPIs. It's on time and full delivery. When you are managing your efficient orders warehouse properly, you can be assured of 100% on time and full deliveries. I have managed a fleet of 275 vehicles, and we used to cater across UAE in one of my previous assignments. And we had, because of some robust systems, actually we were pioneers at that time to what do you call, introduce Android based solutions in mobiles for distribution. And since we had some good systems and process in place, we were able to fulfill all our deliveries on time in full. And this was enabled because we had some good process and the resources, as well as what do you call, IT solutions. Then your order accuracy improvement. If the customer gets orders as per if the fulfillment is 100% and accurate, that again enhances the customer's experience. Shrinkage and damage reduction also is reduced drastically because you have visibility, you know where things are going wrong. And when you have the right process, as well as what you call rewards and recognition measures in place, you will notice drastic improvement in your shrinkage and damages in the warehouse. And I'm again reiterating working capital efficiencies. So at the end of the day, every business works around return on investment. If you ensure that the working capital that is going into the business is at optimum levels, that speaks for itself. We are driving the efficiencies. And I strongly believe the warehouse has a major role in enabling this. And here are some of the excellence enablers in warehouse operations: WMS and automations. Warehouse management system, for sure, as I told you, will enable the overall performance of the warehouse. But again, if the WMS has to deliver, first we need to have a clean process. We need to have the right kind of resources on board and infrastructure. And once when we have this, then identify the software which has these capabilities. And more important, please make sure the partner who's coming on board from the IT side or the vendor side has good functional expertise. They understand you talk the same language, and if then they can replicate the process. Life becomes easy, and it makes what you call your investment fruitful. Next is automation inside the warehouse. Now you have various kinds of automations, and please do not get carried away. Just because there is automation doesn't mean that you have to blindly go for it. Please do a cost benefit analysis. If it makes business sense, only then go for it. Like often people keeps talking about fully automated warehouses. Yeah, they sound very good, but often they do not make business sense also. Like in my previous case, we were operating an FMCG warehouse which was highly dynamic. And when you operate a warehouse which is highly dynamic, when I say dynamic, you have to pick by pallet, pick by carton, pick by piece, pick by outers, pick by weight. And these are things which are not enabled through fully automations. A fully automated environment works in homogeneous operations. When I say homogeneous operations, it has to be a uniform in and out. It could be a pallet in, pallet out, a carton in, carton out, or a piece in, and all of them should be identical. I have products which are 25 kilos in weight, or maybe almost half a CBM, and then you also have tiny products which are barely 0.002 CBM. So you have all kinds of things. So, and when you go for these kind of automations, these automations work on law of averages. Algorithms is nothing but law of averages. And businesses entirely, I mean, at least the businesses that I have worked are exactly the opposite. They defy all this. So that is where the human brain comes into picture. And I don't think anybody can replicate a human brain. These technology is just an enabler. It cannot replace human intelligence. So when you're going for automation, it's my humble suggestion that please evaluate, does it really add value to your business? Just because somebody has implemented it in their business doesn't mean that we have to do it. You have to evaluate, does it really drive value to your business? Then you go for it. Otherwise, it is better to go for solutions which what you call add value to your business. And then you have your KPI dashboards to monitor the overall performance of your warehouse distribution as well as other functions. And your foundation for everything is again your warehouse. If you manage your warehouse KPIs properly, it will make a difference across other functions also. And you have real-time data. And when you have real-time data, it certainly drives efficiencies into the business. And it also gives the customer a different level of experience. And next is your process. When if you're having a proper warehouse, it keeps the process lean, and you go for industry standard works, standard processes, and it also enhances the workforce capability. And again, as I told you, sustainability in a modern warehouse is what you call efficiency driver. It is not a CSR. When you manage properly, you will see that the business will benefit drastically out of it, and it is a necessity. It is not just a obligation. So finally, here are the warehouse KPIs performance snapshot. I just for you all to have a look at it. I have been very, very conservative in this. In fact, often it is much less. Your space management in a contemporary warehouse is much less than 95%. I have seen cases where they're 60% also. Whereas in a modern, properly warehouse management, a warehouse can be assured of minimum 99.95. People talk about Sigma 6 nowadays. Your order fulfillment accuracy also is there for you to see. These less than 95 is a very conservative figure. In fact, it's less than 75. I have seen many. And over here, you're talking about 100% easily, and certainly 99.95 or tips. All these are there for you all to see, and we've just discussed this also. So finally, I'd like to sum it up that it's high time you start looking at a warehouse as a strategic hub rather than a storage shed. And I've explained to you the benefits you derive out of it. And I hope the knowledge I've shared has added value to all of you. And if there's anything more that you'd like to know, I'd be more than happy to share my little knowledge that I have. Thank you.
Excellent presentation as usual, Shankaranji. Thank you very much. So there are
No
some
problem.
questions. Okay.
Yes, please.
So maybe you can just. This is how. So let us take few questions.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, you can post the questions. So question number one is somebody is asking on reverse logistics. Okay, so this is very critical in current logistics
Yes,
process.
Sarika.
So what do you recommend to manage? Uh,
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
so
Listen.
what do you manage? What do you recommend to manage reverse logistics? Okay. So just to share the best practices in the reverse logistics process. Shankaran.
See, ideally, let me tell you, if you are managing your warehouse properly, reverse logistics often happen due to bad experience at the customers. Often, I mean, there are cases wherein the customer has change of mind, they decide to return the orders or various other reasons. But otherwise, by and large, it is due to bad experience. And so that can be eliminated completely. If you're managing your warehouse properly, the customer will get exactly what they ordered, and that will lead to what you call any customer happiness. It will not be, there won't be any disappointment. So the probability of returns are reduced drastically. Now, having said that, there could be scenarios where you have a genuine return. The customer has a change of mind or some other developments which are beyond us control, in
Mhm.
which case obviously you have, I mean, you have to facilitate the returns, and you know exactly what has gone and that has to come back into the warehouse. And how you manage it is again it is all what you call industry specific. If you ask me from an FMCG environment perspective, I have my vehicles plying across the country length and breadth on a daily basis. So I'll have to just divert my vehicle on the return trip to go and fetch those items from the customer and get it back to the warehouse. And of course, in a what you call a FMCG environment, you have these returns policies. So when you sell your goods on a consolidation basis, you are obliged to take the items. If the customer wants to return, if they're not moving, we'll have to take them back. But when you are maintaining your records properly, your warehouses properly managed, you know what exactly has gone to the where customer, and you have visibility. You know which batch has gone, so you have the information in front of you. So when you are going to the customer, you just have to reconcile the information that you have with what is there in the customer. If they both match with each other, you can take them back. So this is where again the way you efficiencies of your warehouse comes into play. So you have to make sure everything is captured. The batch, what are the products that have gone to the customer, what is the expiry date, what is the batch. So when you have all this information, it becomes all. There have been incidents like I stay in a part in a part of the world where there are certain limitations. You I mean, we had a product which is made exclusively for the Middle East.
Uh-huh.
In Middle East, you cannot have alcohol as an ingredient.
Ah, okay.
Okay. And this product universally has alcohol as an ingredient. And the one that is made for the Middle East doesn't have alcohol in it. But it is as a brand, it is very popular. It sells well. And we had an exclusive arrangement, so we were the sole distributors for this product in this market. Then what happened, since the brand is moving, there was parallel trade happening. People from other market sourced the product from other markets and they sold it. And when they sold it, the product from the other market had alcohol as a ingredient inside it.
Mhm.
And this was noticed by the customers. And they went and lodged a complaint with the authorities. And the authorities immediately they took note of it and they did a brand recall. And when they pulled, when we were surprised because we know that our products were complying with the local norms, and we asked them for the sample which had the problem. And when we went and saw the sample, it was a different batch. It is
Mm.
not the one that is sold by us. Then we
Okay.
reached out to the principal, showed them that this product has entered the market. They told that it was meant for some other country. It has come as parallel trade. And
Ah.
later on, then they got to know how it has come. They went to the retailer, they found out who supplied them, and then they caught hold of them.
Mhm.
All this was enabled because we had the right process in place. Every data was captured. We had everything with us,
Mhm.
so we could what you call figure it out and manage the
Yeah.
challenge.
So this is very, very important that you have a traceability of your batch.
Traceability is important. Exactly.
Yeah, because in especially
See,
yeah. Mhm. Especially in the
we
process.
see we are a IS we were an ISO 22000 certified company by Bureau Veritas. Bureau Veritas did not engage any consultant in we did not engage any consultant in getting an ISO certification. Bureau Veritas came and audited our standard process and certified us for ISO 22000.
Mhm.
That happens when you have a robust process as well as the infrastructure and the team in place.
Mhm. Mhm.
We make sure everything, if it has to be recalled within 24 hours from across the 24,000 stores inside UAE, we can pull the
Mhm.
items and get into our warehouse. That is the kind of control and traceability we have.
Very important. It's very important. Yeah, that shows that it's not just inbound and outbound. So you need to have a proper traceability so that you have a batch number, make, and everything traced properly through system, so that you there is any such anomalies happen. So you can manage your operations without stopping them. That's fantastic. That's great. So yeah, so I think reverse logistics as a process has to be established along with the regular process. We cannot just leave it forever to open, right? So
No,
this
no. See, there are businesses where reverse logistics is a certainty. Like when you sell your product on what you call what is that particular bit I'm telling you? You have an arrangement where if the product doesn't sell, you're supposed to take it back.
back
Then you have to facilitate reverse logistics,
by process.
especially when you are in what you call quick commerce and e-commerce. There
Mhm.
again, it becomes a key element. Customers return left and right, so we have to have the right traceability controls in place. We know exactly the product that has gone to the customer is what we have sold to them, and so we need to have the traceability, and then we have what you call resources arrangements to get the products back to you, and then make the payment to the customers,
Mhm. So
return the
yes, great, great, Shankaranjit. I'll just take up second question. Safety is most important topic in warehousing. Okay, so
Mhm.
sometimes it's ignored, maybe because whatever the reason. So, what is your advice for 3PL operators in India to establish robust safety measures? So, what is your advice? Yeah.
Safety, as you rightly mentioned, is a very key component. We adopt a zero tolerance approach to safety. So before taking people on board, they are educated, and we have to ensure people comply with the safety norms inside the facility. So they are given proper training before being onboarded, and then you have regular what you call refresher trainings, and make sure everybody has a thorough understanding on the health and safety norms inside the warehouse.
Fantastic. So it's not it cannot be taken for granted.
No,
Uh,
no, absolutely. Zero tolerance when it comes to health and safety, especially inside the warehouse, they can be catastrophical. So you most important is see uh, often again you cannot impose knowledge on people. Just like you cannot ask people to force people to comply with instructions. You have to educate them. When you educate them, that's when they reciprocate. If you tell them do this, do that, they might not pay attention to it. But if you tell them that if you don't do this, what will be the implications? That is when they realize and they comply with it. Now, let's say you are going into a what you call rack ale. If you do not wear a helmet, what happens is you have objects on the racks. If
Correct.
they fall, you will get injured. So this is something that has to be educated, and if required, show visuals, audio visuals, so that they understand. And similarly, in what you call a narrow ale environment, the only machine that you can reverse inside the ale is a VNA machine, because that is a guided machine. No other machine should reverse inside the ale. They should only go straight forward. Otherwise, what happens is these machines go and hit the racks, and when they hit the racks, it will be catastrophical. So this is something which we have to educate. If you don't tell them and just tell them you are not supposed to reverse, don't reverse, they will not pay heed to it. But if you explain to them and show them audio visuals, that is when the teams understand, and when they are informed, they will reciprocate. So this is most important when you are implementing health and safety. Please make it a point that the team is educated. Don't just give instructions. They have to understand the implications of not complying with health and safety norms.
Excellent. So yeah, so the question number three, what we received from the participants is skill management and employee empowerment. Please brief best practices in managing skills and enhancing skills. It is not easy to build a team in Indian environment. Okay, so you will not get the right. Yeah, what I understand is you don't find the people with the complete trained workforce, especially in the growing economy. So, what is your advice? How to build the teams for the warehouse operations?
See, it's a no common challenge. You are not living in an ideal world, and when I take resources on board, I look at things from a long-term perspective. I basically see, uh, I mean, if a person comes with what you call a certain set of skills which are acceptable, is well and good. That minimum set of skills are required. Then on top of it, we look at the attitude of the person, his intellectual abilities, whether he can understand the concepts, is he good enough, and then we train them. And initially there will be some set-offs, but eventually in the long run they pay off, because you're looking at resources for a long-term perspective. So you get them, train them, but make sure you have trainable people with the right attitude, and impart knowledge on a regular basis, and do it gradually. Please don't impose too much of information in short durations. Do it gradually, step by step, and you will reach there. At least this is what my experience has told me.
Yeah. Take your time. You don't. You cannot. It's a senior warehouse manager or somebody. It's because they are living in that space for quite some time, so they know. So don't expect that everybody will know with the same level of understanding.
No, no.
It will
So
take time.
first, see, basically introduce them to the basics and gradually build on it, and you will get to that.
Excellent, sir. So one more question. So about technology, your favorite topic. So what are the technology trends for 3PL operators? What are the mandatory requirements? Because there are so many things that everybody is talking. So I think you already explained in the presentation. Okay. So what is your advice? How can warehousing companies can adopt technology, especially the mid-tier companies? So what is your advice?
Like again, see, my experience is just there are plenty of solutions in the market, and trust me, even the low cost or the high cost, all of them, there are many low cost solutions also which fulfill the same. Your requirements can be fulfilled. Most important is you need to have clarity on your process. You should have a clean, you should take up ownership of the business. You cannot entrust this responsibility to the vendor. You should take up ownership. You should have a thorough understanding on your business process, and make sure it serves the best interests of the business. And it's not just you. When I say you, not the warehouse or the supply chain team, you have to make sure your other partners in the business, be it finance, be it sales, all are aligned on the process, and they get the benefits that are being driven out of this. And then reach out to a IT vendor, identify their product, see whether they have the capabilities to roll out these functions and process, and then also look at the capability of the person who is on board. Does he have good functional expertise? Is he comfortable with the functions and the subject? And then it's a win-win proposition. You are looking at a healthy marriage. Otherwise, it will lead to conflicts and compromises.
Fantastic. So I think that's any. I think that's those are the questions we received. It. Any more questions? Please post, team. So yeah. So we have few more minutes, Shankaranji. Okay. So in general, okay. So what is the trend in the warehousing processes? How it is going on, and what will evolve in next 1 to 3 years? Okay, and what they should be prepared for. So, what are the key takeaways, kind of thing, from your
See,
experience?
now we are slowly moving into ultra fast logistics. When you're saying ultra fast logistics, you're looking at deliveries from anywhere between 8 to 15 seconds, 20 seconds, and all.
Mhm.
So that is now here customers are being pampered. It started off from India and it's taking off worldwide now. People are taking to the concept. Now, I mean, you won't believe if I have to get something from a grocery, my grocery down, it will take at least 20-25 minutes for me to get ready, go down. And I place an order before I open my door, the guy is here. So that is how people, customers are being pampered and they're getting accustomed to that. And when you have that, the competition is intensifying, and obviously people who do the act better than others have an upper hand. So when you are moving into ultra fast logistics, your warehouse management has to be top notch if you want to stay in the game. If you have, you will be holding anywhere between 13 to 15,000 SKUs in the store. And if you want to fulfill the order in 1 minute, you need to make sure there's traceability and
Traceable.
visibility of your inventory so that you
Mm.
go exactly to the right place and pick the item, pack it, and hand over to the rider.
Yeah, and these dark stores are popping up like anything.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, dark
everywhere.
stores. Yeah, true. So see now, see my observation has been dark stores as of now they're just capitalizing on the concept because they have been launched as an introductory phase, but eventually they will move into efficiencies.
Yeah.
And people, those are efficients, they are there to stay for the long run. Otherwise, the others will burn out if you don't focus on efficiencies.
Correct, correct, correct. Excellent. So we have a couple of minutes more. Shankaranji, top three key takeaways for the managers in India and Middle East or everywhere. So top three key takeaways, what they need to really focus on their operations now. Yeah.
See, you should stop looking at your warehouse as a cost center,
Okay.
and it is a strategic advantage for the competitive advantage for the business. You need to look at it from that perspective. And as I told you, warehouse will ensure your ERP is efficiently managed and your working capital is properly managed. Your customer has a better experience. Your principals also will be inclined to do business with you.
Fantastic.
So that it's not just a four walls and a roof anymore. It is
Hmm.
the epicenter of the business,
Hmm.
and this is the place which will drive the future of the business.
Excellent,
That
excellent.
is one. And then again, most important is for your warehouses to succeed, you should take up ownership. Please don't expect third parties to come and deliver for you. You should take up ownership. You should know what your process is and make sure your team is comfortable with the process. And then identify third party who can replicate the process for you.
Hmm. Perfect. Excellent. So, warehouse is no more a cost center. It's a strategic advantage for you. So, build a strategic competitive advantage based on your warehouse, and you take the ownership, and then you identify right partners to manage the things. So, great points, Shankaranji.
Pleasure.
Very insightful, very insightful. I'm sure the audience will have enjoyed the session. So, thank you very much for joining in the weekend and sharing the knowledge. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Shankaranji. And if you have any questions to be answered, please post the questions offline. Our team will connect with Shankaranji, and then also maybe Shankaranji is available in LinkedIn. You can connect, ask questions directly, and then get whatever you are looking for. So with that, so thank you, Shankaranji, for joining the session in the morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, and have a great time. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Mhm. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Shankaranji for sharing very nice insights. He is very experienced in managing the large supply chain operations. If he is saying warehouse is not a cost center, it's a competitive advantage enabler, then that makes that's something very important to follow. Okay, so with that, so we completed three sessions today. Very interesting. One is on logistics trends. Another is on the digitization of warehousing and logistics. Then we talk about warehouse best practices. Where is the role of warehouse in driving excellence? Now we are going to talk about next topic. I would like to invite if Alex is already available to the stage. Uh, uh, Praveen, if Alex is available already, yeah. Good morning, Alex. Long
Salam
time.
alaikum. Salam alaikum.
Salam.
كيف
Great
حالك؟
to see you. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Okay, thanks.
So you are in Dubai or you are in
Yeah, that's a good question. No, I'm in Malta at the moment.
Well, okay, fantastic. It must be uh, 9 o'clock, maybe
It,
nine
it
thirty,
is 8:30.
8:30. Oh, too early. Okay, great. So thank you, Alex, for joining again
Welcome.
this for the
And
session. Let me give a quick round of introduction. Uh, Alexander Borg, he's a chartered trainer and advisors with 30 plus years of experience in logistics, transportation, and supply chain management. He is the founder of Support and Supply Chain Management Group and a key leader in strengthening CILT International and IOACM across Middle East. A respected industry voice, serving on multiple public, private, and NGO boards since 2000. His vast experience in the warehousing, logistics, and supply chain is really motivating. And I always prefer to listen to you, Alex. So, good morning to you and welcome.
thank you.
And
Thank you.
over to you to to share your
Thank you.
experiences in the topic. The topic of Alex is managing logistics and disruptions in volatile environment. It's a fantastic topic, very suitable for this VUCA environment. Thank you very much, Alex. Over to you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank you again for to joining this wonderful group of people and experts and share our knowledge and to learn from it as well because it's a two-way. Okay, it's a two-way communication. You know, it's an ongoing and it's an evolving world which we learn from it. It's not only to provide information but to get information as well because it's not a matter of our field and sector of logistics, transport, and supply chain is evolving every single minute, every single second. So it's not a matter that I know it all. You have to keep your foot on the ground and follow what is happening around you 360 degrees, which we are going to talk about today. So there is so much things that are happening that have been happening around us and that are happening around us. I have been following last session from Mr. Shankaran, very practical. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. And I would like to take a snapshot from his presentation where he said it's important that when you have the people around you, that you must build on them, you must show them and build on them. That's very crude, because most of the time, especially if we want to talk about risk in logistics and transport and supply chain, the first thing we need to do is to make sure that the inbound risk are mitigated and mapped, because before we go out of our doors, we have to have control of the inbound to make sure that at least the risk outside the international, local and international business can be mapped and tackled. There isn't any, so as we all know, there isn't any solution to one solution to all, because it doesn't exist. Every day we wake up, it's a new day, and there is challenges that wake up with us, and we have to be prepared and use our knowledge, our skills, the information that we have around us, the network that we have around us, the people around us, to tackle the day-to-day challenges that we have around us. So it's true what Mr. Shankaran have said, that we have to build and tackle and make sure that the people who are working around us, etc. Okay. What's going on in the real world? Let us be practice. What is going on? So much of it. So much. As we know, maybe around 20 years ago, 10 years ago, supply chain was not always, logistics supply chain was not always on top of the agenda. So, but what happened in the recent years, especially when pandemic came, and and it brought a lot of shakeups and rethinking of what is happening around us, and we had to rethinking what we are going to do, where we are going, and how to get there. So it wasn't an easy job for no one, especially on operations management, where they need to make sure that the product reach the right customer at the right time, in the right condition, at the right cost. It wasn't easy task. It was a very challenging task. And those of us who are in the sector, especially on the ground, on operations, they know that it was a very, very tough time. Many warehouses and distribution centers were almost 50% empty. So many people had to think outside the box what they are going to do, So it wasn't an easy task. But anyway, everything, there is the plus and minus. There was a lot of negative impact on business during the pandemic, and it brought a huge risk issue about what we were doing, and brought a lot of questions: what is going to happen tomorrow? So, and time flies quick. So people start to thinking. I think the pandemic brought a lot of change in the mindset, a lot of change in the way we think and in the way we approach things in the logistics, land transport, and supply chain. Why? Because if we thought that the pandemic have been with us for 1 year or 2 years, I don't know, it's going to finish and we will be back where we were, that is not the case. Because after the pandemic, we had other matters around us on a global situation. You know what I'm talking about. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine. So many things. And everything can impact small or large, even when, for example, Egypt, they have issues with the canal. Okay, it will impact again the shipping, and as you know, so every move that is happening geographically on a global level, okay, every move, it will impact the supply chain, and that will have impact on who's managing or operating the logistics and supply chain. It's not easy, especially with the targets that are imposed on us in terms of customer satisfaction, cost, standards, etc., etc. So it's not an easy for no one nowadays working in the logistics and supply chain, because I think we go to bed, we are laying on the bed to try to sleep, but our mind is still going on. At least I bring my example. I am when my kids. Maybe I share something with you, which is really lovable. Where in the old days when I had, I have two kids. When they used to saw me moving during the night, they used to saw me moving in the corridor with a pen, writing notes, at 3 in the morning, and then I go back to sleep, because still my ideas, still some points pop up in my mind, and not to forget, I used to write them down, and I will go to sleep. They used to call me crazy. But anyway, that's how it is, because people like us who are in the movement of goods and movement of people and the logistics, it's not easy. It's not easy. We have to be always intrinsic, so open-minded, see what is happening, etc., etc. And we just seen what happened, even when there is an election of a new prime minister or a new president. Okay, that can bring change in policies. And you know what happened in the US, and I don't need to elaborate too much about it, because when President Trump have started to implement a lot of tax in different countries, it has brought so much concerns, in the way trading between borders and between countries were going to be affected. So it happens all the time. There's no it happens all the time. So people and organizations have to be ready for this kind of challenges and changes that are happening around us 24/7. That is the situation. Nothing else. Nothing else. If you want to stay in business, and as Mr. Shankaran have said, if you want to sustain the business, because before you move forward and grow, the first fundamental thing, you have to sustain what you have, right? As he rightly said, you have to be alert, 360 degrees, what is happening around you, and also try to anticipate, okay, what can take place in the coming days and months. We can't speak about years now. It's too much. Now we have to talk about days and months, days, weeks, and maybe months. We can't talk about years, because no one knows exactly what is going to happen tomorrow. So at least we can talk about days, weeks, and maybe months. That's it. No more. So anyway, but we try to anticipate. So coming back, let me share the PowerPoint. Okay. 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 So my name is Alex. I am the managing director for the Institute of Supply Chain, which is based in Newcastle, for the Middle East. I have been involved in logistics for almost 30 years, and I have been in the Middle East for 21 years. My first steps were in 2003. And before, I was the regional director for the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. And now I'm the regional officer for the Institute of Supply Chain, which is based in Newcastle. And we have a branch in Dubai, where we cater for the whole Middle East, Saudi, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, etc. So yeah, I've been on the ground for many years. I have done many jobs in the Middle East, both on training and advisory. And the most satisfaction thing that the most thing that gives me a lot of satisfaction is meeting people, sitting together, talking about supply chain, what are the challenges, how we can sharing knowledge, how we can tackle them. And you remain friend and colleague of all the network in the whole UAE and the whole Middle East. So anyway, let's start with the first slide. Today, we try to understand the major risk, assess the impacts and apply mitigation strategies, build resilience operations, and we try to identify and manage and reduce logistics risks in environments that are unpredictable. Okay, this is exactly what I said in my introduction, where there are so many things that are happening, and we try to come with a plan in place, plan A, plan B, plan C. Now, we all know that as the world is moving forward, there are situations where we know that the risk. I will say that. Allow me to say that uh, um, you cannot take you try, as Mr. Shankaran have said, we try to take ownership of our operations, which I totally agree with him, 100%. But in the same time, when it comes to ownership of the operations, I totally agree, totally agree. But when it comes to plan and make a strategy, plan and make a strategy forward to managing logistics and transport, both on local or regional and international level, you need also the people around you to discuss it, not only from your organization, but also from your suppliers and stakeholders. Why? Because managing risk, um, regional and global supply chain, it's not about your organization alone. Your partners are part of your organization, part of your community, part of your international supply chain. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that you need to think outside the box and try that to share your ideas, your views, how to mitigate and manage the strategies and build a relevant operation. This is not something which you. It's not a matter of that you should feel proud and say I would like to do it on my own. Okay, if you would like to do it on your own, there's nothing wrong. But nowadays, we all know that the game change, the situation have changed, and it's not a matter of do it on your own. You have to collaborate, you have to partner, not only in the operations, but even in your approach, in the way you plan things, in the way you execute things, in the way you build your strategy. Okay. And so you need everyone around you, because more ideas you put in the pool, okay, the chances that you come up with a good strategic plan. Okay. Um, uh, and the other thing is that what strategy you have changed, what strategy you have used today, it doesn't mean you have going to use the same strategy tomorrow. So because you might need a game change in tomorrow. This is like allow me to bring an example, if you allow me, please. It's like a football game. It doesn't mean that you play against one team the same strategy, you're going to use the same strategy, the same for against another team. You have to change the gameplay. So it's the same thing. Okay. Especially that there are so many. There are
Alex,
so
sorry, you are changing the slides, no, right?
No,
No.
slides are
Where?
on, right?
Yeah, we have a slide in objective in the normal mode, not in the PowerPoint slide mode.
You have
Yeah,
a slide on what?
objectives. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm moving to the others.
Yes, yes, yes. We can see it.
Okay. So basically, what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean that you're going to use a strategy, the same strategy today, you're going to use the same strategy and process tomorrow. Okay? Because the situation is changing a lot. Okay? So let us now look at what could be the logistics risk management. First, there is a lot of volatility in the global markets in many aspects. There is a complex supply chain and interconnecting risks. There is also rising in high customer expectations, and the importance of proactive risk management. So, yeah, I would say that when you look at the different modes of transport, and land, air, sea, etc., there's so many volatility in the global markets which are taking place. Okay, which so basically you have to be prepared for these kinds of risk. You have to map them, anticipate them, and try to find a solution to your situation. And as the financial sector say in the stock exchange, the past is not guarantee of the future, right? So basically, that is a very good example. So basically, what I said earlier, that the strategy that you have used yesterday doesn't mean that it's going to be the strategy of tomorrow. So you have to be prepared what is going on. And another thing, ground intelligence, ground intelligence, business intelligence, ground business, market intelligence. These are all fundamental for you to take feeds from the market. So you try, it will help you to minimize, okay, minimize your risk. The risk is always there. Our job is to minimize it. Okay, the risk is always there because business is built on risk. Now we know that. But the most important thing that we minimize it and we control it. That's our objective. And then the second point is the global supply chain and interconnected risk. You know, especially when it comes to cross borders, new policies, new government customs, new costs, etc., etc. So you have to be prepared for this. Sometimes there are surprises which we face, which especially on time and cost. But you need to be prepared for this kind of things. We know that. Yeah, customer expectations are always on the high because now social media, especially with the e-commerce and B2B and B2C, etc., because the expectation of the clients are increasing all the time. So you have to be prepared. So I takes point for Mr. Shankara where he said, make sure that they don't look at the warehouse as a cost center, but more of a hub and take the best out of it. So make sure you organize your warehouse to make sure that at least from your side, you're well equipped and organized. And the other is we need to have a proactive risk management approach. That's very important, to face the situation. Now, key sources of logistics. So what could be environmental and natural disasters? We are facing that nowadays, geopolitical tensions. We spoke about it. Transportation delays and capacity shortages, supplier reliability issues, labor shortages, and technology favor and cyber threats. Yeah, everyone knows that environment and natural disasters are happening, right? So we need to make sure we have Plan B or Plan C in place. Yeah, geopolitical tensions are there, and allow me to say, I think they will stay with us. So we have to work around them. Okay, transport delays and capacity shortages. Okay, on a positive note, at least if we look at the Middle East, there have been so many investment on the infrastructure like the rail, and and that is going to change, especially with the movement of people and movement of goods. We had so many infrastructure. If I take two particular countries, which are UAE and Saudi Arabia, which I know very well, there have been the investments in the infrastructure and in the rails, which are making the supply chain more easier and fast, etc., etc. The fourth point is the supplier reliability issues. Yeah, we need a good relationship and communication with suppliers to make sure that the risk is minimized and controls, and and both if it is a continuous supplier or as seasonal supplier, keep the communication ongoing. Don't It's important that even if you don't buy goods from a particular supplier, you buy goods to a certain stage of the year, which are seasonal things, seasonal stock. but keep communication and relationship with him, because you never know what you could be. In the supply chain, you need the support of everyone. Yeah, labor shortages. This is happening everywhere. It's happening in Malta, it's happening in Europe, it's happening everywhere. Okay, this is becoming the biggest challenge we have everywhere. Yeah, you need people who know what to do, how and when. And so, as Mr. As I takes point from my previous colleague, Mr. Shankaran, you need to not impose instructions on them, but rather show them and build a good team around you. It's important. It's not easy task. And the last one is that the technology and cyber threats. Yeah, this is it's an ongoing process, unfortunately, and but we need to organize ourselves. We need a good system in place. There are so many warehouse management systems. There are so many logistics systems. There are so many ERP systems in place. Now we have AI in place as well, and AI continue to evolve. So we have so many things, and you need to keep on investing in the technology and cyber risk. You need to keep on investing. There's no doubt about it. Types of distributions in logistics. Well, there is operational distributions, equipment breakdowns, and warehouse issues. um, I don't think I need to talk about this because the previous speaker has already addressed this point. Transport distribution, port congestion, and route closure. Yes, it is happening. This one, okay. So it's important that we are connected and we stay alert with the situation, both on a local, regional, and global. Supply chain disruption, material shortages, and supplier failures. Yeah, if we take, for example, food, medicine, pharma, and electronics, these are three. Just for an example, these are three major sectors which gave us a lot of challenges in the last 10 years. I would say about food. What will happen, medicine, and electronics. For example, we now know that major contributor in the electronic chips is Taiwan, and we know the situation between China and Taiwan. Taiwan produce a lot of major electronics and chips which are distributed around the world. And with the problems that were going on between China and Taiwan, people were very worried about it. What could be the outcome of that, and what is the next solution? Okay, what is it? Because people make a lot of questions, and we expect an answer, but we know that we don't. It's not easy to get an answer because who knows tomorrow what's going to be. Anyway, the other one is information disruptions, such as system outreach and inaccurate data. Yeah, visibility is very important in the supply chain and logistics and transport. So yeah, it's important that the trading partners are connected. They share information. They share data. Data is well kept in the organization. Against cyber tech and all this. Okay, etc. etc. It's important because and nowadays we depend all the supply chain and logistics and transport are all depends on the information technology. It all depends on it. Everything is connected. So it's important that our organization is well equipped with plans, emergency plans in place, etc., etc. Building supply chain resiliences. Yeah, diversity suppliers and transport routes. This is very important when we have our supply chain, or we want to have plan B and plan C, that we do have diversity in suppliers and transport routes. It's important because um, one question which I always ask in my training with my delegates, with my participants in different countries, is most of the time we would say that 80% we are focusing, or maybe 90% we are focusing on the day-to-day operation, which we have to follow 100%. No, but sometimes we spend too little on try to create worst case scenario, and we plan for it. So, when I ask this question to my course delegates, and I ask them, do you have, do you study your plan B or plan C? And most of the time I get an answer, sir, we don't have time. We are too busy with our job. I would say, okay, I'm not going to blame you because, you have to do your job and there are so many challenges going on. But you need to find time to see how you can have plan B or plan C because you might need it tomorrow. So find time, see how you can do it. Come, okay, ask your colleagues and come together to have plan B and plan C. Don't rely on the present. Don't, the present process is for the present situation. So many things are happening around us. So make sure that you have a plan B and plan C. Okay. Two, increase inventory buffers where needed. Yeah, it's not easy. I would have to admit it's not easy, because when we try to increase buffer, to increase inventory, it means we are increasing the budgets of the company, and everyone knows that budgets are very, very restricted nowadays. It's not easy. Okay. So basically, we need to find a system or a procedure where if we think that we're going to face some challenges in terms of supply markets or etc., we see how we can increase our inventory. Implement flexible logistics networks. Yeah, this is a bit funny because in logistics and supply, which we say that we need a strong supply chain, but in the same time we need a flexible approach. And people starts to get a bit confused in this. Why? Because they will tell you we need a strong or flexible. No, strong, it means strong supply chain. Strong supply chain means that we need a good, strong relationship, okay, with our trading partners, okay. But in the same time, you need a flexible approach, because when there is a change in the market, or suddenly there's something happen, we need people to be flexible in their approach, okay, and in the networks. So plan B have to come in place, okay. It's important, okay. And you have to train the not only the, you have to train the mindset and the approach of the people in this respect. Adopt real-time visibility tools. Yeah, this is very important in terms of control and supply chain. You need visibility in the supply chain and logistics. And the last one, which I spoke about, it is the strength supplier relationship. This is a crucial for everyone to know. Okay, everyone knows about this. Okay, technology role in risk, predicting analysis and AI forecasting. Yeah, I believe that um, AI is going to help a lot. Okay, in terms of forecasting and predicting analysis, real-time tracking and Internet of devices. Um, Automated warehouse operations, which Mr. Shankaran have spoke around, cloud-based logistics platforms, which are very important, and digital twins for scenario modeling. We all know this, etc. So let's identify and assess methods. First, we need SWOT analysis and pestle analysis, strength, weakness, and opportunities, a framework to evaluate the internal capabilities of our organization, and the external factors as well, like opportunities and threats. This is very important, that when you sit down with your colleagues and try to create a plan A, plan B, and plan C, you carry out a SWOT analysis, because you need to identify your strengths and weaknesses, and you need to come up with a real frame to etc. And also, you need also to work on the external. This is very important. I would say that you must have fully control of the internal. You must have fully control of the internal, so you can work on the external factors. So make sure you have a strong supply chain in your situation, and the flexible, but you should have fully control of your internal capabilities. The other one is the PESTEL. Yeah, we know about political, economic, social, etc. A tool which analyzes the external micro environment factors and could impact operations. Okay, it's important. Failure mode and efforts analysis. Okay, a structured method to identify potential points of failure in process, product, or system, and assess their impact. This is very important in in trying to come up with a more robust and process and what you are producing or system. List possible failure modes such as truck breakdown or IT system outage. It's important. Evaluate severity, likelihood, and detectability, and assign a risk priority number to prioritize mitigation. This is very important. Okay, number three, assign a risk priority number to prioritize mitigation. This is very important in your plan B or plan C. It's very important. Okay, we need to be ready for every circumstances, and we should not have surprises. Okay, the surprises should be taken into a board and taken into on board and being evaluated, mitigated, and controlled. Okay, we should not have surprises which could break down the supply chain and logistics and transport. We should be ready. I think from what has happened in the last 5 to 10 years, it should have give us a lesson. Okay, how things should be now handled and managed. Next point, identify risk identification and message. Yeah, scenario planning is very important, a strategic tool to mitigate and prepare for different possible failures. So develop multi-scenarios, best case, worst scenario, most likely, to test how logistics operations would respond. Okay. Risk heat maps, a visual tool that plots risk on a grid base, like low or high or impact. It helps to prioritize which risk need immediate attention versus monitoring. And five is quantitative risk scoring. It's a numerical method tool to measure and compare risk using data-driven metrics. You assign scores for probability, impact, and disability, then calculate the composite risk score. And the benefit provides objective prioritization instead relying on quantitative judgment. This is very important. Okay, that you use a tool where you prioritize the risks, okay, and work on those most important and prioritize in your system. This is very important. um, Respond and mitigation strategies, clear emergency response plans, which I spoke already about. Okay, cross-function coordinator, this is very important. Okay, cross-function coordinator. And as I said, it's not a matter of making a plan B and plan C in your organization, but you need also to work with your suppliers. It's important. Alternative distribution channels, when things happens, you need to have alternative channels. Supplier agreements and contingency contracts, we need to understand each other and we need to speak the same language. So basically, with a good communication and relationship, okay, you can find a common ground to find a solution. And communication protocols is very important, as I spoke already about them. Okay. Conclusion is volatility is the new norm now. Volatility is the new norm. So as I said in my first presentation, what the process that you are using today, it doesn't mean that it's going to be the process tomorrow. Okay, so be ready for it because it is happening. It is happening. Okay, proactive risk management is essential. That all the staff is trained for plan B and plan C. Okay, they will not take it as a surprise, and that a change in process, change in approach, it will not be like a shock for them. This is very important because change management in a short notice can bring a bit of a shock to some people, and they would maybe, if they are not ready for it, they can find it very hard to cope with. Technology and visibility drive resilience. This is very important that you have a technology and visibility drive resilience. It's important. Collaboration approach across the supply chain is crucial, and prepare organization can turn disruption into opportunities. This is very important because, from every lesson, from every circumstances, we learn something. As I said in my earlier discussion, okay, it's very important. Okay, thank you very much for that. Hello, Mr. Shak.
Yeah.
Can I stop sharing now? I can come on board.
Yeah. I'm there. I'm listening. Very insightful. Okay, so let us take up some questions, and maybe we'll discuss something for a few minutes for the rest of the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, mhm.
Yeah, I
Question
mean,
number-
the point that I would like to mention when you look at the on a global level, on a global level, so um, it's like I think there are so many things without going into politics because that is not our area, but we have to mention it because these
Correct.
people make the policies, right?
Correct.
My point is not to touch politics. That is not our business. We leave that for the big guys. I'm talking about these guys make the policies, right?
Correct.
Which will affect us. We have so many things happening around us. We have, if you take the whole American continent, USA are coming up with so many figures in terms of customs, percentages which have affected global way.
Tariffs.
Europe is trying to cope. Europe is trying to cope and deal with this. Even allow me to say, even in Europe, you know, the scope of Europe. Allow me to say this. Allow me to say this.
Yeah.
Even we have time, okay?
Yeah. We have time.
Okay.
Good
Even
time.
look what is happening. Even the scope of Europe is to have if to have a common ground and common rules and common standards in the European market, right? So if something is come out of Brussels in terms of from the Commission, every country should adopt that, But you know what is happening? If I take one example, it's a bit funny, but this is what is happening. When Trump brought out the new customs percentage, and everyone was, whoa, this is going to affect everything, boom, 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 everyone in different sectors, in different sectors across different countries. We had so many prime ministers from you. I mean, let us look from our side, from Europe. We had so many prime ministers flying to the States.
Correct.
All right. I can mention a couple of them, but I don't want to go into that. They're flying to the States and start to negotiate. Now, the funny thing is this, without making any bad image of nothing, because that's not my scope. But it should be the other way around. European leaders should have come together. They have
Together.
done it. They should have come together around the table as they do, discuss what has come out from US in terms of customs,
Tariffs.
percentage. Yeah. And then one person or one group of people go and negotiate with US. And they have done it. But apart from that, we had individual prime ministers flying to US. There were few of them, and started the discussion with Trump
One to one.
because it was going to affect everything. The whole pressure was coming from the ground. So you know how it is. It's a layer, right? It's the industry talking to the Chamber of Commerce. The chambers, it's a lobbying, talk to the minister. The minister talk to his prime minister, and then the prime will fly and talk to etc. So it brought a lot of changes. So many things. So the situation that business, if you take one simple organization working in food or medicine or electronics, they are working in a very restrictive budgets, restrictive inventory, so many pressures coming from every corner, high customer expectations. It's not easy. So the risk can be small, can be medium or big, but it's a risk. You need to tackle it. And the most important, that the people who are working in that organization, they are open-minded, trained, and they are ready for a change, because it's important that you try to adopt a strategy, small or large, for every situation that you are in. You have to be open. That's important. That in the old days we used to call them supply chain planners. We had the supply chain planners. I think one of the most important things now that they have in front of them is in these emergency situations. It's not a matter of plan your supply chain only now. It's that is there, but now it's what is happening, what could happen tomorrow, because there are so many pressures on us, to stay in business, to sustain the business. The market shares our market share in the market. Are we going to keep it? Can increase it? So it's crucial. It's crucial. And there is another thing. You need to take off your ego. You need to take off your ego. I remember when the financial crisis hits Dubai in 2009, many people fly away out of Dubai for different reasons. You remember, many warehouses were half empty.
Empty, yeah.
You had competitors where some of them, they have used their common sense, they have put their ego on the side, they have used their logical and common sense, and they have worked together. I have a friend of mine in Dubai. His name is Shankar Subramanian. He's a logistician. He's a very good friend of mine, and he used to work in Jafsa. And he used to tell me, because so many cars are laid out in the stockyard without moving.
Correct.
So many stock. So you have to put your ego on the side, and you say, look, what is the option 1, option 2, option 3? You must put your ego. And now that kind of model, that kind of emergency model, that kind of emergency mindset and model, which has happened during the financial crisis, during the pandemic, I think now
The same
that
scenario.
the same scenario, now we have to keep it. Okay? It's not more an exception. The exception has become the norm of the day,
Correct.
because there are so many things are happening around us. So many. Try to, if each one of us try to think in the last maybe 10 years, how many things has happened. And the question is, are they going to stop? Probably not.
No.
Probably not. For many reasons. For many reasons. So we have to be prepared.
As you rightly said, supply chain planners. I was there as a supply chain planner long back. Okay, so we never consider scenarios, business scenarios, as an input. Okay, so we were considering some assumptions and then doing all sort of planning. That was working, but now you need to really have a proper scenario planning process. You need to include the wars, you need to include the tariffs, you need to have the political disturbances in the region, and also some scarcity of the things. Okay, so considering all different scenarios, so you need to have a proper supply chain planning. Then only,
And
yeah. Mhm.
and there is another thing. I think you notice this. When US, again, I'm not going into politics. Okay, I'm just talking reality. When US had problems, but they still controlling the global trade through the dollar, right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
Now, someone told me that there are financially border transactions, which are happening, and they are not dealing with dollar anymore. They are dealing with yuan or
Yeah. Yeah. The
so
local
so
currency.
many things. So many things are happening now. So many things are happening.
Correct.
You
Correct.
know. So there are things which we see, and there are things which we don't see. And you have to
Correct.
use your ground intelligence and market intelligence through different sources, and make sure you have these kind of sources coming in. That's why you
Correct.
need good relationship with everyone. So many things.
So it's
This
it's
is
no more. You rightly said, keep the egos outside, because you may if you keep egos active, you may be out of business. Okay, so that's the reality now. You rightly
yeah.
said this.
China. Few years ago, we know that now China is the most global player worldwide. Right? There is no comparison. China is number one in everything. Right?
Correct.
and they do it in a low profile. They have been following the West through many decades, and now the last few years they have equipped themselves, so it's difficult to reach them now, because
Yeah, yeah.
even in technology now and in shipping, they are number one by far, number one.
Everywhere.
So they couldn't take it. They couldn't take it that the dollar is still controlling the trade. They couldn't take it. So they started to make transaction in yuan, and it was accepted by Russia and other countries.
Correct. Correct.
No,
Correct.
even allow me to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but even the Prime Minister in India was very open on this, right? In doing business with many countries, especially not the West but the East.
Correct. No, the Indian government is very open,
I
and
know, I know, I
yeah,
know.
Indian government
That's
wants
why
to
I'm
keep the
saying. That's
relationship
why I'm saying.
with everybody.
Etc. So anyway, so many things are happening, because it's not a matter what we see, what is happening behind. This is the challenge. This is the challenge. What is happening behind? So many things. But anyway,
Excellent. So there are some questions. Okay, so
yes,
just
I can see
we
that.
have
Please.
10 more minutes.
Okay,
So
please.
we can just talk about 2 minutes on each question. So that will help supply chain, warehouse managers, and logistics managers. So question number one: how can we know that supply chains are resilient? Any good KPIs to really understand resilience in supply chain? This is a question number one.
Yeah. Um, from our side, from our side, that's why I said you need to have control over your supply chain, right? It's important. Okay, you need to have control. It's important. There is no excuses anymore. We can't have excuses inside our organization, within our supply chain. We need to be equipped in all aspects, in all levels, okay, and sides, to make sure that we have control over our supply chain, and then we try to control the outbound of the supply chain with our etc. So it's very important. um, and something else, you need at least weekly or monthly meetings with your suppliers. Don't use the word them, it's us.
Correct.
It's not
Exactly.
anymore them, it's us. If something happens to them, happens to you. If
Correct.
something happens to you, it will affect them. So both we are in the supply chain. A supply chain needs to speak and understand the supplier supply chain. They need to be together, speak the same language. Okay, so it's important the approach that we use. It's not them, it's us. Collaborative. It's important. Okay, it's a huge. And as I said, uh, you need a strong supply chain, but flexible in the same time. It's important. It's huge.
Exactly.
And um, yeah, that's it. I mean,
Fantastic.
so it's important. Speak continuously. Look, speak continuously with your suppliers. Don't rely not only in the internal. It's important to take the feedback from the internal, from your organization. It's important, especially bottom-up approach rather than top-down. Bottom-up. It's important to take the feedback of everyone. Okay, it's everyone. Uh, Mr. Shak, let me tell you something through my experience. In 1999, very long time back, okay? Very long time back, I was doing an assignment on a local manufacturing firm in Malta. And for 6 months, they introduced ISO, and one of the gap analysis on the ISO page was the organize the warehousing and logistics. And I learned something there. Even the person who are looking after the cleaning of the warehouse can give you feedback about many things, because he is across, and he is everywhere, in every corner of the warehouse, and he monitor everything. So the lesson I have learned is, take feedback from everyone, don't assume nothing, and also speak with your suppliers. It's important. Okay, find the time. There is no excuses. Find the time. Many people brings a lot of excuses. Find the time. Find the time, and organize your supply chain. with a license, and speak to your suppliers. It's important.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So supply chain resilience is everybody's job. You have to really monitor it and then pay
Yes,
attention to it.
yes, yes,
Fantastic.
yes.
So, the second question is how to assess the cost of disruptions in real time, because there are so many disruptions going on. So how can we, as a supply chain manager or a warehouse manager or a logistics manager, so how can we know the impact, either in form of cost or something? Okay, so if you want to do
Mm.
any optimization initiative, okay, so you need to have a justification,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
how do that?
So
How do you in real time? How can do
okay.
that?
So sorry if I repeat a bit. Sorry if I repeat a bit. Okay.
No problem.
As Mr. Shankaran have said, okay, make sure you have a total ownership of your warehouse, of your distribution center. Make sure you have a total ownership, and total ownership brings, obviously, the cost of that of the cost of ownership, right? So if you have ownership, you know the cost of ownership, right? We agree on that.
Yeah, yeah, correct, correct.
Okay, so on our inbound, we should have total control of the ownership. Even if we subcontract part of the logistics or supply chain, we should know the cost of that as well. Okay, we should have control. We should have control and cost. So on the outbound, we should be in control of the situation. On the external issues, if you keep good relationship with your suppliers and with your third parties, which are supporting you in your logistics, etc., you should know also the cost of what is happening right now, and potentially what could be the percentage that could affect your supply chain logistics model. It's not easy to have a total. It's not easy to give. The question is, can you be 100% on the external cost? Not always. You
No,
can
no.
be maybe 70%, 60, 70%, 75%. But no shipper, shipping cost, transport cost, fuel cost could rise up, especially when there is a high demand, they increase the cost. What they do. In Dubai, it happens all the time in the shipping, because they have a marketing monopoly in shipping. So sometimes, from time to time, they do it. They increase the cost. So at least, you try to anticipate the cost, which could affect in a established route and an established market. You could have a you can have you can establish your cost in established route and market. But in a new route and new markets where you're trying to adventure your new, try to grow, it's not easy it's not easy. There's in my presentation, there's the pestle control, which I spoke about it. You need to use that kind of model to try to identify where are the costs in the external logistics, where could be affected, and try to come up with priority. Okay, priority where could be the high cost, medium, or low cost in the
Correct.
external logistics, external supply chain. Okay, you need to work on that. You need to work on that, and you need to budget. That's why I said don't be surprised. If you are surprised, if in today's business you are surprised with circumstances that are happening with you around you, it means you have a crisis management.
Correct, correct.
You have a crisis management around you. So to avoid that, don't be surprised, because things are happening and continue to happen. So plan for it, budget for it, and organize yourself. Okay? Because many logistics managers or supply chain managers, they face a challenge with the costings, with the cost. There's something happens geopolitical somewhere, or with the border, and suddenly they are faced with huge challenges because they need to deliver. They need to deliver with a promise. So suddenly the cost goes up. You need to budget for these things. Okay, you need to budget. So make sure that continuously find time to work on plan B and plan C. So when it happens, you're ready for it. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised nowadays
So
because it happens.
include, yeah, even the vendors, they should include the risk factor in their costing. And
Yes,
even
of course, of
even
course,
the other manufacturers don't squeeze so much that your vendors will go out of business.
of course.
Eventually, that will create a big problem for you too. Okay, I think that was a question. There are two questions regarding that about the risk. So the question number three is how do the supply chain risk analysis? How to do the supply chain risk analysis? Who is responsible to do this? Finance or supply chain or both? That is the one question. The second is how to
Um,
budget. How to budget
okay,
risk mitigation
okay.
activities.
I start from the bottom one. Who is responsible? I think it's the supply chain manager who should come up with the first model, to propose uh, plan A and plan B. This is what we are doing today, and the worst case scenario and the normal scenario. He needs to create these scenarios, and based on those scenarios, he give a cost. And then sit down with the financial controller and budget for those different situations and budget for them. Okay, so when it happens, you are not surprised, you are not, okay, and the financial controller is not surprised, they are ready. And
Correct.
unfortunately, allow me to say, few people do it. few people do it Few people do it. I can talk a lot about it
Yeah.
because financial controllers are doing a lot of pressure on supply chain people. Supply chain
Correct.
people are faced with pressures from the internal and customer expectations. It's not an easy task, but you have to do it. Find time and do it. It's a matter of approach. It's a matter of approach, nothing else.
I
It's the
think
way.
we need to have a discipline. We need to have a
No,
discipline
it's a
into
matter. This is the case. Many people bring a lot of ideas to their minds, and they are very good. But there are some people, I can see it from training. There are some people, they lack the transfer selling of idea. Okay, the way they transfer the message to the financial controllers. Their main job is to save money. That's it. No, nothing else. That's it. Saving costs means making profits, right? So to the shareholders, so they are their task. But the supply chain manager should find the right approach because they have a lot of ground people are the one on the operations. They are seeing everything. So a lot of ideas comes to their minds. Because how many days you're going to go home and you are facing the same problem, it's ridiculous. So you need to come with ideas. It's logical. The ideas comes to your mind how to tackle it. But then you have to give it a cost. And that model you have to sell it to your financial controller at the end of the day. And you have to sit down and you have to explain to him. And okay, the benefits of having plan A, plan B, and plan C with a budget.
excellent.
What was the other one? Yeah, how to do a supply chain risk analysis. Yeah, I have in my presentation, I have gave some examples on that, right? About which business models you can use in terms of priorities, numbering, etc. So in one of my slides, I think there is the answer for that.
Yeah.
You can look at it.
Okay. So yeah, I think we are done with the questions. So please brief key takeaways, Alex, to the audience. So
Okay, number one, the supply chain is a very people who work in supply chain, they should enjoy it. Why? Because it's fantastic. You learn a lot. You meet so many people. Every day is a new day. There's, but brings with it challenges. If you stay alert if you have a total control of your insight, you learn every day from everyone, you communicate, you work, and you enjoy what you're doing because that's important thing. You enjoy what you're doing and you work as a team, okay? And you have a total control on the done. Then you can also, you can stay alert on the external factors which are happening around you. And as soon something comes to you and reach you, start work on it, because tsunamis are happening and you have to be ready for these tsunamis. That's it. But you need to enjoy it, okay? You need to be proactive, okay? And because it's not going to stop. So you have to be proactive and ready for it, okay? Keep on learning, especially on AI. AI it's become a very important tool. Keep learning, okay? About keep yourself learning about AI and research. Research is very important. Research on in every aspect, okay? Um, uh, going to a college, to university, obtain bachelor's diploma, bachelor's or master's. It's important. I'm coming from education sector as well, so it's but it's not enough. It's not enough. Things are happening, things are ongoing, things are evolving, and you have to keep updated all the time. Okay, and the last point, also evolving brings also on the on the IT. Yeah, so we're talking about research not only on the process but on on geopolitical, so many things, and also on IT. And the last important point is the environment around you. Make sure you have a good team around you, a good team around you, and you contribute. It's not us, as I said. It's not them. It's us. Work as a team together, collaborate, educate yourself, educate them, help together. You have a problem, share it, work on it together, because it's not a matter. You cannot take it on your own. You have to work as a team. Okay, don't take it all by yourself. It's too much. So work on a team and work together. In fact, we all know when a new prime minister, a new president is elected, what he do? He brings the right people around him, because he cannot do it on his own, right? So even a football manager or a sports manager, he brings the right people around him to organize that sports thing. It's the same thing. Organize the team around you and work together. Give the empowerment to people. Sit down, think, work on it. Okay, create that type of environment where everyone feels that he's a something, not a number. It's important.
Excellent. Excellent. Very, very insightful discussion. Very insightful lecture, Alex. Thank you for sharing wonderful points. It's very important not just to go only theoretical, because hearing to somebody like you who are experienced in global logistics and supply chain is very important for every professional. Okay, so on behalf of all the participants, I would like to thank you,
Can
Alex.
can I say something if you allow me?
Yeah, yeah, please. Yeah.
In our sector, I'm coming from the Institute of Supply Chain, right? So it's a bit another sector from the education. Even in the education sector, okay, things are changing a lot. So it's not only on the field of logistics and land transport and supply chain. Things are changing. Okay,
Excellent.
I give you one example. Sometimes you go in a lecture room in a university or college. Okay, you open your PowerPoint, and all the students are with the gadgets, and they start, or with the laptops, and they start searching what the topic you are going to talk
Correct.
about, and they have already the solution, and you even didn't start it. So even lecturers nowadays have to change their approach.
Yeah, you
Okay,
should be smart.
because you prepare for the section, and suddenly you are faced with a situation where, if you don't have a change management mentality, you will be
You
you'll
will be in
finish.
trouble.
You lose credibility. So this is happening in every sector. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful experience. Looking
Thank you,
forward.
Alex. Great. On behalf of team, I would like to thank Alex, Alexander Borg, very senior supply chain expert and logistics expert across from Europe. So thank you, Alex, for wonderful lecture. Please
Thank
post
you.
your questions if they need anything for Alex, and we are happy to get answers to them offline. Okay, so I take this as an opportunity to thank Alex and then go to the next speaker. We are a few minutes delayed. Uh, I would like to invite Suresh Kavali. Good afternoon, Suresh. Uh, so thank you for joining the session again. Very interesting to see you. Okay, so thank you, Suresh. I just a quick round of introduction to Suresh Kavali. So before that, so we have I think three more sessions left today. Suresh Kavali will speak on technology, so AI driven in logistics, and we have railway logistics by Krishna. Then we have contract logistics and excellence in 3PL by Rajesh Selvan, and then we will have a balanced scorecard for 3PL companies. So there are four sessions left, including this. Okay, so I would like to introduce Suresh Kavali to the audience. Uh, Suresh, so first of all, thank you, Suresh, for joining. Nice to see you again. Look fresh,
Thank you, Darshit.
as usual. It's very dynamic. Okay, so thank you. So Suresh Kavali is a dynamic leader with a proven track record in building customer-centric, innovative business solutions. Expert in low-code, no-code development in Azure, AI, ML, analytics, and cloud computing. He delivers the data-driven insights and impactful results. He's a mentor, motivational speaker, inspiring teams, fostering innovation, and driving operational excellence. So he's really a technology guru, and he's a good friend of mine. So thank you, Suresh, for joining the session. Stage is yours. Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Abdul, and it's my pleasure to connect here and then to present my case. And thank you for the opportunity. So let me take it forward. I'm sharing my screen. All right. Hope you could see my screen. Please acknowledge.
Yeah, it is visible. Yes, it is visible.
Okay. All right. Yeah, after driving close to almost close to 3 decades of my experience, the one thing I realize is there's not much difference between our professional the tactics and technical tools that we use or the operational activities we do. One way the other way, all of them are connected to the our personal life directly or indirectly. That's one thing, it's very clear to me. There is so much of synonymity between these two if you're able to understand both the sides. So our session is like on AI driven logistics. So why do we need to have AI in place? First of all, why do we need to have the logistics in place? Why supply chain is important for one like you and me, and as well as the entire world. So, and what is that we are contributing to make someone better, someone's life better? So I'll just give you a few examples before diving into this because it's very important. The context understanding and why we are doing something, and it is super most important before going to the AI world. That's what last 4 years, 5 years that I have been driving into the various AI solutions. I have been realizing the understanding of the context and having the right things in place. So I'll just give two examples. I think in my one of the last sessions, I was telling about the Suez Canal where uh, the ship got stuck and it made almost 5 to 7 days stuck over there. That caused several billions of around 12 billions uh, of the loss for the various other containers not able to move forward. Uh, that is at the business side loss. I'll give you another simple example. I read a news just in last 1 week time. One of in this Telugu states, like in one of the district, the farmers who are like growing the banana, the raw banana fell down to the cost of like 2 rupees per kg. Can we imagine 2 rupees per kg? The same thing if I want to buy in Hyderabad here, I am buying almost paying somewhere around 40 to 70 rupees in between, not less than 40 rupees for at least last 1 decade time. So why it is 2 rupees there somewhere and why it is 40 to 60 rupees for here? That is where the complexity of the supply chain involves. Fine, We are so fortunate, whoever is attending the session over here. We are so fortunate that uh, we are at the next stage of our better life compared to the many other people in the world. But imagine that 2 rupees per kg, if you yourself or me myself or our parents are in that place, how difficult the situation for them to manage their expenses and their livelihood. Very tough. That's where optimization of the logistics before the AI and with AI and next to the AI is always important, and we need to have that one in the picture. So I just gave a couple of the sample images over here, like where in the Suez Canal, whatever the ship halt happened for extended period of, let's say, a week time. Imagine if there is some medical equipment that need to be come to your place, that where like you are your uh, the belonging ones is undergoing certain treatment and you are stuck because of that Suez Canal incident. Then we know the importance of it. So that way, it has a great role to play, optimization of the supply chains across the world. So I think with that context, with that inner meaning, let me dive into the session. What is that AI can do to make it better, and where we stand at present, what challenges we have, what use cases that AI can get involved to make it better, and then what technologies are tech stacks that we need to use and how to build. I'll just run through these high level topics for next 45 minutes. Hope everything is clear from my side, the voice and as well as picture. All right. So as Abdulji explained, given the brief intro about me, so I have been a technologist. Along with that, I do played several other roles: management, leadership, and entrepreneurship, and sales, whatnot. I enjoy doing multiple things. New waters always encourages me with the full energy. So getting into the main subject. So, what are the challenges today? Why the 2 rupees banana over there somewhere, just 500 kilometers away, is costing 40 rupees over here? Take that particular small example. So, having this, the complexities involved over here, just given few of the complexities involved, the unpredictability, where why that 2 rupees fallen, the main reason at the origin, like not having the enough idea of what is the yield of the crop that is coming in that season across that area or state. That is the primary one, where farmers are not forecasted that how their life is going to be after that, whatever the 3 or 6 months of uh, the crop life cycle that they undergo. So that is the predictability was not there from their side, and the enough systems are not in place to get that kind of information for them to get. That is where it gone wrong. Number one. Number two, then the supply chain across the India, various states and the cities and the other exports, whatever the other countries, how it is in the other places, and like what are the channels that we have and what is the shortest route I can take, what is the lowest cost that I can apply so that I can get these farmers benefited. So that unpredictability, one is from the farmer side. At the same time, yes, obviously, we have the easy blame on government always, as we individuals don't have that power of managing all these at the field level. But government, yes, absolutely. So if they can think, they can organize and make it better, better. So there is the unpredictability of the various supply chain demands and the yield that is coming out of that particular region. All this causes that situation. Lack of the visibility. That is, morning also, like we had like the sessions by, I have seen like Sunil Bharadwaj and as well as Mr. Shankaran. So they have given the insight about the importance of having the more communication and as well as more collaboration and as well as the cleaner data in place, the valuable data in place for somebody to come up the next action plan. That's exactly the lack of visibility in terms of not having the enough data points and insights in place that caused that situation. What happened that farmers simply, rather than selling that per 2 rupees, because they will not get even that whatever the plucking and the packaging cost. So they just uh, use tractors to just go ahead and then put them down and not to be useful, those bananas. That's the action that they took. Uh, so raising costs, as we have seen the inflation, last at least we could see 1 to 2 decades time, nowhere comparable. At least I could see that. I mean, I used to get as low as uh, a dozen bananas, like 12 bananas for 1 rupee at the night around in 9 o'clock in my native place when I was in my 10th class studies. And no way can imagine today the banana we are buying here 80 rupees, even in the villages also we are buying not less than 40 to 50 rupees. So that way the inflation cost is the always up and up. So fueling to the all other whatever the transportation, storage, and the in between whatever the labor that is involved, everywhere there is a cost increase. So we have to accept all these facts, and at least we have seen the comparison of 3 decades time, yeah, 4 decades time, not even 3 decades time. So 4 decades time, if I see that like 1 rupee for 12 bananas is now 80 rupees. So that's what the life that we are seeing. So that way always the costs are increasing and the operational inefficiencies. Why? Because as long as human is in the place, like the human operations are error prone. There's no exception to anybody, you, me, or anyone. We tend to do the mistakes. The repeated mistake is not acceptable, but mistakes keeps happening. So compliance and risks. So there are certain regulators across the food and transportation, all other the health and all these compliances that we need to manage, and we need the smooth delivery and as well as the uh, shape of the items that we need to deliver, and speed and accuracy of the demand. So if you identify that, example, as I said, 2 rupees banana, if somewhere else, if that problem is like where there's a demand, that information is readily available, and if you have the channels how to reach there before that spot, the banana expiry time of 1 to 2 days for transportation. So still the things can be made, but you need to have that kind of accurate information. So these problems, whatever already present across the world, the example that I gave, we can definitely see that using the AI, we can solve them far better. And you and me, everyone is using today ChatGPT, Gemini, and Perplexity, and all these AI at one side. Uh, that is the general usage of the large languages that they deployed, and we are using it. That is at one side. The other side, like being I'm a techie, I use a lot of AI-enabled tools for my programming and architecting and the aspects of it. So where we could see that using the tools like ChatGPT and all these, if you are going to be 10 times powerful than you normally working, then using these AI generating tools for the coding and other activities in the technology side and all documentation side, you are 100 times superpower. So that's how these tools are working in terms of the benefits. I'll deep dive more into that as we progress. But that's how the importance of AI is attracting the market. And in the AI again, in last 4 years, the shift has been happened from uh, the legacy, whatever the traditional AI, to the generative AI, to the vertical AI, to the agentic AI, from there to the edge AI or physical AI. This is the transformation that is happening, and it is happening at a very rapid speed. Like unimaginable. Just in 4 years, so much the change is happening. For every 6 months, you tend to see that a new thing is coming up. Both I'm not speaking at the much lowest level, like in terms of the MCP servers. Uh, all this I'm not in the discussion, but at least in the higher level, that is how the change has been at very rapid speed. It is happening. That is the power of the AI. So making use of the AI is necessary for every person, every industry, and every organization, and every field, every country, so that we all can advance to the next level and make use of it. So there's no, I mean, always with every innovation, the new things that's coming up in the market, always there is a both pros and cost side. So always we look into the benefits out of it rather than be too much bargaining about the negative side of it. Okay. So then what is AI driven logistics? So with the manual driven logistics and with the AI driven logistics. In the manual driven logistics in the supply chain, what do we do? The decisions are made by the humans. Whoever is working in that the floor in terms of like manufacturing or in terms of warehouse or in the logistics, wherever the person is taking the decision. So for that person, how the decision will be made based on the certain availability of the information in hand, they're making the decision. Now we just spoken about the power of the AI. The power of the AI, I just explained 10 times and 100 times, and even you can quantify much more than that. So with that rapid the transformation of information and the pulling and pushing the information and translating that into the meaningful insights, all this can happen just in milliseconds, not necessarily in seconds. That's the power of the AI. So with AI in place, now the decision making can go much more faster and accurate. That is the advantage. Before we get driving into the low level tools and how it is going to be, but fundamentally the human decision making to the system decision making with the help of the agents. Why that came into the picture now? Why it is so like in the so much of hype now compared to the earlier? So in the traditional AI, we didn't have that the NLP slash NLU, that is natural language processing and natural language understanding capability for the traditional AI. With Gen AI in place and all other tools that is coming around it are capable of that one small piece in the lowest level, we call that as a AI node on top of several other things. So that is so powerful that takes your instructions, behaves like a human. That human is not a normal human, it is a superhuman, like who is having lot of data connectivities and data processing power and data insights, and automatically taking the certain decisions based on the data that it analyzed. That is where the power of the AI agents that is coming into the picture. All right. So to make it to work better, to make it more uh, the fruitful results it need to result produce. So for that, we'll just go over certain the use cases and the architectural and the technologies that we use to make it better. So it is a AI agent. Shall I look into any AI agent surrounding to me? There's nothing. It is just our concept of mind and the system. So it works on our direction. What you feed in, what you get out. So in the other terms, we tend to call if you feed garbage, you'll get the garbage out. If you feed the right information, you'll get the right insights out. So that's how it works. So for that, couple of these things like the predictive analytics, AI agents, and computer vision and workflow automations, all these are the various building blocks of this entire ecosystem. That's how it works. So let me take it to the next. How it works. Building several AI solutions in last, decade time. So we tend to see that what makes more important and what is the hierarchy of the process that it takes place. So the data collection, it's very important. So what data you collect, from where you collect, how you collect, when do you collect, and how frequently you are connecting, and how soon you are sourcing that data to your the AI or any other analyzers. So you tend to use the edge AI, like where lot of sensors. Today, our cars and the home appliances like your fridge, washing machine, geyser, fan, and everything. Everything is just going by the IoT sensors and it is operating. So that's how it is everywhere. Then all the new equipment, new things, whoever is going to the market, they're preferring that to go for the IoT sensor enabled. That's how we see that. Even recently, couple of the times when I visit, when I have participated in certain conferences, whatever the gift that they are giving, at least in 3 4 occasions I have seen, whatever that water bottles or any other the equipment that coming, everything is a enabled today. The temperature, the water bottle which is having like the a enablement, like where for every 1 hour if you don't drink the water, if you don't take that water from the bottle, that is coming up with a kind of different colors, it is automatically exposing inside that, kind of alerting you without any noise, just colors. Like that, so much is happening at the edge side now. The market is the agentic AI and the edge AI. The physical AI is going to be the market demand for next few months to, I mean, I cannot guarantee even years, because again the quantum computing, the another big the learning curve. I don't want to put the words like a threat or all these. I don't see the life in that way. I could pretty much see that it is more advancing us in terms of various data processing and benefiting us. As I said, if you see that I, as a person, I'm not in that bad need of any of these. I'm having this quite sophisticated life. But the example that I gave, that two-piece banana and some patient on the hospital bed, if you take that, if you include I to the we, then the need we tend to automatically attach, and we feel the necessity of how the non-AI world to the AI world to the quantum world that we are moving is going to benefit. It's not about I, it is going to be everyone on the earth. If we are able to benefit, if we're going to make everyone's life better, so we'll be having the far better life than the current what we all are experiencing. That's how I see that. That's the importance of the IoT sensors at the edge computing, which is having in place for us to get it. So the telematics, like where you tend to get all the performance metrics and the vehicle movements and RFID barcodes for your vehicle tracking, and as well as the other auto e-commerce activities and external APIs. Like nowadays, see that all these came to our, I could say that the enrichment, like where the API driven, if somebody technology person in the conference, like in the event, like where you tend to see that in the initial, we used to build the API driven applications only if my application is having the integration with the other application, then only I tend to go for the API driven application, or those specific modules or silos of the data to build that into the API enabled so that the other application can access it. That was the need where it started when the first time the API came into the market. Uh, just to give a second, sorry for the disturbance. The same bottle is somehow beeping. Let me put that down. Uh, yeah, as I touched that bottle, it stopped it. It's exactly. I think my kid just turned it on and then she left, so it just beeping me with colors. As I just touched it, it just stopped it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Please.
All right.
No worries.
So the external APIs, like last decade time, if I see, as I'm into the deep into architecting several, I mean, most of the technologies, let be Java, .NET, Python, whatever it is. So uh, now we built it, we separated the applications irrespective of either you have the integration with other applications or not. Within your application also we have divided everywhere. I tend to see that front end code, back end code, two silos separated. So by market demand, where the edge computing came place, not the edge AI, edge computing. When the edge computing came into the picture, where the smart devices started playing the role, we felt make the front end as lighter version as possible. That is the origin for having the APIs within your application itself. Forget about the integrations. So by default, all your business logic and everything has been data has been exposed in the form of APIs. So now those APIs are kind of for the agents to build, agents to build for the effective AI. If you want to use, I just simply say that there are a couple of nodes. That is, one of the key node is HTTP node, other one is AI node, and there are a few other ancillary nodes in terms of email, wait, start, stop, whatnot. So, but these are very powerful. Okay? The moment if I unplug HTTP node and AI node from the agent world, no agent can function. To that extent, it is important the external APIs how it is playing. I'm just connecting the 10 years back before the AI agents in place, how that industry has been translated automatically. That's how I see that the enrichment of the data and the applications will help us to make it better and better as we move forward. The next one is data processing. So the data collection is one thing. The next one is data processing. If I review myself, at least gradually, last, 30 years in the industry, like last 10 years or last 5 years and last uh, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, 5 months, 6 months, 1 month, if I see that I'm more building myself rather than a kind of AI engineer or enterprise architect, a kind of perfect data analyst, perfect prompt engineer. These are the two core things today in my mind, which is lingering rather than all other ones. Because I see these are making everything else so powerful. If you want to build a powerful AI agent or AI application, you need to have proper data in place and excellent the prompt engineering skills so that you can bring up. So the amount of time we are spending in terms of generating the application and tuning it, I shifted that exactly same amount of time towards optimizing the prompts and getting the prompts better and better to produce your results much more faster, and having the data cleansing and the data classification and the pinecone creation of the various indexes and all that are very important for your AI to work. Otherwise, how efficient AI system you build, if the data is not optimally organized, cleansed, then you are going to be not taking the benefits of the AI system that you build. That is that extent that processing of data is important that I would like to stress. Then the pipeline, ML pipeline, like in terms of what kind of the algorithms that you are going to place over there, plays a bigger role. Like in terms of we have the predictive algorithms, and as well as we have the supervised and unsupervised, the clustering, classification, and the time series, and the reinforcement, and all these recommendation analysis, and all these the various types of the ML, the algorithms that we have to be applying them as and when needed into the right place based on your data and the need that you are going to apply. What you want to have? Do you want to the insights out of the existing models, or you want to have the predictive of how that situation is going to be after 3 months or 1 month or next day? So based on that, you have to apply that so that you can get the much more benefit out of it. Then it comes to the AI agents. So today you can apply the AI agents everywhere. Let me simplify rather than glorifying that AI agent is something different. Let me simplify that in a simple terms. So AI agent is something which is going to take its own decisions based on certain data that it analyzes, or certain information reaches to that agent, which will be able to find out the insights to take the next step. That is what the agent key role. But in order to do that, so we need to provide a small workflow in place. In every A agent, a small workflow is in place. In the small workflow, you are providing that what is the data source, under what conditions you are going to operate and how, and once you the occurrence of that particular incident happens or situation event occurs, what is that you need to perform. These instructions you will be providing as part of that workflow. This is something not new to us. We have been doing the all the what I could say uh, uh, schedulers, the nightly schedulers using the QuartzNet and the Quartz, etc. All this we have been already doing last 2 decades time. Then what is different now? As I said, that HTTP node and the AI node making all the difference. Where you are naturally conveying that when this kind of situation occurs, you take the call like this. Means rather than you going by the exact match, which was the earlier the scheduler case, the exact match equation you are giving. Today you are not giving that exact match equal statement. You are kind of narrating something which is similar to that. The synonym can be automatically picked up and handled by the A agent, so that it can give you much more powerful results than earlier, and it can be self resilient on its own to take the actions. That is how I could say simply earlier was a hard coded one, now this is the dynamic. That's how it works. So otherwise, the concept is not new. Concept is same. We should not be too much afraid of it. But the techniques we are applying, the technology we are applying is definitely a little advanced one. So we need to be a bit aware of it. So I do have a few examples that I have shown so that you'll be equipped with how to build these things. All right. Now the integration. There is another problem. So integration is one of the I could say the systems, the integration of the various tools, applications, and within the ecosystem of the ecosystem ERP, whatever the other components like warehouse and transportation and CRM and all these platforms together integration, and they connecting to the several other applications outside is definitely a bit of challenging one. To simplify that, the MCP, the model context protocols are in place, so one can also can start using that to make it a little simpler. All right, so I just mark the data processing as one of the important item here. That's definitely one of the key takeaways from this session, so we all need to take that in mind. So then, what are the predictive logistics use cases that we can think within the supply chain? So demand forecasting. So based on the historical data, so we all know that if summer comes in, like where the painting will start. So the usage of certain products will be much higher during the winter. Certain items are higher in the summer. So based on that earlier historical data, you'll be able to predict how it is going to be for the coming week or month or days. So same way, based on the routing, like where the various traffic conditions and weather conditions. Suppose to fly to the Delhi right now, the weather condition there is like where it is it's uh, fog slash smoke. It is kind of smog. There is a possibility of both flights and trains getting delayed because it's almost zero visibility or very less visibility for them to take off and bring down. So that way, the predictions same is applicable. I told you trains and aeroplanes, but what about of course cargo is there too, but vehicles. Even when we are driving in recent days, in some places, when all of a sudden, like morning till 10 a.m., also we have seen that foggy nature where it won't let you to drive beyond 30, 40 kilometers. Well, you can happily drive at 90 to 100 on the highways, but I mean, the weather condition is not supporting you. See, so it is impacting the drivers, the truck drivers who are transporting. Imagine for thousands of kilometers they drive. So if couple of situations where they undergo that kind of the weather condition, automatically the delays happens. So if you have that kind of information handy with you, where your AI agent is connected to the weather condition, let's say that from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we tend to see that the vehicles are moving for various goods carrying. So if you have this real time uh, the traffic conditions and as well as the speed and the weather conditions captured and processed using the AI agent, it can definitely give you the prediction when your goods can arrive. Accordingly, you can plan the other side, whatever the labor or the urgency items, adjustment to the needy people, and all that can be taken care at the edge level. So that is how that prediction can help. So then inventory optimization, rather than human checking the records of the inventory, if you can assign the stock levels and as well as the certain routing to the conditions of the stock routing, like where suppose if you have fall below certain percentage of the stock, you go for the auto placement of the what you could say purchase orders. But while doing that, also ensure that you properly analyze the existing vendors and take the best vendor out of that based on your situation, how soon you want that material. One vendor might be very good, but he may give the things a bit delayed. Means it will take 3 days rather than 2 days. If there is sorry, if there is another vendor who can deliver in 2 days rather than 3 days, but he doesn't have that ranking like a another vendor. So AI need to take that control based on its need. It has to go with A or B vendor. So these all principles can be already given to the AI to take into consideration and perform. So predictive maintenance, same whatever the machinery that you are using and the vehicles you are using, if you are able to get the alerts for the predictive maintenance, that will save us both the human life and as well as the fuel and the cost saving across all items. Then autonomous agents. You might see nowadays, like at least these Amazon warehouses, like where almost they kind of automated it. Their uh, the human robots are making the transportation within that and self-control. So that's how we tend to see that moving forward. The door delivery, the autonomous routings, and the door delivery by the autonomous cars. Now it is just an experimental and a semi-usage level, but over the time, all this can become the reality across the world. Not necessarily right now only in the advanced countries, but in the future, we tend to see that within our country and all other countries too. Then in the self-optimizing, so how that works? Right now, that whatever that agent, the autonomous shipment carriers within the warehouse, they have the self-control. That is sensors from one to another. So that the sensors one to another will control that not to collide each other and manage it, stop one guy for the other guy to move and all that. So in the agentic world, so there is a, as I said in the beginning itself, there is a pros and cons. I don't much concentrate on the cons, but we have to take the cons into consideration so that you can build the applications better. So one point I can provide over here, we have like uh, I tend to attend so many events and understanding so many other large corporations, let it be Lenovo or Dell, HP, all these people who are into the both hardware and as well as the software side, they're producing so much in the AI world. So everywhere they tend to say that around 78% of the AI systems are not producing what expected. It's hardly that 22% the success rate with all the expectations. Why so? Fundamentally, understanding of the AI, having that enough knowledge, how to make it to work, and what to provide that to make it to work better, and how we can take that advantage of what it produced at next level. All these are the skill set that one need to develop and we need to have with us. That's where this particular slide, it is kind of the AI agent ecosystem. I would like to say that multi-agentic, multi-agentic flows means one agent will act as a kind of master agent controlling the other agents. So everywhere in the events, everyone says that AI works great for the POCs, proof of concept. But the moment if you deploy that for the enterprise, the performance is not as expected and it is not giving the results as expected. So I'm not happy with the AI. Why it is working in the POC, proof of concept, why it is not working in the enterprise? Because the data set that we are using and the problem statement that we are solving at the POC is much smaller than the compared to the enterprise deployment that we do. So simply, while you are doing your activities, suppose I have given here the demand forecasting and inventory optimization agent and logistic routing and customer service agent. There are four agents. So these four agents, I can solve the problem in a single statement, giving let's say that 1200 lines of prompt. I can do it and I can solve the problem at one go. But there is something known as a underlying somebody who is already into the deep into the AI building. There is a token consumption. There is a limitation on how much it can process. So it cannot process the whole lot of thing at a time. If you give it several thousands of records, lakhs of records, and TBs of data, and thousands of lines of prompts, if you give it, it has its limitation to go and do until it consumes that whatever the 2000 or 4000, the higher bracket of the tokens that it is having, it comes out. Whatever it finds, AI works in a fulfillment manner means you extended something, it will just fill the gap. That's how the AI works. It goes searches for your prompt, comes with the data, it satisfies, produces output. It won't care about did it scan everything, did it scan all the lines of prompt that you gave, the thousands of lines that you gave, all the data set it scanned. Those are not the capabilities of the AI. Those are the traditional SQL querying that we do. There we scan if the database having the millions of records, you will tend to scan all the millions of records. It will not come out without scanning all of them. But AI is not that world. So what you need to do is that same 1200 lines of your prompt, if you can subdivide that into the multiple the prompts for the smaller problem solving, you can find much more efficient results and accuracy. The probability is higher for you to get your results. Now control those small silos using your what I could say a master agent, but it's going to cost much higher than we doing non-agentic way. AI is not cheap, by the way. AI is costly affair. But if you know, that's where the stress that I gave on the data since morning, the talk with the other speakers has been on the communication and the collaboration and having the right data in place and having the right data architect who can architect that into the right manner can provide instead of allowing scanning of your 1 million records. If you can give that thought process to the idea to the data, you can make it into the 10 buckets and source that individual bucket to the individual agent so that you can minimize your cost and you can optimize your results. That is where the multi-agent concept and the master and the worker agent concept comes into the picture. So, in the similar note, warehouse or the route planning and for your documentation, like invoicing and all this can be the purchase orders, all this can be automatically generated, automatically processed without any the human intervention. All these are possible. And the other ones are digital twins, where simulation of exactly the same environment. For example, your warehouse having all the racks and bins in place. So all that information, if you go as soon as you enter into the IKEA kind of store or any other large warehouses, if there is the modulation system where if you're able to simulate the things, if you're able to check it out, you got the exact idea. Like if you watch a movie second time, you can process most of the information in in advance happening to the actual movie, because you already have that knowledge. Same way, in the warehouse, in the other large stores, if you have these kind of digital twins, the simulation systems with the 3D modeling, so you'll be able to identify, oh, okay, I need to go to the floor number 3, and then there is the rack number 25, which is on the rightmost corner of that the entry. Then there the 10th rack where I need to go and pick the uh, 10th shelf or bin. So you have that kind of picturization in your mind in the case of the digital copy of it that you already have in the entry or the product that you want uh, when you enter into the store. So those are the things you can advance your the time you spend in the shop and the time it takes for you to come out with your transaction from the store. So all these are the benefits that one can get by having the digital twins in place. All right. Same way for routing and load optimization and scheduling, you can build the individual agents, and there are already several companies already built and making use of that benefit. And these are a couple of the non-named, what you could say, the use cases. The third-party logistics and the retailers and e-commerce, they are already deployed, and there are many, many. I mean, the startup ecosystem unimaginable in India in the AI side, producing so much of the agentic stuff, and we can search and get it. I have a few more slides in terms of how to do it. I'll just quickly give it. And we need to have that ROI and the KPIs while you're building any kind of your AI systems. Otherwise, like everyone else is building, you also get into it. At the end, only you realize that you burn out your cash and your energy and your the resources motivation. At the end, you declare that AI is not the way for you to go. That will result you in the bad way. So better you equip with everything in place first, then the enough knowledge and expertise in this field so that you can perform it better. I just gave the path over here. In the phase one, the readiness. Do you have the all the required whatever the equipment? What kind of models you are going to use it? Do you want CPU system, GPU systems, cloud? Which kind of storage? All that you need to have that kind of the readiness of your information and the data in place. And then what is the purpose that you are doing? That need to be clearly defined. Then you just do initial pilot, and then you scale it to the next level. Whatever the add-on agents you tend to give it and power them to work together so that you can benefit the agentic flows and its outcomes. And success factors for that to happen: data quality and the cross-functional teams. That's the reason every speaker is saying about the communication, because at the end, we humans who need to provide the data to the systems. If we don't provide, and another big use case, like I have seen a couple of the cases with the US government, they're coming up with certain RFP requirements where they say that they don't want to lose the legacy of the earlier the subject matter experts in certain fields like legal, etc. They don't want to lose that knowledge. So they want to build the AI systems in place to serve it for further generations. So that's how they're coming up with the RFPs. I have seen that. All right. Then implement something which is going to show you the immediate results so that it builds the motivation in the entire team so that they'll be having the zeal to perform further and then produce the results that we want. All right. Then tech stacks that we need to use. All right. So quickly, whatever the earlier the IoT sensors and the each of the AI today is having.
Suresh Garu, can we just give a phase wise on just once again?
Uh,
The last slide. Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Yes.
You want me to repeat for one
Very
more
good.
time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
Very interesting. Yes. Yes. Please proceed.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. So to build a, I mean, this is what my note, but wherever I'm attending, even last evening I was in a big event outside. So almost every alternate week I'm in a event, either I'm speaking or listening. So everywhere people tend to quote that 70, 78% failures in the AI.
Yeah.
So for the failures to avoid for everyone, whoever is getting into this AI world, these are the building blocks to ensure you go in the right path. That is, the phase one is, are you ready? When you say are you ready, it's not about just having few developers. And then I have seen this. I mean, like developers, if you give them the data, they just go ahead and then how to process that data into the destination system is only the agenda for them. But in the data, do we need all the data in place? Are there any data items? Because this can't be migration, right? When we enter into the AI systems. By the way, we are not replacing any of the existing systems. If you are going to build a new ERP, new transportation, new logistics, new warehouse management systems, include the AI as a the inbuilt thing from the beginning itself. Otherwise, the current happening is in the market. The existing legacy, whatever the softwares we have in the ERP side and the all other the vertical solutions, transportation, warehouse, etc. Everywhere we are just trying to plug in the AI tools and AI techniques in place so that it can make use of the data from the existing legacy systems and make them much more powerful with the AI taking certain portion of activities and feeding back the data to the back to the original system so that it can perform better under the real time. So for that, the readiness of your organization having the enough data. As I gave this example, if you just only have the developers in place in the system without the analyst slash architect slash somebody SME subject matter expert in the data, I mean, straight away saying that data. The reason is data, we all know the power of the data. Once you see the data, you can analyze so many patterns out of it and so many the unwanted stuff, etc. So you need to provide that what is needed for the AI to perform rather than handing over the entire data of your whatever you have. Because as I said, it works on the fulfillment mode. If you load it with the thousand fields data, it may have capacity of only scanning 5 to 50. So it may never produce what you want. So you need to nail it down. What is that you want to the silos, to the respective agents so that it can perform, like for example, your transportation data to the one agent, your weather to the one agent, your inventory to the one agent, your warehouse status and the whatever the equipment required to move those in and out, packaging, etc., to the another agent, and the supply demand forecasting and all these to the another agent. So for the customer service, another agent. If you can divide that into the multiple agents, your entire ERP data that is so far fueling into your system for decades of time can be broken into the a TB of data into the multiple GBs and multiple GBs of data into the just MBs so that AI can perform much more better. And also there are advanced technique. AI also evolving every quarter. That's how I'm saying it. Right now we have the metadata capability within the indexing DBs. That is metadata DBs. Sorry, the embedding DBs, the embedding data we store, we have the concept called metadata. So it can further help you. One is creating the multiple indexes, and one is having the multiple the metadata within the index can help the AI engine to get out of. I may have, let's say that 1 million records, but at the end 1 million records I'm cutting down to the only AI to process only, let's say, few hundreds to thousands of records rather than it is bothering about millions of records. Number one. Number two, I may have my, let's say, 200 columns or 300 columns or 45 columns, but I need to judge what role those columns are playing in my AI engine to operate. So few things I need to handle using traditional SQL. Few things I need to handle using my traditional Java slash .NET slash Python. and a few things only I need to handle using AI where it is necessary to use it. Unless I break it down into the horizontal, vertical, and cross, both domain wise, data wise, use case wise, and the performance wise, and the ability of the AI in place, unless I do all these parameters in place, the AI cannot produce what we are expecting. That is the proven thing. I have been that's my personal experience. I didn't copy anything, that I have been seeing that, and that's the reason now I'm hearing the hat of the data quality analyst and the data analyst so much in depth, because I see that more than AI, this is going to be much more bigger market for my consulting opportunity in the market. All right, so define the strategy. Just give me a second. Define the strategy. So for you you need to have the what is the purpose that you are building it. You need to have that the objective first defined. Is that cost reduction, or the speed that you are delivering, or better insights you are producing, or what is the portion of each one of that. Not every use case is same. So people cannot understand it. Data analyst can understand why certain data is, like for example, somewhere I was helping them in the application tracking system. They are into the IT consulting, but somebody uploaded. They are into the construction field. No way that resume is fit over here. When we reviewed, I cut it down to the one third of the data is just not required for the new system. So like that, we need to have certain the clear cut objective of what's the purpose of your system building, so that we can provide the right information and the right equations in place. Then you do the as usual the pilot. Means take one key area that is achievable area, you deep dive that into that, and then build it. Find out a couple of the market leaders into the end businesses like healthcare or uh, whatever the pharma, etc., and experiment with them to see that how it is giving the results for them. Once you have the fruitful, the fruitful results from them, then you go ahead and then engage in the full blown implementation of the all the possible, what I could say, solutions within that ecosystem you tend to build it, so that it can fit into the market. So to do that, at the bottom I gave the data quality and the cross-functional team. Everybody need to contribute. Nobody should say that it's the AI team work or someone's. It's for the transportation team. It's not for the warehouse. It's not for the manufacturing. That's not the case. Everyone need to come together to provide the right data to the system at the right time. It's important. And then quick wins first. First you do something that you can quickly achieve it. Then you do the iterations over the time. So yes, we can do 10 times faster, 100 times faster, but the time, whatever it takes to build you a quarter time, you need to invest that time, not to be under the hurry of I can build it because of AI, I can build it in a month, I can deliver. No, we tried all that, we burned out, we realized that you need to give the decent time for the systems to build, and you can build it possible. All right. So I can take up the questions very shortly. Uh, Here again in the similar mode, you having the what are the agents you are building and all this the items you're building, API enabled, and having the enough connectors to the various systems in place. You have to ensure all this in place so that your agent building can be all these are building blocks for your agent. Uh, and this is one of the supply chain regulators that we had a recent implementation for one of the major client. So like where the various compliance information and regulations that we receive, we tend to implement that within our supply chain ecosystem. So at the right time and the right information need to be produced and stored. So a 10 page or 20 page the policy document that we receive from the regulator, we apply the AI just to come out with the implementable and the task.
It seems the battery. So I think his Suresh battery is running low. He did not plug in, it seems. Let's stay for a minute. Yeah. Praveen, can you check? His laptop battery was running low. It seems. Suresh Garu?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think your battery ran out.
Yeah. Sorry for inconvenience.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Uh, all right. All right. So this is one of the strong use case we built, like where I'll just show you the outcome of it and what are the ways we can make use of it to build it. So whenever we get the regulation, so we tend to prepare just the tasks that one need to implement. It could be the transportation company, it could be the warehouse, or it could be the manufacturing. Like what are the respective uh, the compliance that they need to adopt. So we used to just pull out the two, three, 4 tasks that need to be done out of the 10-page document, so that the time that the earlier the consultants used to take to process it and to define what need to be done can be just in few minutes now. As soon as the regulators they like present it within their sites, we are downloading it in the real time manner. So as soon as they release it, in the next 5 minutes, you know what need to be done on that the 5 defined tasks. Earlier, it used to be at least 2 to 3 weeks reaching from the one to another, and their processing, reading, understanding, etc. That we cut down to the 2 weeks time to the just 5 minutes. So then further, all that whatever the regulations are there, we further kind of like formalized it that somebody like who is not build the AI systems can come over here and then search for his domain specific regulations and get that circulars out and what the tasks and all that. That is where like whatever I was explaining in terms of to make the AI to work better. On the left side, whatever you see that acts, rules, and circulars, directions, orders, guidance, etc. notifications. All this became my what I could say metadata within my indexing DB as part of the embeddings. The moment if I don't do this, the performance of this application will fall down to the 30%. The moment if I have this power, it's entirely different. And then within the regulators, there are several regulators. So few regulators will be having the more number of items, if we are having the less number of items. So the more number of circulars whoever is having, we take them and then we separate create one index for them in the pinecone db, the indexing db, vertex or pinecone, etc. So that when I'm searching that on the specific industry, it goes to the specific what I could say the index and perform. So that millions of records that I said, now I'm cutting down to the silos of just I'm helping the AI system to better perform. This is the techniques. I didn't give like chat GPT like the option, open-ended option. You query anything, I will respond anything. Chat GPT, we are using the more of a general purpose. We are not solving any problem 100% using chat GPT. If you all realize, we are just only making use of it to generate certain application and a wow factor created. But you cannot do whatever I'm showing you. All is done by the other AI enabled tools in the development side. Using ChatGPT also I can do it, but what it takes another tool for me 10 minutes. I need to spend maybe multiple hours on the ChatGPT. So I can do in the ChatGPT, but takes whole lot of effort. So what I did, some architectural decision I took to make it to work better. One number one. Number two, to the end user also I'm giving certain activity here rather than giving the open-ended. I gave certain the activity here for them to input, so that I'm further narrowing down to the where to go for me to fetch the data. So at the next iteration, I have the option of, like, if somebody coming and entering the query over here, processing that query and identifying that from that query itself, I can populate this left and the top navbar, both the items. I can simulate it internally. But I don't want to go to that extent of too much of time consumption. This can work for the market. Yes, proceed. So these are the techniques that I would like to just give to the audience to ensure that unless we pave the path in these 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, like the stepping stones, it cannot fly the way we want it. And one of the backbone engine for any of the AI agentic world, these are a couple of things like documents and knowledge, where you load whatever the data you want, like web scraping or your database or CRM or ERP or whatever the documents you want to upload. You give all that, goes and inside embeddings will be created, and the tools, you give the connectivity to the all the CRM and your WhatsApp, Telegram, email, whatnot, the Teams, everything you can give the integration so that it can pull and push the information. Channels, you can publicize it to operate from mobile, you can operate from laptop, you can operate from tabs, you can operate from email, you can operate all the channels. Also, you can build it. Find out the user traffic. What is the user are trying to query? Once the user queries are coming in, by the way, maybe in the iteration that the slide that you asked me, pause for a second, Abdulji, there is something
Yeah.
of the iterations. Like, what does it mean is, you build first something, the training and maturing the model happens over the time for every AI system. That's how it works. For that, you need to have what is the user actually coming and trying to query your application. You need to capture mandatorily all the data. Once you see the data, if you feed in that data and if you can make use of AI to further model your application, it can go to the next level. That's the importance of it. So that user traffic measuring and user query measuring. Then in the settings, if you want to run with the various, today we have several LLMs and SLMs and uh, open source, Olama, etc. The LLM models and all these, the various things are there. You can configure all of them in the settings and you can try it out. Measure your token consumption. It's very important where it is going, either in the query processing or in the fetching of the data or in generating and giving it or in the embedding cutting. There also you need to take, while making the embeddings, there is a process called chunking and overlap. The proper chunking and the proper overlap will ensure the quality of the output that you receive. If you don't do that chunking and overlap in the appropriate way, your results, no matter how much you do in the rest of the areas, because the basic connectivity between the one uh, the embedding to the other embedding itself is missing. The other areas, how much you do, will not get it. All that can be measured based on the token consumption that you are going to track it, and why it is taking that much, and you taking certain back steps to make it better. Will always give you. AI will not give you all the better results all the time. It is your techniques that gives you the better results. How you make AI to work. Then the all the regulators in place and their circulars, if you want to directly catch it all. So this is the one of the like the probable application. Most of the AI agentic workflow systems are having that. To build that, this is the base technology where the data storage can be the a part of it in the MySQL and a part of it in the vector database. If you ask an AI engineer, AI engineer will say that yeah, I need a vector database. But as I know, both the worlds of transactional and as well as this AI and data warehouse, everything, I won't work without MySQL with only vector DB. No way, because I know the benefits of it and how we can make the AI to work better. So we must need to have traditional SQL and the indexing databases both to take the part in the solution. Then the processing layer, LangChain, everyone uses it in the market where it is having a lot of the sub controls within that the components that can help us for the indexing, chunking, and LLM connectivity and the preparing the uh, uh, the bots and the prompts and prompt chains. All these are the inbuilt components available. Any programmer can consume it in the multiple technologies, .NET, Java, and Python. These are available. You can take it. And the UI level, you can make use of it. Nowadays, we cannot avoid accessing the applications on the mobile. So either mobile app or the traditional app in the PWA manner, you need to build it by design. You need to build it to fit into the mobile windows. So this is the traditional if you want to build it from the scratch. But I suggest unless a company is a tech savvy company already having so much of this knowledge can take part in it. Otherwise, there are many alternate ecosystems that has been built by the so many startups and other companies, and each one of these, even the major IBM and the AWS and these guys, Azure, those guys also built their own the agentic and as well as the what you can say the RAG enabled systems in place which will auto connect within their ecosystem. Like for example, Copilot we all heard. So Copilot has the ability based on instruction going and connecting to the your OneDrive and as well as the Teams and the Outlook and your ERP systems like as the CRM and Dynamic 365 Business Central. All these things automatically it has the ability to connect without you much saying. It will establish the connections. Same thing if you don't use Copilot, if you use the ChatGPT or something, you need to build out all integrations using your own mechanism, or you need to pull the API somewhere and then you need to do it. Same way we have the queue systems within the AWS. Those guys have the access to the within their the bedrock what they have their the AI engine in the background. So for the bedrock and all this, it is already having the access inbuilt without you knowing. It is already connecting to all of them. S3 buckets and the bedrock and all these are inbuilt coming as soon as you give the query to build the system within the AWS. So go for Copilot if you're building the system in the Azure. Don't work with the AWS queue system in the Azure. That is the worst combination you can employ to get your results. That way, all these pioneered the large scale cloud companies already have their own built-in. Nevertheless, they also comes at a cost. We also have the other providers, other guys who are giving you at the kind of free of cost, some fee of them to an extent, at a low cost fee of them, and a meaningful cost few of them. That's how I could read it. For example, N8N. I use it massively for majority of my workflows. This guy is allowing rather than me building. Initially, I built it using the earlier architecture. I built a good number of solutions last 4 5 years. But in the recent days, I shifted my narration and story towards the N8N, where I can do it. I can shift that at the end to my workload to my system,
Okay.
not having any dependency with the N8N guys. So the thankfully they're giving that, and we are able to do it. So it is working out. So these are the alternate choices for us rather than building from the choice. They already have the inbuilt nodes for you to operate. I told you that wait node, HTTP node, AI node, and then email node. These are the primary ones. With the help of that, you can connect to the any system. These things are already inbuilt there. You can make use of it. LangGraph is
So
the other guy, which is having the silicon of future. And there are open sources, Node-RED, etc. We can make use of these quickly build your AI systems. Whatever I have shown you earlier, you can build using these technologies too. So which are available at the free of cost or the low cost. These are the two alternatives for one to build it, either from the scratch or making use of the applications available. So
so
then
it's
that's all.
just let us few more minutes. Huh? So just
Yes, yes, done. I am
yeah.
at the last one or two. So, as I said, the challenges are there everywhere. Where first the team, the organization, the leadership, and the team need to be first mentally prepared that they're going towards the AI side and feed in all the required data in the right way that it can work. So we need to have that kind of data quality and governance. Somebody lead it and take the control of it. and the workforce need to have that kind of skill set to implement or to make it to work. And the integration to the legacy systems, as I said, that is another one of the challenging thing we have seen, and the change management, where operationally everyone coming to the together to work it. So that's what it is. So similarly, in the warehouse also we have the same kind, and here is one of the towards specifically for the transportation optimization, the freight audit, and the cost optimization to see that where you can reduce, and the spend intelligence you need to get it, and the spend management. On all these, you can deploy one AI analyst agent so that it can work with other agents to bring that results for us. Net net, I would like to just conclude it saying that uh, uh, it's encourage, I encourage, and I promote. Definitely, a agentic world is having the far better benefits than the downside of it. So everyone can take the benefit out of it. So your data need to be right, your strategy need to be right. Then the a human in the loop you cannot avoid. How big, how efficient AI system you can build it. At the end, you need to have human in the loop just to certify certain areas. Not necessarily every area. Checks and balances can be kept, but human in the loop is necessary. So I would like to close, conclude my session over here. So if you have any specific questions, I will be happy to answer.
Very, very insightful lecture, Suresh Garu. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed, and I wanted to discuss about the platform you have just shown. Okay, so maybe of the meeting, I would like to definitely look into it. Okay, so thank you. I think we run out of time. We have three more sessions to go for. So I would like to thank Suresh Garu for giving a wonderful lecture. I think this lecture is designed for me to hear from Suresh Garu. Yeah, so it's fantastic event, and I
Thank you,
was
Abdulji.
echoing whenever you were saying something. I was it was you were answering some questions what I had. Okay, so that's fantastic.
Thank
And
you very much.
Suresh Garu is available for any answering any questions for the audience. Please post your questions. We'll make sure that those questions are answered. So thank you, Suresh Garu. Uh, uh, so very, very insightful lecture. Would like to introduce the next guest speaker, Krishnan. Thank you, Mr. Krishnan, joining for the session. We are little late, 15 minutes late. Sorry for holding you.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's okay.
because there was some interesting topic going on, and I could not stop. Okay, so it's a very, very interesting. So we have three more sessions to go for today. So now I would like to introduce Krishnan CN, experienced senior manager with a proven track record in logistics and supply chain industry, skilled in warehouse management, MRP, procurement, EPC, oil and gas operations, hold a bachelor's degree in materials management from Indian Institute of Materials Management, Mumbai, and very experienced in third-party logistics, warehousing and logistics, expert in railway logistics. Okay, so today we are fortunate to have Krishnan CN to deliver the lecture on railway logistics, processes and opportunities. Okay, so welcome, Krishnan Garu. Thank you very much for joining the session. A warm welcome to you, and over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Khader, for giving me this opportunity. Uh, but unlike Mr. Khader has said, I'm not an expert on railway logistics, but uh, I would like to show you some of the opportunities that are existing in the railway logistics sector, which is primarily in India has been used for passenger transport. So I did my project with the World Trade Center, Mumbai, was on the logistic cost reduction. But railway came in as a big opportunity there. The current processes, what is possible in the future. So this was my topic there. So I would like to share my screen and show you some of the possibilities, opportunities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see this.
Is it visible?
Yeah, we can see this. Okay. You want to put it in a slide share mode? It's up to you.
Yeah, I think is this fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Okay. So if I go to these processes and new opportunities in rail logistics, uh, I first want to show what is the current coverage of railway in our country. You know how much of rail coverage we have got in India. We know that we have been taught, we have been told that railway is one of the contributions from Britishers. Britishers left English language and railways to us and took else, everything else. So uh, the railway is a big advantage. We know that it covers the each and every corner of our country. Even a very small town has a railway station attached to it. So we can see that where there are even road traffics are not there. They have built rail lines to reach each and every corner of India. So how much that has been utilized for our logistic purposes? So this is a big question because uh, if you see, we have always given priority to passenger traffic, but rail traffic holds a huge potential for goods and services. So currently, our goods and services are restricted to bulk goods like coal, like other grains like rice, wheat, oil. So these bulk items are coming into railway logistics. That too, basically used by public sector enterprises. So there is a Indian Oil, HPCL, or Coal India Limited. So they are using these services, railway services. They are connected with the railways, and it is working well. It is bulk. You can have. You will see in the north part of India, like Bihar and other places, the goods train running with maybe 30, 40 bogies carrying coal. And a lot of our energy, the power is coming from thermal power. This is basically the railway is the lifeline of those logistics. So now, if we see what is our currently, what is the kind of what is the coverage of railways? Because we are using like about we have about near about 70,000 kilometers of railway lines running across the country, and in that we have about 38,000 is a single line and 25,000 only is double lined. So what does this mean? Because if there is a single line, the traffic gets slower because only one way one train can go, and if there is a double line, both ways it is possible, which means that more than 50% is still in single line. So for a logistic purposes, this is not looking very good. But there is a lot of doubling activities going on. This needs land acquisition. There are a lot of things connected to it, laying a new railway track and electrifying it. But if you see the electrification is like about 98% of the railway lines are electrified, 98.83%. So this is a huge advantage because our fuel consumption is that much lower because we are using. But once again, it has the a very big any train with 30-35 bogies carrying coal may not use the electric engine, so they still use the diesel engines, double engines. So we have a good coverage. We have electrified the lines, but still we have not doubled it. So that is something which is needed to be done. So that is a huge opportunity in the waiting. So once it is doubled, like how the highways have picked up in the last 10 years, if you see how much highways has been built. So if railway also takes a similar initiative, then what will happen is that it will reduce our logistic cost to a great extent, and it will reach the reach for moving goods and transport across the country will be much easier and with a lesser cost. So this is something that the government should look into. The railways should look into. The railway ministry has to look into it. India has, you know that Indian budget is a major event in a year, but equally important is the railway budget. So when you see it, railway itself is a huge employment opportunity generator, and if you see, there are 1.2 million people is a workforce. So it's a well machined workforce. You may see that what we get to see, we hardly see the people behind the railways, the costing of the railways. There are even imagine 1.2 million people working in there, like a well oiled machinery, and which runs all these trains across the country. So it's a very huge setup. So, but they have to still see the opportunities more, and now we see that new introduction of new trains. The traditional racks are changing. Vande Bharat is coming, and then the Vande Bharat sleeper is coming. So that's all on the passenger side. And one more thing I want to mention is that railways have to run for the benefit of the public, because the railways are used not only by rich and powerful of the country, but even by the poorest of the poor. So it is for everybody. So it is it is considered as a public utility. So they can't simply go on charging the public like a private sector. It cannot simply charge the public. So it has to be work on the benefit of the public. So they earn more money in the goods sector rather than on the passenger side. So since passengers are important, the priority is given to the passenger trains rather than the goods trains. So if rethinking is possible, rethinking is done, then this can be become a very big advantage to the running of logistics. How the logistic will work using railways effectively. See, another opportunity is in the waterways. So that is not fully again utilized. Still, there is work going on that side also. I think I know that the government is working a lot on that side as well. Now, the countrywide, we have 7,325 stations across the country. So that's a huge number. We know that in the world, India is operating one of the biggest railway setups in the world actually, and we are effectively running it. We are improvising it. So there are a lot of improvements going on, but still there is so much to go. So how China has progressed, but China has a different setup. We are a democracy. We have to answer so many people. It's not that simply tomorrow I decide I can do it. But China has a different setup. They can do that. They can decide today and tomorrow it will be implemented. But here there are so many. We have to cross so many bottlenecks before implementing something. And when we come back to that slide, showing that, yeah. Okay, so here the double line conversion will be a huge boost to our logistics sector, and it will give us a very big opportunity. And see, I live in Bangalore, so my native is in Kerala. So when I travel from Bangalore to Kerala, a lot of sections are single line. So somebody has to wait. If a Vande Bharat, last time when I was traveling, Vande Bharat was coming, so our train was stopped. Vande Bharat was let off because it's considered to be one of the faster trains. So because of the single line, it has to wait. So similarly, goods will be stopped, passenger trains will go. So this is the situation. But electrification is complete 98%. That is a good sign. But still, this doubling of tracks will be a major challenge ahead. Now, going ahead, I'll just show you this slide, which shows the dedicated freight corridor. So this is one of the good things that the government is doing, because this track will only be dedicated for the freight traffic. So if you see the chart, so we are covering most of the north side, especially on the coal belt. So like Madhya Pradesh, the coastal region of Andhra Pradesh to West Bengal, then through the belt, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, up to Punjab. So this freight corridor is very much there, and there are some proposed one which are marked in that dotted lines. So if you see that from the west coast to the east coast, on the southern side, they are planning something, so that is in progress. So this dedicated freight corridor will enable that logistic cost to reduce a lot, because the logistic cost currently in India is more than 10%, and whereas in the other countries it is coming down to 7 to 8%. So if we are able to bring down that cost to a single digit, that will be a huge boost to our economy. Our products will be will have a better cost, and it will find a better price in the overseas markets. And so going on to the next slide. So this is the coal traffic in India. So there are major growth areas are pointed out. As I said, much of the north is running on thermal power. If you come to south, there are a lot of states like Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. They are using more of hydroelectricity as well as atomic power for using as power. But since we have a lot of coal resources, so then much of north is running on the thermal power. So it is important to use that opportunity and use railway, because road traffic, it will be impossible to transport so much of coal in by through road. It will be very difficult. It will not be cost effective also. Now, coming to the next one. So this is something which is very new. You might have heard this in the news some months ago. So the connection to Kashmir after the 370 abolition and all that. So this is made possible, and this is a huge advantage to us, because some of the non-connected part of the country are connected by rail traffic, and this will be a huge boost to the economy of that region. Similarly, there are things in northeastern states as well, but this is one huge boost, and similar projects will help that rail traffic. So goods will again carry things to and fro to these areas, and which will give the economy a big boost. And next I'll come to the another new thing which has come up. So that will come in the next slide. Now, if we see the draft on our coastline, our ports, what is the average draft of our ports? So most of the ports, if you see the listing, it is between 7 to 15 meters depth. Most of the ports. The highest is about 14.5, which is Paradip and Cochin, Mangalore, Mumbai. So these are all in the 14-meter depth, water depth. This cannot even bring a very large crude container on their port. They can't, because they need at least 16 to 17 meter draft. Now, what does this mean? This means even if my ports are there, I can't bring a very large container ships or crude oil ships alongside my port. And you can imagine what will be the result of this, because this will bring the cost factor, the number of ships coming to our ports. So these all will affect our logistic cost and logistic facilities. How equipped we are with all these things. So one of the things I recently read was the Indian government is planning a huge port in Andaman Nicobar as well, because it is on the main ship routes from the east to west. So they are planning something there as well. I'm sure that will make a huge impact. The next slide, which I am going to show you, is about one of that realization of that trade route being exploited. So this is the Vizhinjam port, which is in Kerala, which has been recently opened. I think it is now nearly 3-4 months before it was inaugurated, built by Adani. So if you see that the water depth on the port itself is about 24 meters. So this is the first port in India which is able to accommodate the largest container ship in the world. Yeah, even the largest container ship can come alongside easily. Now, these kind of facilities is going to really matter to us. See, earlier we had a tough competition from Colombo. Colombo was our competition. So then the government improved the implemented this Vizhinjam port very fast. So I think still it is only For container traffic, even the crew change is not possible in Vizhinjam port. That's what I learned. So they are trying to implement it faster because the crew change. Because when the ship comes along, some of the staff may want to get down and go to their country. So there is an immigration process, and then they'll go to the airport. They'll get a temporary visa and all that. So again, that is one. Second is the customs and other facilities has to be implemented there. The railway has to be connected, road has to be connected. So just for container traffic, it was opened, and it is already making a lot of news, not only in India but all around the world, because lot of ships are coming to Vizhinjam port because of the high draft, which is about 24 meters. Now, going forward, now this is the project which I did some 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago, on the satellite goods terminal in Bangalore. So you can see the pictures, and I met the manager of that terminal, Mr. Nikhil Srivastava. So I had a very interesting conversation, very interesting, exchange with him, and so I was very interested to know that what actually this goods terminal is doing. How much goods traffic is happening. But actually, I was a little disappointed, and there were so many questions from me to him. I was asking him how this terminal is working, for what this is working. So what I did was, initially I went around the terminal little bit to see what is actually happening. So basically what I could see was only cement was stored there, nothing else. I didn't see anything else. Many of the shutters were down, so I couldn't see in. Some of the cement storage areas I could see, and I could see that how they were handled, how they were handled there in those warehouses. So if you see the next slide, this is how it was. And I was pleasantly surprised with how our racks are made, railway racks are made. If you see, there is a gradient plate which is coming down from the rack directly to the platform, where you can easily load with a MHE. But since there was no MHE present in that yard, I could see only people moving, carrying the load on their head. So when I went to meet Mr. Srivastava, I was asking, how this is working, what are their plans to improve this logistics and reduce the logistic cost. So he was saying that there are so many plans. There has been so many proposals done. For example, he wanted a cement, silos made in that terminal, but couldn't happen. So that the packing can be done in the terminal itself before transportation. And I saw the cements were packed in gunny bags, which was again a lot of loss was happening. And the people who are carrying the load were using the hooks to lift the sacks to put on their head. And you can see the people who are working there. That is on another aspect. If I see the person who is carrying the cement, he has taken a bath in cement. And what will happen to his lungs? I was thinking myself, how we are allowing such kind of things to happen, the person's health. But unfortunately, tomorrow you are going to go and tell these people that we are going to bring a forklift to lift this and put it inside. They will say, no, 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 you're making me my job to lose my job. I am living off this job. So I say, if I try to tell him also that it's not good for your lungs, it could cause long time problems, he will not understand. He will only say that I am trying to take away his job. So this was the condition. So then I was, in fact, Mrs. Srivastava told me they have a conveyor, which is actually they have kept it somewhere. I couldn't see it. He said, no, 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 Krishnan, it's not like that. We have a conveyor, and this conveyor is can be used to load these sacks and put it inside. But inside the rackings, if you go inside the railway, bogie, it's all stacked on the floor. There is nothing you can put, use the height of that. Only thing is you can put sacks one on top of another and it can reach the roof. That's all. But again, manual labor is very much there. So it's that primitive. The basic facilities are that primitive. And they have some kind of arrangement with, Ruchi Soya for moving this oil through rail. So that also they tried, but did not materialize. Then there was a proposal to use rail in the space of e-commerce. So big, e-commerce players like Amazon or this Big Basket and other guys were trying to get it, but the railway's disadvantage is it will book. If I want to do it, transport something, I have to book a train, not one bogie. I have to book the entire train. Then only they will carry this across. If I want to send something from Bangalore to Mumbai, they will say, okay, book the entire train. And another big problem is I have to pay in advance. So the private companies will say, okay, I'll give you, can I get credit? No, it's not possible with the railways. It will not work. They'll say, pay in advance, then I'll carry your goods. Even if you think, I have to transport my bike from Bangalore to, for example, Coimbatore. So what will I have to do? I have to pack my bike, take to the nearest railway station, book it, and then it will be taken over from that point till Coimbatore. So I have the trouble of carrying it to that station. I have the trouble of packing it myself. So this all railway will not do. Suppose if railway is facilitating these things, then what will happen? Then it will be, our life becomes much more easier. And if railways can deliver in time these goods, actually this is the potential of earnings for railways is very, very huge. The convenience for the common man is much, much higher. Even if there is a shortage of some goods in some part of the country, if we are able to move it in a faster way and a cheaper way, in a cheaper method across the country, across the cities, this will be a huge saving potential for everyone. But unfortunately, that trend is changing. But still, the young minds of this country are questioning a lot of things. Because if I am working for railways, imagine, I am already told, okay, this is how things will work, and this is what we go ahead with. But beyond that, I cannot even think. I cannot, have my imagination and create something new in this. But that will change in the new generation. It definitely will change. See, I used to work for a government office in way back in 1992. So I worked in private offices, and so when I went to a government office and I looked the kind of
filing system they use to do. So it's a paper file with a kind of needle, and there is a rope. So you have to make a hole in the paper, put this rope through it, and tie it to the file. And coming from a private organization, I was totally shocked. I said, "This is not how you file a paper." Then they said, "No, India government does this way." That was a simple answer given to me. And see, those kind of things, see, a new gen person going into a railway office. Nowadays it has changed a lot. But still, the kind of, the system it works. It doesn't need, improvisation. They work, they keep on working in that same fashion. It needs changing. So when it changes only, we can see how the savings, the new potentials can be utilized. And that, see, when we are doing it, we are thinking very locally. Now that our awareness are bigger, our awareness, the internet has changed the world, the way we see the world. It has changed completely. So that potential has to be utilized by these kind of organization, which will give a big boost to our economy, big boost. So just going ahead. Okay, so now here it simply shows cost savings compared to road transport, to rail and waterways. Now, actually, India is a country which is blessed with so many rivers, and these the again there is a initiative from the government to connect the waterways. And recently I saw something is connecting Rajasthan to the Gujarat ports. So that will give a big boost to that economy as well. But if you see the comparison between rail and road, rail is just almost the half of what the road transport costs. So you can imagine the kind of potential the railways hold in the logistics of our country. But it still need to be really used to the potential so that we can all benefit from it. And so going ahead. Okay, so here is what the auto sector, they have utilized it beautifully. You can see in the picture how auto industry has benefited from the railways or taken advantage of rail. One is that it's easy to transport. They can take more vehicles across. So they have somebody who has found this is very interesting, that we can utilize it fully. So unfortunately, I have to reach somewhere else, so I have to cut this short. Still, there are a lot of potential areas in our in the railway sector. Again, it's very exhaustive. There are so many other points we can discuss here. Unfortunately, due to little shortage of time, I have to close at 4 itself. Mr. Kader, if there are any questions?
You can just very quick. It's very interesting. So many things we really unaware. You clarified them. Okay, that's really very important for every logistics and supply chain professional to know. Okay, and if you take like a couple of minutes to complete whatever you have it in the slides,
Yeah.
then we can put these slides into in the portal. So anybody?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just only a couple of points, because anyway I have come to the end of my slides. Just couple of points more, because one of the things which I was mentioned in that project was that if we could have each railway station some kind of a holding facility for our goods which is moving across the rail, it will be a huge boost to our logistic sector, because if I go to any railway station, what you see is that the goods are coming out of the train are dumped on the platform itself. So I have to carry it from the platform itself across to wherever it has to go. But there is no holding facility in our railway stations. This is not thought through at all. If I can have, imagine a small warehouse in each railway station, then what will happen?
Yeah.
I can deliver it there, and then okay, even I can hold it there.
And just like any other seaport or something.
Yeah. So these are things like an overbridge where I can take the goods by forklift and get down on the other side, cross the railway tracks, and get
Correct.
down on the other side, going into that. So these are things which railways need to see
Right.
as a potential.
That's very important observation.
Yeah. And also, some time ago, I have seen in Andhra Pradesh, they have done an initiative to connect the local market with the railway station through their transport. I found this is very interesting because they were saying that you want to send anything through train, okay, come to us. I'll take from your place in the local market. Even I have seen something similar in Karnataka also. Even KSRTC also did some initiative like that, but I think again they didn't take off much because the railway itself is not equipped now to do things like that. So they need to equip themselves, and they have to come very strongly in the freight movements. So that will be a big boost to our logistic sector and bring down the logistic cost. Now, when we see that America has imposed a sanction, these 50% tariffs, now where are all these goods going to go? So the government is saying we'll find another market for you. But what about Indian consumers? The seafood products, which is made in Cochin, which is exported or in the coast of Kerala, there are so many companies who are exporting to US directly. Now,
Correct.
because of the 50% tariff, they are not able to do it.
They are not able.
But why Indian consumer cannot use it? I can use a first quality cashew. I can use a first quality shrimp. I can use it.
Premium price. Why not?
Yeah. So Indian market itself is big. So that is the relief for the government. See, if you see the second quarter result of the GDP growth, I think it is today or yesterday it came. It's about 8%, which was considered to be 6 to 7%. Now they are saying it is 8%. So Indian consumer, we have 1.4 billion people. So we can use also good quality products. Why Americans has to use it? Of course, we are earning foreign currency from them, but still India itself is a big market. So that is why all the predictions about Indian economy is that it is a very robust and growing economy. So this kind of initiative is what we need for us to grow further. Make employment opportunities. Employment opportunities again are a huge thing. Railway can instead of 1.2 million people, they can bring it to 2 million. Their workforce will increase. So many employment opportunities will be created. So these are the opportunities, and these are the processes. Again, if you go into the railway process, it's really it has got another 2 hours lecture we can make. Just the process itself, and that how that process can be improved is another topic discussion itself. So anyway, I will close it up with that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
A very
Khader.
informative lecture. As you actually, the program got delayed by 20 minutes, so you had a
That's
short
okay.
time,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So, but it's really a very interesting session. Okay, so I
Okay.
thank you
Thank you.
on behalf of
Thank you.
the participants and everybody. So thank you, sir. Thank you. And if any questions to be asked to Mr. Krishnan, please post it to us. We'll make sure that those questions get answered. And then if you would like to reach Krishnan for any help in warehousing, logistics, and everything, so he run a very nice consulting company. Okay, so he's available to help you all. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
have a
Thank
great
you.
time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mhm. Uh, Welcome, Rajesh ji. You're there, right? Unable to hear you. Maybe you're in mute.
Good afternoon, Abdulji.
Good afternoon. I can hear you. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not able to make my camera enable. I don't know.
Okay. It's as simple as that. Then you can just
Yeah, I'm there, but I'm not able to.
any technical issue or is it like a
1 minute, I'll join again.
join again? Just cancel it and join again. That's no problem. You're fine. Ruben, can you help?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just try to help. So just to try, let's continue until Rajesh ji join. So we have two more sessions remaining. One is Mr. Rajesh, and then we talk about balance scorecard for 3PL and transportation companies. Okay. So far we had a very interesting sessions from right from Sachin Bharadwaj, Sunil Bharadwaj, talking about key trends and developments in logistics, and then followed by Shankaran, and then we had a digitization of warehousing from myself. Alex talk about the volatility, environment, and logistics. And then we had a very excellent session from Suresh Kavli on AI, followed by another fantastic session from Krishnan about railway logistics. So yeah, so Rajesh ji, can you make it?
He's in the process of joining, sir.
You can do one thing. You can also ask Rajesh ji to join from mobile.
Okay, sir.
Okay, then he can operate camera and audio both.
Okay, sir.
That's better. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wait for 2 more minutes to make sure that Rajesh Salman joins. ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you engaged, if you have any questions so far, any kind of query, any kind of remark, or any other uh, research related questions or something, please post to us. We will be able to come back to you with a proper answer by interacting with other speakers also. So the videos of all the lectures will be posted in the portal, and they will be made available for all the participants. So you can visit the Data Labs India website, and then you can watch them, rewatch them, and share with anybody who wants to watch them. Yeah. And also the presentations also will try to attach them so that you can know.
Hello, Abdul ji.
Aha.
Camera is not allowed yet from
No
your
problem.
not your
So
side.
actually, you can connect from mobile also.
Yeah. No, in the mobile also I have connected. The same message is coming. Camera is not allowed yet.
Why? Any
It is specified. It is coming as camera is not allowed yet. That is how it is coming.
I don't know. Okay, so let us
I'll share the things also. How it
let
is
us
coming.
start.
To proceed.
So let us see what is there. Is there any setting?
Tell Praveen to present. I'll speak otherwise because it's taking time.
Yeah, you have the presentation. Praveen, you have the
I have the
presentation.
presentation. I'll
Yes, sir. Yes.
share the
So let me know if you want to share. I can. Yeah.
1 minute. Let me
Praveen,
share the presentation from myself. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Praveen, I have given the message to you on the WhatsApp. Unable to connect to the room. Make sure your active connection is on this one too. Do not
Sir, I
block.
think it is from your side, sir.
Camera access is not granted. That is how it is coming.
Can you make admin Praveen, so that in case? But we don't have any issue so far. So everybody is joining like that. Okay, so
Because that's why I tried to join.
even from mobile also is unable
Yeah,
to join.
yeah. Through phone also I'm not able to join because it's showing us camera is not given the access yet.
Let us start, sir. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Praveen, you can
Okay.
check.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Sure,
you just check it.
Yes, yes, yes. Sure, sure.
Yeah. Mhm.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining for the online session.
Yeah, let me do some introduction, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, welcome, Rajesh Selvam ji. Thank you very much for joining the session today. Mr. Rajesh Selvam is the Chief Operating Officer of Smart Ship Logistics. He's a 3PL and supply chain expert with more than 2 decades of experience in warehousing, distribution, logistics, last mile delivery, and more. So, Rajesh Selvam is known for driving operational excellence and business growth, business impact. He's also an accomplished speaker at global supply chain forums. And then he's a frequent speaker for us. Welcome, Rajesh ji. Uh, yeah, we'll figure out that video thing in a minute or two. Meanwhile, you can start giving a session. Yeah, and introduce yourself also.
Okay. Is my presentation is visible?
Presentation is now visible. Who is sharing this? You share.
I have
Yeah,
shared already.
yeah, it's perfectly visible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. And thank you, Mr. Abdul, for giving me another chance on this platform.
It's our pleasure, sir. Yeah. It's always pleasure to have you.
Yeah. And good evening, everyone, for joining this session. And a small interruption has happened. Sorry for the same on behalf of myself and on behalf of Mr. Abdul also on our side. I am here to explain the topic of excellence in 3PL and contract logistics. I have gone through Mr. Suresh's topic, and that was wonderful, and he has covered as much as possible. What I am going to touch, that is also some of the other ways it is already covered. Okay. Before going to the topic, let us understand what is the meaning of excellence. Because if he doesn't understand the excellence, then there won't be any point for the discussion or for the point of going through further. On what is the meaning of excellence? Excellence means doing something extraordinary than the usual or than the available. What is there? Excellence doesn't mean to perfection. It is towards perfection, and it is an ongoing journey. It is not an end. It will be always ongoing journey, first of all. And secondly, it is not something tool what we are talking of. It is not about something, some instruments what we are talking of. It is an habit beyond going what is available at the moment, every day, every time. It has some key elements, first of all. Number one is consistency, doing your best in every single time, in every time, not only when somebody is watching. Second element is continuous improvement, learning, upgrading, and becoming better than your previous result or versions. Third one is discipline, following standards, SOPs, processes, and values, even when it is hard, time consuming, and even more difficult. Then ownership, taking responsibility for outcomes and not giving any excuses. Then the fifth element is quality mindset, taking pride in your work, big or small, doing it very well. That is what it should be. And last is value creation. Excellence means creating positive impact for consumers, people, organization. That is how this is 5 elements. Again, I'll say, because these 5 elements are very, very important in excellence. One is consistency, second one is continuous improvement, third one is discipline, fourth one is ownership, fifth one is quality mindset, sixth one is value creation. See, these all are very, very important before we go to the topic of excellence in 3PL and contract logistics. Of course, it transforms entirely from the existency, then to the excellence, and which comes into line by line. We will go through excellence in 3PL, first of all. Our normal or standard operations, how it is always a basic warehouse with distribution, which is entirely manual inventory tracking, whatever may be the process we have, but everything is manual, example. And what the problem solving method will be, it will be always reactive. There is a problem happened, then we face the problem and we understand, okay, how we can mitigate or come out from the same. The next one is limited visibility into operations will be there always into the standard operating methods. Then standard delivery time frames. We can reach up to 90%. We will be struggling to reach up to 90%. That is how it is. But in the excellence, if we consider in excellence driven 3PL, always there is a huge differentiation. The differentiation means integrated end-to-end solutions will be there. What do you mean by integrated end-to-end solutions? Means through technology, warehousing, transportation, fulfillment, visibility, and value-added services will be in one platform with a seamless system. Because then only the integrated end-to-end solution is going to give an excellence, which is covering warehousing, transportation, fulfillment, visibility, and value-added services through technology in one system. The second one is real-time inventory management. Real-time inventory means it shows very, very clearly there will be a WMS, there will be a scanners, automations, system integrations, which shows what, how, and where the stocks are available. That means the operation will be totally system driven operations, which controls every SKU's movement from receiving, picking, packing, shipping. There will be a barcode scanner available, there will be RFID available, which ensures zero error. Live dashboards will be there. API integrations will be there in SAP, Oracle, Tally, Zoho, etc. Anything which synergize or which syncs up with 3PL WMS. No mismatch in both the systems. That means the mirror image will be there, which gives a real-time visibility, first of all. So excellence is automatically there from the standard. Then third one is proactive optimization strategies. If you go through proactive strategies, which is improving before problem occurs. Because in the standard model, after the problem is there, then once we face the problem, then we make a reactive method. But here, we are going to make it before. So improving before problem occurs. Using data, forecasting, technology, and continuous improvement. That is how it should go on. It makes preventing, predicting, and optimizing instead of reacting after the issue arises. Data-driven forecasting and planning will be there very, very clearly. So complete supply chain transparency. In complete supply chain transparency, what it will be there? Your visibility will be proper. Your real-time monitoring and alerts will be there. Continuous process improvements we can see. Kaizans, lean management will come into place. Workforce skill upgradation will be there. Risk management planning is going to come into place in the strategies. Consumer-centric approach is going to be there in excellence. Accelerated fulfillment cycles, what it means to basically. Reduction in time taken in each and every stage. That means from the order processing, that order receipt, stock allocation, automated. Picking and packing, it is automated, rapid or error-free one. Dispatch and delivery, it optimizes the routes. POD capturing, how the POD captured, it is digitalized, real-time, very faster turnaround. The POD will be visible in both the system according to the API. Due to this, high customer satisfaction comes into place. And overall improved SLA performance will be there if you go through into this. So there is a huge difference between standard 3PL operation versus excellence driven 3PL. You might have gone through with other speakers because how it goes into excellence. There are so many tools, so many other things they might have spoken, so many other methods they might have spoken. See, once we are going through this strategic drives efficiency, especially reduces high cost and competitive advantages comes into place. Next one is excellence in contract logistics. This is the standard operation. How the standard operation happens. The standard operation is via documented one through SOPs. Predictable, repeatable, and core processes comes into place, which is a regular one. Transactional with fixed service levels. Basic technology and manual workflows come into place. Multiple client shared resources will be there in place. This is a standard contract logistics operation which happened earlier. Now, with the excellence driven contract logistics, how it will be? Number one is continuous improvement and innovation mindset, because continuous improvement and innovation mindset is playing a very vital role, which I have told you from the beginning itself, because this is a differentiator. First of all, there is a culture which we call culture of continuous improvement, which we call as CI, Kaizen approach, daily Kanban walks, SOP alignment, RCA, root cause analysis, performance matrix, monitoring, picking its accuracy, TAT improvement, productivity per hour or person wise. That is how it is there. Then automation, robot usage, pick to light, voice picking. These all are comes into excellence than your regular or standard logistics operations in contract logistics. Digital transformation, if you consider as digital, when how it is moves on, there is a huge integration comes into place. WMS plus TMS comes into place, and IoT scanners comes into place. Real-time dashboards plays a vital role. These all are very important. Through this, what happens? Your real-time visibility comes into, and you will be having a long-term partnership, because your KPIs are thorough and it is a mirror image. There is no hanky-panky situation, debates doesn't comes into place, who is what and what, nothing is there. So it's a mirror image. What you have done perfectly, that is going to shared or shown to the customer very clearly, and there is a backed records in the digital format in excellence. So no worries are there. You can go through, you can be flexible. And the last one is flexible scaling and rapid adoption. This somebody need to understand very clearly what is it means to when the excellence comes into place. See, there is a flexibility in decreasing or increasing manpower as per daily or weekly volume comes into place once you are excellence into contract logistics. You can add additional warehouse space, racking, or any storage zones, whatever it is, because the visibility will be there and you can do the needful. You can deploy extra MHEs, vehicles, and resources instantly. That is very easier for you to do the needful once the excellence comes into place. Ramp up for seasonal and festival sales, any peak hours, any new product launch. This all will be easier when you are playing your excellence. Through excellence, that means we can go beyond the expectations with the strategic partners very efficiently. Again, I'm saying to you, which is going to reduce your cost. This again going to create competitive advantages through innovation and continuous improvement. Warehouse operations excellence. We can go through warehouse. We have already gone through a lot of sessions, and you may be going through the sessions of warehousing also. There are standard warehouses which makes a manual picking, paper-based tracking, 90 to 95% accuracy, 8-hour processing time. This all will come into place. Okay. Automated system. When there is an automated system comes into place, robotic assistance, digital workflows, which gives an accuracy of 99% accuracy, 2 hours processing time will be there. But when excellence achieved, AI optimized operations, predictive analysis, and 99%, 0.99, 95%, 99.95% accuracy will be there on the same day on the fulfillment. That going to give a very bigger differentiations, where last to last session through Mr. Suresh, that we understood very, very clearly what AI is going to give a beneficial to us. Correct? So that is also an eye opener to me, as like Mr. Abdul said, because that sessions made us some eye opener, and that is very good. First of all, we can go through, and we will go through, and we will connect with the speaker to understand more and to drive more in our usages. First of all, the majorly excellence in warehouses is going to transform very highly, and we can achieve 4 times faster than processing, and 50% of man our reduction is going to come very, very clearly, and accuracy is going to increase a lot. Now coming to next, the transportation excellence. The normal transportation is fixed route planning, limited tracking, 95%, 90 to 95% online delivery, on-time delivery, manual dispatch processes comes into place, very reactive issue solutions which we discussed, standard fuel efficiency, that is how it is going to happen. But when you are coming into excellent standards, dynamic route optimization with AI, that is very, very bigger helpful to us. How we can make a route optimization, how we can utilize maximum. Integrated real-time GPS uniform platform. See, you may be having several GPS. There are several service providers, WheelsEye, T4U, Map My India. So many people are there, and so many vehicles are running. Dedicated vehicles, non-dedicated vehicles, market vehicles are going to run. See, if we have unified GPS platform, that means all this GPS will be interacting with unified platform, and live tracking will be there. And due to integration, you can understand with one login password instead of several login password, according to service provider or according to even vendor or transporter, we can track in a single platform, which is highly giving an excellence than our regular tracking or different tracking. Through this, we can achieve 99.5% on-time delivery rate, because we will be pushing for our deliveries. Manual dispatch process, here it comes into automated intelligent dispatches. We can pre-plan very clearly what is next and whom need to call, how your loading pattern is going to be, and what faster you can relieve the vehicle. The major one is predictive maintenance and preventions. We have vehicles. So once the AI comes into place, once the excellence comes into place, we can clearly understand what time, in what kilometer, and what way we have to do it. There may be a running clause. The vehicle may be running in sequence, because vehicle should be on wheels on road. If it is not there, then it is a loss for the owner or the driver, because he will not earn. But this preventive maintenance and prevention, once it is coming into excellence and when it is guided very properly, there will be a huge improvement. And lastly, fuel efficiency. There are calibrated fuel flow meters that came into place, which makes 30% efficiency than the standard fuel efficiency. Tripwise analyticals are there, which we can understand how driver is taking care of the vehicle and how he is driving in which road, and what is the usage comes into place. And there are certain tactics also given to the drivers according to this excellence standards. See, once we achieve excellence standards, automatically your on-time delivery reaching to 99.5% or more compared to your standard of 95% in the regular industry methods. Cost reduction will be there. Around 30% cost reduction comes into place. Your real-time tracking capability, if you ask me, 24/7 visibility will be there. There won't be any problem because your unified GPS is going to play a vital role. Your real-time tracking is going to be there. And as this is there, you can have a reduction of manpower too on the command center very, very clear. The next one is use of AI technology in 3PL and contract logistics. I will make it this short because we have gone through in detail through Mr. Suresh's session. Only I will give some glimpses or lines on this. Through AI technology, we can have predictive analysis. That means we can make a forecasting, demand pattern, inventory level optimization. Any disruptions are going to come that we can understand priorly before. Any stock outs are going, that also can be understood faster through this. Once we do warehouse automation, there will be a role play will be with robotic, sensors, RFIDs. So picking will be increasing speed through scanners. There are multiple scanners that come into place. Advanced scanners are there, which is going to increase, or which is increased already, 300%. And errors are zero. IoT integrations. IoT plays a very, very vital role at the moment with connected sensors, which monitors even temperatures, humidity, and real-time locations where it is there, what it is there to showcase. Product quality is also being controlled through this. And entire supply chain visibility is also there through IoT integrations. And IoT plays a very vital role on this. So use of AI and technology in 3PL and contract logistics plays a very, very vital role. Because it's up to us how we are utilizing. And lastly, smart routing. That means because as these all are there, and you can understand very clearly how the algorithm plays, and in one route, how much we can adopt and what we can do. So which automatically reduces the fuel cost as well as the delivery times. Because there is no necessity to send multiple vehicles or more connectivity once our route is made in a smarter mapping. So through this excellence expectation technology, 60% faster time processing happens and 40% lower operation costs and 99.99% compared accuracy is higher than your manual systems. So you can do betterly than the earlier. Additional value-added services beyond basics, that is, product refreshment can be done through technology very faster than your regular one. We can design financing cutting cost, carbon footprint, sustainable packaging can be seen. That can be proper, that can be in order. Market localization can be done very, very properly. You can post postponement strategies, lead time reduction, inventory cost reductions will be there. Integrated repairs, wear and turn, light repairs, grading, asset disposals, warehousing, even for transportation. That is easier once we do the integration on value-added services too. See, as we do the excellence, our performance measurement and KPI is going up. When we are doing a standard order accuracy, it is 90% earlier. But through excellence, it comes to 99.9%. On-time fulfillment, regular standard 85% comes into place. But once we do through excellence, 99.99% is achieved. Inventory accuracy, on regular method, we do 90%, but through excellence, we reach up to 99.99% even. And especially warehouse utilization. In our standard methodology, we use with the oil space and everything 75%. But once we use business excellence or excellence into warehousing, 95% of warehouse utilization comes into place. This is as per record provided by logistics and supply chain team. So the real-time dashboards, predictive metrics, and automated reporting, these all are making a differences than the standard performance what we do. That plays a vital role, and that gives weekly reports, immediate corrective action on dashboards, in predictive metrics, forward-looking indicators. We see very clearly automated reporting than the manual reporting. We synergize with emails so that your reports can go faster to the respective person directly, irrespective of man intervention. Safety and compliances. Safety and compliances, people can understand. In safety and compliances, what we will do in excellence, especially. In safety and compliances, we can do a lot. Our standard approach is what? Regular annual safety training we do, annual. Reactive incidents response normally happens. Basic compliance checks happens. Manual documentations. 5 to 8 incidents in a year. This is what happens normally. But in excellence, continuous safety education. Continuous safety education means what? Regular toolbox talks, which we call as TPD. Mandatory induction for all new stocks. Periodic refresher training. Fire safety, fire aid, material handling. Visual safety boards, posters, e-learning modules. So safety education, how we can give? There are so many things that we can provide. Next one is proactive hazard prevention. You should have a calendar for MHE, forklift, pallet trucks through excellence, so that once these all are emerged with our modules, then automatically there is a pop-up comes into place in what day before priorly, so that we can do that maintenance for this MHEs, forklifts and pallet trucks. There are servicing alarms, sprinklers, CCTV, access controls. We can do pre-inspection checklist for equipments. What we have to check it out. Use of IoT sensors to predict failure in advance. That is also possible. This all reduces downtime, accidents, and equipment breakdowns. So preventive hazard prevention means what it is. Automated compliance monitoring comes into place, where software tracking of license and renewals, because which is basically very, very important, because we don't care on this. Real-time alerts on expiring of documents, especially fire NOC, labor licenses, FSSAI. There are so many other licenses, etc. Once we automated all these things, compliance monitoring, so we can monitor the compliances more and more through excellence. Digital checklist we can make for daily, weekly, monthly compliances reviews. This all makes a reduction in man error, human error, and ensures 100% adherence, because this is more important. And digital audit trials. See, digital audit trials is nothing but we can do a proper audit through system and reduce the compliances gaps or any gaps in the audit. That is more important. So audit trials means every inspection incident there will be a kappa or audit captured digitally. So that is recorded. There will be a traceability because there will be a login, a person is doing it. So which department, through which person, which area the problem has been arised, and now what is the prevention that we have taken so that it will not be happening again. Floor audits, there are mobile apps came for floor audits, near miss reporting. It was supposed to happen as an accident, but we identified during the tour of safety audit, and there is a near miss reported. So nothing has happened, but we can prevent. Cloud-based storage of all safety and compliance documents, and we can utilize this automated dashboards and management reviews once we do digital audits. So this is the result for that. Zero incident culture. If you go through zero incident culture, first of all, safety first always, because everybody speak in everywhere, even for transportation, warehousing, even plants, everywhere, wherever we work, we speak first of all, safety first always in a mindset. And this should be always available with all the team members, including this, from the cleaner, that is housekeeping team, till the gentleman who is locking the door. So zero-based incident culture, how we can bring? We can encourage reporting of unsafe acts. First of all, see, this is the culture which we need to bring. There is an unsafe act, and without any fear, people should report. This doesn't happen because each and every company, each and every warehouse, each and every transportation person always fear to say the truth. But if that is coming into place, then zero incident culture will come into place. And for these people, we need to award, reward, so that there is a safe performance can be there. Then stronger root analysis has to be done for each and every incident and near miss, so that it won't happen again. And during the safety audit tour, you can understand very clearly, and during the Gamba, you can understand and you can remove that. Leadership involvement and visible commitment should be there always, so that zero incident culture can come into place. Constant reinforcement of standards and behaviors should be there always. See, because these all are going to be a culture. Because normally on safety and compliances, we always forgo. Everywhere we work in supply chain, in third party logistics, in contract logistics, but we give a very least priority into safety and compliances. But once this is there and there is excellence in our standards in safety and compliances, the outcome is what? A complete workplace which will be there with zero accidents, zero injuries, and zero downtime, which is very important. So incident reductions will be there 90%, and compliance rate will be 100%. And basically what we do an insurance for each and every element. So there will be huge saving on insurance, first of all, because our premium is going to get saved. See, because once incident happens, and again if we go in the next year and if we seek for the insurance, your premium is going to be higher because you have an incident earlier. So that is the major saving. Number one is your incident reductions are going to be there through your proactive safety programs, what I discussed and explained to you at the moment. Your compliance rate, once you automated, your compliance rates are going to be 100%. And insurance, which is very major and player where we pay high premiums, that can be saved, which all are not visible. First of all, people doesn't take care of that. So safety excellence reduces workplace incidents 90%, which I already explained to you. Or continuous improvement and lean management is next in excellence. Our normal operations, how it does, You have a monthly review, you have a quarterly review, or we have a reactive improvements where 5 to 10% annual efficiency we gain basically on continuous improvement. What we do one into normal operations. But how we have to do continuous improvement and lean management? We need to identify spot inefficiencies through data analysis very, very clearly. See, once we make it out, then we need to redefine, standardize, and best practices, because we should understand what is the best practices so that we can do the needful. Then develop solution and improvements on that. That is more important. Then we need to implement and execute changes systematically immediately so that there is an improvement is there. Then we need to track what is the results and impact. So once we do this, then only our continuous improvement and lean management is going to play a vital role in the excellence. But there is a process for that. We need to identify, we need to optimize, we need to innovate, we need to implement, and we need to measure it. If you do it, then your normal operations, we will be always showcasing the excellence, because how it is going to differ, first of all. So automatically, proactive innovation, 25 to 35% we are going to improve a lot, and waste reduction will be 40%, and every team member will be contributing on improvement ideas. These improvement ideas are not easy because there are awards and rewards we need to provide to the people. Then only an improvement ideas are going to come. We need to encourage the people to provide fearlessly the improvement ideas, which is more important. If we do everything in place, your customer experience is going to differ a lot, because we are going to speak to the customer proactively always. Our approach is totally going to change. Automatically, there is a transparency and visibility will be there. Complete supply chain visibility will be there. So, customer approach from their side also changes with us. There will be dedicated support we can provide once we are into excellence, and customer experience is going to change. By 24/7, there is an expert assistance will be there, and if there is any escalations, anything comes into, there is a response is going to be faster than your regular responses, which takes 2 days to 3 days for analysis and giving the responses. So this is more important. Once we do a better excellence work, customer experience is going to differ a lot. Our customer satisfaction will be always greater than 98% than your normal one, as 85% comes into place. Retention rate will be always more than 95%, which leads to long-term partnership. NPS score will be more, that is greater than 4.8% against 5. So the rates will be higher, and there will be an automatically an advocacy. Customer will become an advocacy for you. And this is going to give a long-term growth properly. And this is what it is. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Abdulji, any questions? Anything is there? So that
Yeah, there are some questions, and I wish to see you, Rajeshji.
very good. You are able to see me.
Yeah, no, I wish I could see you. Okay, I don't know, something is wrong with that. I'm not sure.
And this is the first time, because I have not faced last 3 times such.
Yeah, it's nothing. There is no option actually to block or something. Once we make presenter, you have all the options. Anyways, since it's a fantastic lecture. What I like is you told to achieve excellence and what excellence means. Okay, people will just talk about excellence. Okay, but they don't. In reality, they don't really follow that. So excellence is having a discipline of doing things in a proper way. You have very nicely explained, and that will definitely give the benefits. Just like you give one example of insurance. Okay, if you do properly everything, you will not have accidents, and then you will have a less premium payable the next year. So that is very simple, easy to understand. So you have both option, both things. So you are saving something, and also your safety is much better.
Correct.
Okay, and technology, you try to cover everything with the future scenarios also. So a couple of questions there, which especially for the contract logistics. So one question I just received from someone is, what are the prerequisites for entering into a contract logistics? What is your advice for the new entrants? That is one question. Okay, maybe that you can answer that. Maybe the second question is, what points need to be taken care for costing in the contract logistics?
Okay.
It is very critical to have a proper costing, otherwise you will end up with a problem. Okay, so a couple of questions, sir, for you, before talking about technology. Yeah.
Yeah. I will give the response to this. See, number one, first of all, you need to understand how your contractor is set. Once you are entering into 3PL contract or contract logistics, you should understand the person who is going to provide these services, what is his eligibility, capability, what is the experience he has, and what is the team is having. That is more important than anything, first of all. Because it is easier to say, I am having a 3PL and contract logistics with me. So can you join with me? I can do the needful. This is what it is. That is what it is. That is different. But is the company is cultured into that to play the role into 3PL and contract logistics? See, you may be knowing so many companies are opened, so many private limited, so many enterprises are open, and everybody is specifying very clearly. And there are so many people, those who are even learned and came into place, stating that yesterday they were the transporters and today they are 3PL and contract logistics players. I'm not saying there is an improvement, but there is a culture should come into place to handle this. Otherwise, you will be on the standard 3PL and contract logistics. The difference in excellence is that only, because is he going to excel your existing work? What you were doing, if that is the same thing has been handed over to someone and the person is going to do, what is the difference that we are going to get from that? It is only a shift of change, nothing else.
So you will do the same thing through contractor, but that does not.
That is not the necessity, first of all. Then there is no, see, that means automatically you will have your own team. So there is no cost reduction comes into place, and you will be handed over to them also. There is a cost is there. What you reduced, first of all.
Very important. Yeah.
You are going to increase. See, when you will be giving, I have a pain, I have a gray area, I am not able to manage my show. So I need to go for a better person. So that better person need to be identified properly. Otherwise, what will happen? Okay, show me as this condition. I will do as this condition. What you are doing? Okay, it is 100 rupees. I can do 99 rupees. You got a saving of 1 rupee. That is not going to give any improvement to you. The firefighting will be same as is. After understanding your work, your methodology, what you want, 3PL and contract logistics should provide a different version to you, because we always understand they are the learned persons. They handle so many other customers. They may be having a best practices. They may be having a system and everything in place. Their analyticals will be stronger. So they will do, or they will give the best practices to my product also. And simultaneously, I will get a better results.
So they add a value. It's
Yes,
not
there is
only
a
about
value creation. Huge is a value creation, first of all. And value creation should be understood. And nobody should demand, first of all, no customer should demand or go to any contract logistics person. What I have now, that if you provide, that's enough. That statement itself is wrong, first of all, where normally people comes into place. Otherwise, person will be asking, I need 30% savings. What I'm doing versus if I have given to you, I need 30% savings. How a contract logistics person will provide you 30% on the day one, first month, second month? unless otherwise he put his fingers inside, and he will understand and he will make an excellence to your standard operations.
Correct. Very interesting point.
Correct.
Yes, very nicely said.
The second one
Yeah.
is costing.
Hmm.
Related to costing, you have to be very, very clear. There are two types of costings. One is clean slate, zero based costing. That is cost plus model, what we say.
Mhm.
Correct. That means there are this much of capex, opex, and manpower is involved into, including technology. Open books costing comes into place plus margin on management fees. This is a very real one, number one, which is easier. Number two, if you are not going for open book costing, that is cost plus model, if you are not going, then if you are going into detail, then you need to understand very, very clearly when you are going for sharing, your cost should be lesser. Your cost cannot be similar as you are doing it, because once it's a shared facility,
Mhm.
so that means the supervisor will be common, the managerial people will be common, the lifter loader will be common, the utilization is of infrastructures are common. So
Mhm.
your rate should be always lesser comparatively what you are doing, what you are checking for unique operations. So you should differentiate very clearly what type of model you are choosing in 3PL and contract logistics. If you want to go for a common model, a unique model, then you need to be very, very careful, because I have to go for 1 lakh square feet of warehousing. Okay, what all are required? What I was handling earlier, or what I was doing with other 3PL and so and so, so and so. What are my gaps identified? I try to improve with that person. It is not improved. Then if I am going with this person, what is going to improve and what is going to cost? Or is it going to cost nothing? Because it may be a culture also from them. So there is no additional cost will be there. There will be different model will be there. They might have adopted good systems. Yeah, there are so many ERPs. We
Mm.
are not complaining about any ERPs here. But is all the ERPs are flexible enough to manage all the products? There's a question comes into place. There are development comes into place. Then the development's cost always in the ERP. So how it is going to manage your product, your ball game, your need of each and every element? That is more important. And secondly, it should reduce your department's manpower first of all. If it is not reducing your department's manpower and you are going to have 10 plus 10 manpower and you are going to give the same thing, that means there is no ball game. First of all, the thought process itself is wrong. So costing according to you, because whom you are going to get the thing. See, there are class of players, A class, B class, C class, and regular. And then again, what are the buckets of classification you are going to take? You are going to take it for as a build to suit one, common things, individual warehouses, rack one, flooring one, how you are going to store. There is no necessity for me to do the racking. Then automatically MHs plays a vital role and your costs are going to be down. It's up to you. According to your product, according to your utilizations, according to your need, you need to choose the right person. Then the right costing comes into place.
Fantastic. Great, sir. Great. Yeah. So you are also talking about technology adoption in extension to what Suresh was talking about very nicely. And then you are talking about application side of the technology. Okay. So still, Rajeshji, people consider investing in the systems, related systems as an expense. Okay. So what do you advise for the warehouse operators or the logistics operators? So what is your advice for those businesses?
Sir, there are two things. One, first of all, comparison comes into people's mind. If I adopt a technology, what it is going to cost? That is first. Immediately, any person sees that faster. What is my cost is going to be there, and what is my things are going to come into play. That is first comes into. So we have to be very, very clear. What is the need? What is going to differentiate first of all?
Correct. What is the value?
Because value chain proposition is going to differentiate both the parties, the recipient as well as the person who is going to do the service.
Correct. Correct. So and of course with the technology evolution or maybe technology revolution, uh, we everyone need to be really think about doing a proper investment,
Yeah.
proper research, and proper plan.
Yes.
Okay. Just don't discard because it is cost.
Yes.
Okay. Because it might be a value, the value proposition, value
Yes.
creator. Okay. So if you don't do that, then you are not ready for the next generation technology.
Correct. Correct. See, that's why if you go through, no, sir, because see how the godown has become a warehouse, how the godown has become a CNF, CFA, then CFA become a warehouses, and today modern warehouses.
Correct.
The
So technology,
terminology changes. How it changes because of the value propositions.
excellent example. Because if you're not evolving, so the godowns should have stayed as godowns.
Go down only.
Yeah.
It will become. See, the second phase is what carrying and forwarding agent or carrying and forwarding service person has become. Then
Correct. Correct.
the evaluation comes into that. You have to see, sir. Customer only pushes for evaluation, and service providers should be ready to adopt or ready to move himself from his own boundaries. The boundaries are not fixed. If the boundaries are fixed, then the godown will be godown only. It will not be a modern warehouse today. What we are talking of. Earlier, people used to afraid to go to godown.
Correct. Correct.
Today, ladies, I am not discriminating. It is not about gender discrimination. Today, very powerfully, we are telling ladies it is operated through ladies.
Majority.
100%.
And they are doing a good job.
Good job. It is not about gender discrimination, but in India, it was a problem. But today, there is no problem. People working in any shift, in any warehouses, in
Yes.
any locations. Warehouses used to be in unique locations where transportations were used to be very lesser. Only big vehicles used to go. Today, it is not the scenario. It all are interconnected very well into the cities.
Perfect. Perfect, sir. Excellent views. So yeah, so we are finishing. We are about to finish the session. So
Yes.
what is your key takeaways? What is your advice for all the participants? Like a top three things you would like to communicate, Rajesh ji.
Sir, first of all, people need to understand about excellence. It is not a word, it is a culture. You should know the meaning, you should understand.
Mhm.
Any small improvements also, do not forget to encourage the people. If you stop encouraging the people, your excellence will be stopped. And if excellence doesn't have an end,
It's a
the pages are on. There is no end for that.
Mhm.
Nobody can get satisfied. I am okay now. It is not the case. It is continuous process. Number one. Number two, as I told and discussed with you, easier to adopt all other things, but we don't adopt on safety and compliance. We
Safety
always
is very important.
which we need to. We always speak. There are so many slogans, so many placards, so many posters will be there in our warehouses, in our places, wherever we are. But we don't do the needful actually. Please start doing. That is more important. Safety and compliances we have to see, and that is in our mindset. You cannot. It is our like our own vehicle. No, we can do the servicing tomorrow. If that mentality goes no, then only your preventive action comes into place.
It will. Again, it's an excellence. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, it's a safety does not happen by itself. It's a
by
culture.
it,
Okay, so you
see,
need to believe in it, and having a safe environment
yes,
creates a safer people.
and you need to drive it.
Correct.
You are driving it is more important.
Excellent.
It cannot be
So two.
postponed.
Mhm.
It cannot be postponed. It can be preponed, but it cannot be postponed. I will give a smaller thing, sir. See, the companies used to always see the companies used to have a see number one, they have fire adherents more and more. They have fire extinguishers also. Example, in 20, 30,000 square feet of warehouses, 1,000 square feet, one fire extinguisher, ABC, normal one. of 3 to 5 kg is there available. I will tell the people you can utilize this before is exhaust, because it has a life of refilling of 1 year. Before 1 year, have a safety training. Take 10 to 12
Training is
things of your fire extinguisher. Have a training, exhaust it, fill it out so that your cycle can be every 10. It cannot be replaced at a time, everything. And you can utilize also before 10 days.
use it instead of
Use it. So
just
it is a
keeping
training,
it in.
it is a usage, it doesn't have a cost.
Anyway, it will expire. Yeah.
Anyway, it is going to expire. But this all our mindset comes into place. And it
Very
is
important point.
entire organization should be there. It cannot be something accounts will be speaking something, operation will be speaking something, admin and other department, establishment department is going to speak something, warehousing and inventory persons are going to speak something. No, everybody should be on the same page. Safety is first.
Perfect.
Once this is there, then your excellence will be there, and you will be differing always from your standard operation versus your excellence.
Correct.
And every day, every month, every week, every year, your excellence is to be there. It's a continuous process.
Super. Super, sir. Okay. I think, in my opinion,
Yes.
achieving excellence now is not an option for us. It's a mandatory
It
thing.
is very much mandatory.
The reason is, if you compare to other countries like China and other countries, so they are doing a much better job in these points. So yes, we are developing, we are doing a good job, but they are doing much better. So to compete in a global market and to compete business in a global market, not only we need to adopt excellence, we need to be more innovative in doing the things. And then, as you rightly said, it's a culture. Okay, so win-win culture should be established against all the industries. It is applicable for warehousing and logistics for sure, and it is equally applicable for other industries. Okay, so whatever you just said, that is applicable to any industry.
Anyone, any
Okay,
industry.
any industry. So thank you, Rajesh ji. Thank you very much. It's a very insightful. Always, whenever I hear you, you talk something very interesting. Okay.
Thank you, Abdul ji, for the
Thank you.
that
Thank
you
you.
have given
And,
and the
on
opportunity
behalf of
given to me
yeah,
in this platform to give an exposure to all the people also. And thank you everyone for listening and giving your time. Have a good day. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let us give a big round of applause to Rajesh ji. A very insightful explanation of the meaning of excellence in warehousing and supply chain. With that, we go to the session now. We talk about uh, balance scorecard for 3PL, for warehousing and transportation companies, especially for 3PLs. Okay, so we talk about technology, we talk about operations, we talk about excellence, we talk about the safety, the disruptions, everything. Now let us talk more about strategy. So how do you manage your strategies how do you manage your strategy for your warehousing and transportation businesses? So Praveen, can you allow Josna to join us?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So our colleague Joshna is here. We will together will present. We'll talk about balance scorecard for warehousing and transportation. So Joshna, she is a senior consultant for fruiSCE, enterprise strategy solution. We call it as a business growth. Joshna. Okay. Joshna has MBA graduation and 10 years experience with data labs. So she takes care of the full strategy, solution architecture, and also the product management. Okay. So thank you, Joshna, for joining the session today. Okay. Let us start. Your mic, your voice, you just check your voice, Joshna. Maybe it in mute, unable to hear you. Can you check? Can you try? Can you just make sure that your mic is working, Joshna? Would you like to join from other device also? Yeah, you can try that. You can try, no problem. Okay, so let me start the session with the introduction, and you can have both the devices, by the way, if it is possible. No problem. You can just keep both active, no problem. Um, it should be fine. No
Hello.
problem. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me start the session. So we are talking about balance scorecard. So we talk about very quickly about what is balance scorecard and how it is done to be done for warehousing and logistics companies, and then Jyoshna will take us through a use case, and she will give a demonstration of Flu strategy and how all these things can be done through Flu strategy. Okay, so let me start sharing screen. I think let me see it if it is open. Yeah, I'll share entire screen. So let me show the slides. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. So we are talking about introduction to balance scorecard to warehousing and transportation companies. Okay, the event is sponsored by fruiSCE, warehouse management system, and also fruiSCE transportation management. So thank you. So first of all, what is strategy? What do you mean by strategy? So it's sometimes it's very interesting to understand uh, what is strategy means. We talk strategy almost in every aspect, every scenario. We use the word strategy, but what it exactly mean it? Okay. So if you have uh, this is point A and this is point B. So let us say you have a current position and then you want to reach here. Then how many there could be multiple routes to achieve to reach there. Okay, so how you go there? First of all, where you want to go, and then how you want to reach. So this is what strategy is all about. Okay, so why you need to have strategy is if you don't have strategy, what happens? So you will just trying to do whatever you are trying to do, but results are not assured. Okay, anything may happen. So it's you without strategy, you will be in a reactive mode, and then your resources will be wasted. So with strategy, you will plan things from the competitive advantage point, and then also it's a long-term success. So you will achieve. So there are three key important terms: strategy, planning, and execution. Strategy is what we will do to win. Planning is how we organize resources and times to achieve this. And execution, how we really implement and monitor results. Okay. So this is a balance scorecard. So here one example when we talk about why it is to be balanced is almost many majority of times measuring only financial results does not represent the company, because today you are making money but maybe you are losing competitive advantage. So tomorrow you will be out of business even though today you are making business. Okay, same thing with happens like multiple corporate companies like Nokia. You did not realize that something is coming up, the Blackberries, and there are so many things. So you did not realize what is coming. Only you are looking at financial things. So if you want to have a balanced view of an organization, so you need to have a financial view, you need to have a customer view. So what you are going to give to the customer, and then to satisfy this customer requirements or customer perspective, so you need to have an internal business. So all your internal business processes and everything need to be aligned to deliver this. Then finally, you are as an organization, you need to keep learning and growing. Otherwise, you will not meet these three perspectives. So that's the balance scorecard is. Okay. So there is a methodology called execution premium. Okay. So this talk about 6-step methodology. So first of all, the stage one is develop strategy. So you need to have your strategy in place. The second thing is you make sure that this strategy is translated into execution terms. Then finally, the third stage is you align the organization towards this. Then in the stage 4, all your operations should be in alignment with the strategy. Then execute it. You continuously do it. Okay. So while doing, you do both pro operations and projects. Also, operations means it's a day-to-day activity. Project means you are doing something to achieve something. Okay. So then finally, you need to have a review. So you need to have a review mechanism so that you keep measuring on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis how your execution is going on. And in the stage 6, you need to test it. Are we getting the results what is expected or not? If not, you just correct it. So this is a cycle talks about methodology called execution premium. It's very popular methodology. Okay. So this also tells you something about strategy map. So strategy map means you have something cascaded in the company. So completely you can create strategic objectives. Okay. And then the group of objectives will tell you how your organization will perform. So when we just talk about balance scorecard, where we talk about financial perspective, customer, the process, and then learning and growth. Here you will have the objectives. So in any company, okay, so in any company, when you take the what you need to achieve in finances, so you need to have a profitability, you need to increase revenues, reduce costs. So these are very common. Okay, likewise for the customer also you can have some key deliverables to satisfy customers like value or service. It is not possible for every company to do everything to the customers, but you can choose what you are going to deliver to the customers. So that is your strategy. And then everything, your internal processes need to be aligned to that. So this is called strategy map. Here, each oval, what you see here is called strategic objective. Okay. So for each objective, what does that mean is each strategic objective will have a measure, because if you don't measure, you cannot manage. So each strategy, for example, you might say you want to digitize your warehouse. So that could be an objective. Okay. If you have that objective, what is the measure? Then what is the target you want to achieve? And what is the gap, current gap? Now, this current gap should be closed through initiative. This is a project, right? And this needs a budget. So this is how you need to have it. So objective measures, targets, and then initiatives to close the gaps. So this is a classical balance scorecard to talk about. Here we talk about strategic objectives. You can see in the left side the strategy map. Okay? And then you have a balance scorecard measure. You have a target, and then particular initiative. Initiative is nothing but a project. Okay. So this way, if you monitor, and this way, if you monitor, you will have a sustainable execution of your strategy. And then all these objectives are linked. So one drive the other. So it's called cause and effect. So if you want to achieve profits, okay, or return on net assets, it does not happen directly. So it has to happen through a link. It has to happen through objectives in a sequence. So there are something called value gap closure. We will talk about in the system. Okay, likewise. So flow strategy is a solution supporting organizations and including warehousing and transportation companies to have a business growth. Okay. So what it does is it will help you to plan and do goal setting, and then align everything in the organization, which includes your business processes, systems, people, everything, whatever we just hear from the morning today, everything need to be aligned to the strategy. Okay, so strategy analysis and formulation are part of this, and then execute. Okay, so you need to have a discipline to execution. Okay, that's we were calling as an excellence in execution kind of thing. Okay, so you execute it rigorously without problem, and then you experience the growth. Okay, so that's what fruiSCE does in the business growth platform. Okay, I just skip this, and it is in a very detailed. But what we do as Data Labs India is we support organizations' business growth to fruiSCE. We support manufacturing companies through manufacturing excellence, through manufacturing execution system and IoT integrations, IT and OT integrations. And then we support supply chain excellence for warehousing, transportation, and other part of supply chain organizations through warehouse management, transportation management, and control tower solutions. Okay. We also help in doing all these things in form of services also. Okay. So I think this is a organizational alignment where if you have a multiple organization units, like you have multiple business units, like multiple warehouses or multiple logistics units, so that all things can be aligned. There is a structured approach how everything can be aligned in the balanced scorecard framework. Okay. So I skip this. There are plenty of dashboards. And what we do is we do a consulting for establishing balance scorecard and the XPP methodology. We also help you to support to run the strategy management process for the business growth. Okay, so this is a brief of any a brief of the presentation. From here, Ms. Josna will take up and show how this is done through system and how it is done through systems driven approach and help you to achieve excellence in strategy and business growth. Over to you, Josna.
Thank you, sir. And good evening to everyone once again. This is Josna. So really, I'm excited to present the balance scorecard design, specially designed for 3PL company. This is completely focused on the warehousing and transportation operations. So from here, let me share my screen. Okay. So let me know if you are able to see my screen.
It did not come still, but let's see. Yeah, now the screen is coming. I think you have shared the full screen. Yeah. Yeah, we can see it. Yes.
Sake of bandwidth, can I switch off the camera?
Yeah, please, no problem.
Okay, thank you. So this is the Fruit Strategy application. So I just want to give the just 1 minute of intro about these modules. So later I will show the completely the scorecard approach what we discussed while presenting the PPT by Abdul. So let me give the intro of about these modules. So basically, this is the Fruit Strategy application. So these are all the modules what we have in Fruit Strategy. So this is a strategy analysis. So where we can evaluate the current strategy and then plan for the future success. And we have the two modules like BSc and then vocab. So to execute this, we can use to execute the strategy. And we have the enterprise PMO. So this is a centralized module. So here we can maintain all the portfolios, programs, and then related initiatives and everything. And we have the people performance, so which is the completely HR module. Basically, it can perform in two ways, whether it could be work as a standalone or else it can be linked to the organizational strategy to achieve our strategic goals and everything. And we have the business processes and risk and compliances. At the organizational level, what are the risks and compliances we have? So we can maintain all of them here. And the next thing is the budgeting module. And next we have the organizational assessments, so where we can see the sustainability and then organizational health index and the whether our strategy is in going in right way or not. So through the assessments we can know that. So this module can perform that. And next one is the performance reporting. So this is a completely transformation. Here we can see the all the scores and dashboards, reports, and everything. And the next one is the OSM, so which is the most important thing. From here itself, the managers can send the alerts and the notifications to the employees to update the monthly performances and everything. And we have the integrations. The fruiSCE have the AI layer as well. So this can help us to do the analysis and then get the performance insights through AI by using the local LLMs and then external LLMs and everything. So this is all about the fruiSCE module. Now I want to start with the thing from the dashboards. So now I would like to show the scorecard dashboard. So where we can see all our the balance scorecard related objectives and everything. So usually, so the balance scorecard basically help us to translate logistic strategy into measurable actions. So across four perspectives, it's basically differ based on the organization needs and everything. So in our case, we have the four perspectives like financial, customer, internal process, and then learning and growth. So this internal process usually here we can call it as a operational perspective, and here we can call uh, the people. Okay, so here in each perspective we can see the strategic objectives whatever we can define for the 3PL company, okay, which is focused on the revenue. Okay, so in the financial perspective we can see all the objectives and their connected measures and their targets actual performances at the chosen month. So if we have the L2 level of measures, so once we click on it, so we can see their measures and then their targets, performances, and everything. So in each panel, we consider as a one perspective. So at one perspective for each objective, what are the performance score we have, and then at the perspective level, what are the scores we have, and finally, what is the balance scorecard, the scorecard score whatever we have, so that the system can automatically calculates based on the measure inputs and everything. And whenever we hover the cursor on it, we can see their performance insights, what we updated in the performance screens and everything. Okay, so this is what all about the scorecard dashboard. And then one more dashboard we have like that is a strategy map. So which is the most important dashboard. So basically, this strategy map visually explains how improving our people and the internal process leading to better customer outcomes usually. So with this customer outcome, we will get the financial benefits. So here in this strategy map, we can see all the scorecard level strategic objectives, whatever we defined for this warehousing and transportation operations. So whenever we click on the one objective in left side, okay, we can see that particular objective score, whatever the performance at this month. So we can see that performance and also the connected measures and their scores, and comparing with the last month of performance, we can see the trends as well here and their connected initiatives. So which is helping to achieve these strategic objectives. That initiatives also we can see here, and then their scores and everything we can see. So likewise, so if there is any risks for this particular objective, so that part also we can see here along with the likelihood and then consequences, the probability of these risks and everything, the flag, those details also we can see here. So in this dashboard, this is a friendly user friendly dashboard. So from here itself, so basically here we have the drill down option actually. So if you want to see the score of this particular objective, and if you want to see the full story of the any objective or measure or initiative, you just double click on it. It will take you to the next tab. So here we can see all the information. We no need to choose again manually. The system automatically reads whatever the objective we have chosen. Okay, so and then here in this objective story, we can see all the connected measures and their performance clearly. And from here also, if you want to check, if you have any doubts about the measure, the total revenue is still 100 crores only, so we not reach the target value. So why it has? So if you have any doubts, if you want to see the clear details and everything about this measure, so you just click on it. So it will take you to the new tab. Here you can see the full story of this measure. And also, while this measure performance updates and everything, the responsible persons and then the managers can give their performance insights. Why it has not reaching our target? Why still the performance is poor or moderate? So that performance insights we stored here. So that information they can read, and if they want to give recommend actions to improve their performance of measure, so we have the scope to maintain those details and everything also. And also here we have the option to uh, compare current year versus last year performances also, the time series, and then the historical information, everything we can see here. So if you want to compare with the previous months of data, so there is a scope also we have to see the current year versus last year performances and everything, and the historical data also we have in right side. So like way, from everywhere we have the drill down option from here. Okay, so like way we can see the initiative stories, measure stories and everything from here itself. So this is all about the strategy map. And here we have the another dashboard called initiative performance. So this initiative performance, basically here we can monitor the ongoing projects whatever we have. So those ongoing projects we can see here. Here we can see all the cumulated initiative performances, schedule performance, cost performance, how much scheduled time we utilized, still what we remind, so the budget utilizations, the cost comparisons, so everything we can see here. So okay, and also the individual initiative view also we have that. And the next thing, we have the measure dashboard also. Here we can see all the all the measures whatever we have at the scorecard level. So we can see all of them here along with their performances, and then current versus last year performances, everything we can able to see like this way. And if you want to see any one particular one measure performance also, that also possible we have. So like way we have the number of dashboards. So these are all the related to the scorecard dashboards. And also we have the organizational dashboard. So where we can see the list of organizations and their performances and everything. Here we can see the cascade. If we have the multiple organizations, if you want to see their values at one place, so this will help us to see their individual and then all organizations scores and everything. So here we can see the score of the scorecard and how many objectives we have. So if we click on it, so we can get the all 14 objectives and their connected measures, their performances, and even at the objective level of performance score also we can get here. Like way we can see all the initiative scores and risks and business process, everything we can see at this dashboard level. Okay, so these are all the dashboards what I want to show for the scorecard level. And then next I just want to show you the OSM, so where the managers can send the alerts to the users to update the monthly performances. So in this OSM, we have the number of modules. Here we have the strategy execution, which is focused on the scorecard. So from this screen, the managers can send the alerts to the users to update the performances. So here we can see how many measures are updated, how many measures are not updated. So uh, everything we can see here, how many updated, what not yet updated. Okay, and if you want to send the reminders to the these users to update the things, so we have the option also, so you can just directly send the mails. So they can receive the mail with the URL. So here they no need to give the access permissions and everything. So just they can click on the URL without having any user login credentials and everything. They'll get the access to the particular measure screen only, so that they can directly update the performances, actual targets and everything. They can directly save that. So then the details will be automatically populate here. So like way the managers can handle this OSM process and everything. So for this this OSM we have for objectives, themes, initiatives, OKRs, organization. Wherever we have the monthly performance, for all of them we have the OSM process. So this is all about the OSM. And then I would like to show the master setup. Just a second. Okay, so this is the balanced scorecard BSc module. So here we can set up all, we can name the our scorecard, and then we can add the focus areas, like the perspectives, financial, customer, learning and growth. So these perspectives we can maintain here. And then if we have any strategic themes that we can maintain, and the strategic objectives, so that also we can define at the each perspective level. And we have the measure library. So here we can assign all the measure behavior, whatever the polarities, threshold, okay, the benchmarks. So all kind of things we can maintain at the measure level. And to achieve, and then to achieve these strategic objectives, we need to maintain initiatives. So that initiatives we can maintain here with all the required information and everything. We can define all the initiatives. So once we're done with these master setups and everything, we have the performances. So in this performance screens here, the users, the responsible persons who are there for these measures and objectives and then initiatives, so they can update the performances month on month from here itself. Okay, so this is all about the measure data. So like way we have the objective story. Here we can see all the connected objective related informations and everything. Like way we have the initiative story. So in this initiative story we can update monthly expenses, and then we can update uh, the activities and milestone performances and everything. Under each activity and milestone, if there is any tasks, so that performances also they can update and then save it. So like way they can they can update the initiative related activities and milestones and everything. If they want to see any risks related to the project, or else during the initiative, so if there is any issue uh, or any risk occurred, so that also we can record here from here itself. And the initiative, for the initiative, the connected measures and their performances. So all these details we can able to see here. And the most important thing, in every story screen we have the communication option. So if you want to send the recommended actions to the users, or any, if you want to share any thoughts to the particular persons and these responsible persons, you just use the mail icon. So it will navigate to the communication screen with all the default selections and everything. So from here itself we can send the mails. So the particular recipients, so they will receive the mails with the only the link. So once they have completed the task, they can update the status and then percentage of it, and their user comments whatever they have, so they can update it and then save that. So like way this can be performed. So this is all about the scorecard. I would like to show the people performance once. So which is helps to achieve the human resource strategic objectives and everything. And also this is also sometimes plays a key role to achieve organizational level strategic objectives and everything. So in this people performance module we have the three ways. One is the individual, team and then 360-degree review assessment. Basically, this is so by accumulating these three performances, we will get the final performance scores. And we have the 9-box model. So in this 9-box model, for each employee, we can record the future potential values. And then we have the 9-box model, the grid we have. So in this grid, we can see where the employee is placed at the potential and then performance level. And next thing, we have the competency module we have. So in this competency module, we have the competency chart actually. Just a second. Okay. So this is the competency chart. So in this competency chart, we can find what are the skill, I mean how much skill gap for the each employee have, and then what are the trainings required to improve their competency gap, I mean to reduce their competency gap. So we can assign those training programs here. So for these training programs, we can schedule the batches, and then we can conduct the training programs. So like we can maintain the people performance module in Fruit Strategy. And also we have the business processes. So all the processes which are linked to the strategic objectives that we can maintain. And the methodologies we can define here, which can help to improve the process of business process. And the next we can define the monthly updates and everything. And finally we have the reports. Here we have the business process matrix, so where we can see the strategic objectives and then business process connectivity and everything. So it will be like this. So here we can see all the strategic objectives and their business processes. This icon show how much influence is there in between the objective, strategic objective, and then business process. And finally, here we can see for each business process what are the methodologies linked. And if we have, we can see the business process performances and everything here. So this is the business process matrix. Okay. And the next we can define all the risks and compliances. If there is any strategic risks and everything, so we can define all of them also here. So likewise we can do the assessments also. And next we have the reports and dashboards, we already saw that. And the next thing is the AI Explorer we have here. So I'll just show you that how it integrated with the Fruit Strategy and all. So this is the AI Explorer. Just a second. So this is the AI Explorer. So it is this is linked to the Fruit Strategy. And here we have the modules like interview chatbot. So interview chatbot analysis by ESM, AI, some configurations, and storytelling and knowledge management. These modules we have here. So in this interview chatbot, basically the top managers like a CEO, CFO, these people want.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
please go ahead, Rashmi. What
Are you
happened?
able to hear me? My
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So this is the interview chatbot. So in this interview chatbot, basically the top management can record their questionnaires and everything here, and then they can share the link to the employees. So they can do the assessment like this way here, and here they can record their questions. So the question will be play like this. and the employees can record their answers by click on it, and they can give their answers, and then they can record it. So like way they can answer their questions, so one by one like this, and then they can record everything here. So this assessment whatever done by the employees, so that can be cumulated, and they can see assessments like this. By the way, this view is not for everyone. The only the admins can able to see the overall assessment details and everything here. Finally, we can generate the reports, assessment report, it which can be downloadable. Okay, and the next thing is we have the analysis module. So here we have the pestle, porters, four corners. These analysis modules we have. So through the AI, okay, we can do the pestle analysis also. Here we have the some models like DeepSeek, Gemini, and everything. So by giving the inputs like organization, year, version, on which product and customer group, region, you are focusing on to conduct the analysis, you can give your all your inputs. And if you have any another considerations, we have the additional fields as well. So it will take the other extra considerations also. So with that it will generate the uh, analysis for a pestle analysis one by one. We have already generated here like this. By the way, it will take the some time to load. Usually the outcome will be like this. Okay, so like way we can do the analysis for porters, four corners. So for all of them here like this. And the next one we have the analysis by AI. So usually the scorecard information, we have the bulk months of data. So whenever we can maintain the scorecard, it will be more than 1 year. So at the time the records will be more. So at the time we can't able to find the exact information by searching and by filtering all the data. So for that, we have the supporting module through the AI called Talk to Data. So in this Talk to Data, you can just directly enter your query. You can click on the Go. So the output, the result will be displayed automatically here. Uh, if you want to know any particular employee performance in 1 month, so you just directly enter that. So the system, the talk to data can give the that exact information and everything. Okay. So like we have the another modules also, the AI analysis, story analysis, and everything. So if you want to get any uh, the analysis information by analyzing the data, whatever the data we have added in the module. So example, for the BSc related information or any OKR module information, any people, business, risk and compliances, if you want to analyze that, if you want to get any uh, the uh, uh, the summary of the performance and everything. So here we have the option called analysis by AI for the BSc and then OKR modules. You can just directly select your organization, scorecard, year and period. So at which month you want to analyze the data. So you can just directly click on the generate. So the AI can be provide the whatever the measures we have and then initiatives we have, and what are the summary inputs and then key observations. So all the these information AI can be provided here. By the way, here we have the two LLMs like local LLMs and then external LLMs. So that data or the operational data, whatever we have, so that can be uh, usually that can be confidential. So that's why we can use it by using the local LLMs. So we can do the analysis and everything for this. Along with this, if you want to share this information to any users, we have the send option also. So with this, you can send the mails to the I mean, you can send this report generated report to the users also. Okay. So like way we can perform at the OKR module level, people, business process, risk and compliances and everything. So this is all about the Fruit strategy and then AI Explorer. Okay.
Okay, are you done, Joshna?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have done with the Fruit strategy module.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Joshna, for a wonderful lecture. I think a fruit strategy will help you to do strategy analysis, formulate your strategies, and align the organization, and then execute whatever strategies you want to do. That's a one-stop solution for your business growth. Okay. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So I take this as an opportunity to thank all the speakers from the morning. So we had Sunil Bharadwajji, we have Shankaran, we had Alexander Bor, Suresh Kavali, and then we had Krishnan, Rajesh Salomji, and then followed by Josna. So thank you, all the speakers, for delivering wonderful lecture. All the participants for very actively participating and sharing your thought processes, and and the organizers of fruiSCE. So fruiSCE is a world-class supply chain excellence solution, which has manufacturing, execution, warehouse management, and transportation management. So on behalf of entire fruiSCE team, I thank you one and all for a wonderful summit, very successful summit. So thank you. So what we do next is we offer, we prepare the videos again, and we post it those who have missed the session today. Okay, and stay tuned for next week on 6th December. We have a Global Manufacturing Excellence Summit. Then we have you attend that. So where we talk about exclusively about manufacturing. Stay tuned. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.